Hey, hey guys, good morning. What's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I hope everybody had a good evening. Good morning. What's up, guys? We are back with day 6, I think. Our part 7, but I think we're on day 6 of Trials of the Past. The Waukesha Christmas Parade Massacre happened in 2021, in November of 2021 in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Darrell Brooks, stupid, drove an SUV through a Christmas parade. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Wiggles. Good morning, Marty. Let's see what Judy has for us today. Several donation efforts were made, with nearly $900,000 having been raised on a crowdfunding site for victims and 7,000 donations being made, raising over $1.8 million to the Incident Community Fund. Local contractors volunteered to install wheelchair ramps for those injured who would need wheelchairs. In March 2022, the fund announced that they had raised more than $6.2 million for the victims. And you're right, Wiggles, it doesn't matter the amount. These people will never be whole again. Marty. Yes, ATMs do have Braille. I don't think they're driving up to the ATM machine, though, Marty. Hey, Jill. Okay, the gang's all here. Who are we missing? We're missing Terry. She'll be here. We're missing Nichelle. They'll be here. Hey, Jill. There's Ken. No way. People believed you. Right now, I don't believe half of what you say, Morning. Okay, so we were at the end of the 1 hour rant. I think he's still going, though.
As far as my conduct in this case, I already addressed those issues. I'm not going to revisit.
I backed it up just a tad. So we're going to hear a little bit of the end of her response before he continues to whine.
Issues related to my familiarity with the father of one of the victims. That was done very early on. I made a very thorough record, and I gave the parties at that point an opportunity to address that after they had ample time to digest that information. While it's true you have a right to seek substitution of judge, it is not unfettered. There was a time limit for that. In fact, it was exercised, because a prior judge was assigned to this case, and your attorneys on your behalf exercised that right of substitution. So to say that you have the right to seek recusal at any time would be a misstatement of the law. And even if you think that should be exercised, or there is a valid claim for that, sir, it's not been raised in the proper way before this court. This trial will keep going. I still expect the basic rules of civility and decorum to be followed. That includes, sir, that when there is an objection to a question that you ask, that you wait for the state to indicate their objection and the basis for it. If I need additional information, I will ask for it. If I don't need additional information, I will rule on it. And I do expect that even if you disagree with that ruling, that you will abide by it and that you will move forward. Whether that's asking a new question, rephrasing a question that you've asked, I do ask that you follow that simple rule of decorum, and that's you not interrupt, and then you follow the rules of procedure. As far as the other issues you raised concerning your right to assistance of counsel, the record before this court over the many days that that topic has been raised, even going back to the 2 afternoons of hearings this court held, I will not revisit those. I believe I honored your request to represent yourself as is required by the Constitution of not only the United States of America, but the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin. And that you made a very deliberate choice after being fully advised and aware of all the requirements that I needed to go through under the case law, both case law in the state of Wisconsin and case law from the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, which not only guides this court, but this court must follow. I agree with the state and would draw your attention to the 2 cases that were cited. United States ex rel. George versus Lane, found at 718 F. 2nd 226, and Retzlaff versus Moran, found at 2022 Westlaw 3045190. I let you put on the record all of those points in order to give you that opportunity to make a full record of the issues that you have believed that you are entitled to raise. But those sovereign arguments regarding written findings of fact, bill of particulars, regarding contracts that you enter into, regarding admiralty court, etc., they're baseless, sir. And this court need not address them further. Now, with that, I know it's 11:30, but I would like to get one more witness on before at least we break for lunch. The jury, of course, has been out for quite some time. So I'll instruct Madam Clerk to bring the jury out.
For the record, Your Honor, we didn't bring up the Higgins-Levine 415 U.S. 533 decision. That was not addressed in the issues are still not addressed. There's still been no proof to anything that you said, anything that the prosecution has said. It still hasn't been.
As noted, and we will continue. Bring the jury out, please.
There still hasn't been
Mr. Brooks,
any proof.
I've addressed them to the extent that I will.
There still hasn't been any proof. I never once. The comment about me not flinching was when you said that there's 66 years of experience at that table. That's the comment I said that doesn't make me flinch. That was mischaracterized. That should be for the record. There's still been no proof.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. I'm not going to address whether there's verified proof or not of jurisdiction, whether there's anything along those lines. It is frankly not required under the law. You may disagree with that. You can take that up on appeal, whether that's an interlocutory appeal or whether that's a direct appeal if there is a conviction. But I'm not going to address it any further.
Because there's no verified proof.
There does not need to be, sir. All right, I
It does
believe the
need to
jury
be.
is coming out. Is that true? Madam
In order for a case to,
All right, the
To
record
go
should
on, it should
reflect
be
that the
proved.
jury is coming out, and we are about to continue with the state's next
not once
witness.
was the plaintiff addressed. That wasn't addressed. Where's the plaintiff? Where's the injured party? That's because
The jury will disregard the statements presently being made by the defendant.
Because y'all don't want the jury to know the truth.
The jury will disregard those
I
statements
understand.
made by the defendant.
I see.
It is not his opportunity to testify. They are comments, and as such are to be disregarded.
I see what's going on. Ain't gonna work.
All right, thank you, everyone. You may be seated.
It's not gonna work.
Attorney Opper, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Hope Evans.
All right, good morning, Ms. Evans. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is up a riser, so be mindful of that. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
It's Hope Evans Jansen. It's HOPEEVANS-JANSEN.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ma'am, on the day of November 21, 2021, did you attend the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
We did.
And you came with your family, is that correct?
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
Just for the court report, if you could say yes or no. And was one of the people that was with you your daughter?
Yes.
And what was her age at the time?
Her age at the time was 10.
Okay. And was there a time when she was recording the events that were occurring during the parade?
She pretty much recorded the whole parade.
Okay. And were you present when this was happening?
Yes.
Standing right next to her, basically?
Sitting next to her. She was on my husband's lap.
Okay. And you could see her using a device to record the parade?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of device was it?
An iPhone.
And was that her phone?
Yes.
Okay. And during the parade, were you present when the dancing grannies were struck by the red SUV?
Yes.
And did that get captured by your daughter on her iPhone?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you turn that recording over to the Waukesha police?
Yes.
And prior to doing that, did you alter the content of the recording in any way?
No.
Was the recording that you turned over a true depiction of the events as you saw them unfold right in front of you?
Yes.
Like to display Exhibit 139 to the witness only, please.
Go ahead.
And ma'am, it should be on the screen in front of you. We're going to just play it for just a few seconds first to make sure you can look at it and identify this, that we're talking about the same video you provided in this case, okay? So
Yes.
we'll play about three or 4 seconds worth there. All right, does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the recording that your daughter captured that afternoon?
Yes.
And same recording that you turned over to the Waukesha police?
Yes.
All right. Move to admit number 139 and permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 139 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The objection is overruled.
Your Honor, this particular recording is 15 seconds in duration. I'm going to ask that it be played with the volume on.
Go ahead.
Ms. Evans, is that what you remember seeing that afternoon?
Yes.
Did you hear those loud thuds?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Brooks may have some questions for me.
Any cross?
Yeah, and I object to being called that name again, and I don't consent to it again for the record.
Noted.
What do you want to be called?
Just
Little D,
a
little
few
A, little R,
questions.
little R, little E, little L, little L. That would take forever.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the parade that day?
No. Before it started.
Do you recall how long you were there before the parade actually started to get underway?
Not really. I don't recall.
And who all were you with?
My family, my friend's son, my daughter, my husband, my mother-in-law, myself.
During the parade, were any of you or your family injured?
No.
Do you recall seeing a vehicle approaching?
Yes.
And about how far was it from you when you saw it approaching?
Roughly, I don't really know amount distance. It was roughly when it started hitting the dancing grannies.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone before that point?
No, the crowd was rather large at the parade.
Do you remember the large crowd? Do you recall it being pretty loud at that point?
Every parade I've been to has been loud in general, so.
So it'd be fair to say that one was pretty loud.
Yeah, I suppose.
Do you recall what you did when you saw people being struck?
My husband pressed my daughter into his chest so that she couldn't see. I passed her to somebody behind me, and then I got my mother-in-law up to go inside of the karate studio that we were sitting in front of, as well as the young man that was with us.
And do you recall how long you were in the karate studio?
No.
Was it briefly or?
We were in there until we were told that we were able to leave by the police.
Did you hear at any time a report of shots fired?
No.
Did you hear any shots?
It was loud and chaotic. I can't say for sure if I heard shots or not.
So would it also be fair to say that if a horn may have been blowing, you wouldn't have heard that either?
I would have heard a horn. We weren't that far from where the vehicle came through on the road.
So it'd be fair to say that you think you would have heard a horn, but not shots.
I don't know if shots were fired further down the road or if I didn't hear any shots when the car went past.
No, I'm not asking when it went past. I'm saying the question was at any time. So I should have been more clear. I apologize. At any time during that moment.
I don't believe I heard gunshots. I've never heard a gunshot before, so I can't really say yes or no.
So it'd be fair to say you wouldn't really.
Whoa. Jill wasn't here on day one. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, Jill, are you ready? Okay. Are you awake? You're not going to fall asleep, right? You're ready? This is Math Boy Fly.
Nah, spike the Vinci got him looking at me different. I can't be feeling when I kiss him, yeah. Kidnap you and Mrs. Yeah. Hit him, I was in the slums, any weather. I was still trapping, sliding on the park. They putting cameras on the lights, playing like you stupid dog. You know what I do to you. Hit me from the cell, told me get the cake. I'm weighing up them bowls, hella coke around the digi. Playing with them bloods, they gon' pop you like a skip.
That's not the whole video, but
I just got a low worth
that's
about a
the
half a
murder
ticket.
weapon in the background.
She got him looking at me different. I can't be feeling when I kiss him, yeah. Kidnap you and Mrs. Yeah. Hit him, I was in the slums, any weather. I was still trapping, sliding on the park. They putting cameras on the lights, playing like you stupid dog. You know what I do to you.
Yeah, that's the before.
Get the cake, I'm weighing up them bowls, hella coke around the digi. Playing with them bloods, they gon' pop you like a skip.
No, I shut you off. I don't want to hear that mess again. Oh, go away. That's Math Boy Fly. Oh, dear Lord.
Know what a gunshot would sound like.
Correct.
Seeing as how you've never heard a gunshot before, would it be fair to say that?
Hey, I want an Escape. I like that car.
It might be really loud.
I know, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never heard a gunshot, so I wouldn't be able to guess.
He needed
Do you
one
recall
on
if
speed
it was
dial.
any music playing?
It was a parade, so
Well,
there was music at some point.
coming
bands.
from any of the vehicles in the parade?
I don't recall at the moment.
Do you recall about what time you and your family left the parade?
No.
You recall making a statement to law enforcement at any time during the incident?
No.
After the incident, the days after?
When I sent the video in to the police department is the only time I talked to anybody about this.
Do you recall when that was that you sent the video in? Was it few days after the incident, or a week or two, or?
I don't honestly remember.
Were you contacted by law enforcement about any follow-up to the video?
No.
Did you follow up with law enforcement about the video?
No.
Oh, and Ed's is better? Okay. It won't be anytime soon, but that's gonna
And
be
I'm
my
assuming
next
at some point you
according to my husband.
took that video off of your daughter's phone. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And did you post that video footage anywhere, social media or anything like that?
No.
So it was just only to law enforcement that the video was shown.
Correct.
Never showed it to any other family members or friends at any point?
Objection, relevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
When were you notified that it was? When were you notified that it was a possibility that you may be called to testify in this matter?
I received correspondence in the mail. I don't remember the exact date of when I received it. August, I think.
So, not that long ago then would be accurate.
Yeah.
Or pretty recently, rather.
Yes.
Do you recall if that was in subpoena form?
Yes.
Did it state by whom the subpoena was sent?
The district attorney's office.
Did it have a name?
Susan?
Travis is a Ford guy. Trust me, I will never drive anything else. He won't have it. I
Did
have a
you
Mustang right now.
contact the district attorney's office after receiving the subpoena?
I mailed back the subpoena, and I did call on October 3rd to see if I would have to come in, because I had received no notification about anything. I was told that I was going to receive a call back, and they did contact me to say that I was an on-call witness.
So at the time of October the 3rd, when you did a check to see if you would be needed, is it fair to say that at that time you wasn't sure if you would be testifying or not?
Yes.
Did you seek to testify in this matter?
No.
And did the district attorneys ever tell you in any way that they were the plaintiff in this matter?
Those words were never spoken to me.
We were just told not to do this, Darrell. He does it the rest of the trial. I don't know why I'm even...
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter? Grounds?
Irrelevant.
Grounds?
Sustained. You don't have to answer that.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, sir.
Did you or your husband or anyone in your family that was present at the parade file any claims on the matter?
With who?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
Please rephrase.
At any time, did you file a claim with any, I guess, the agency or anything like that
No.
in regards to the incident?
No.
Did any information that you obtained in regards to this incident have a complaint with it?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever seen any complaint related to this incident?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you know of any complaint with this incident?
Not sure I completely understand the question on that. What kind of complaint? I mean,
Please rephrase.
Have you ever seen any issued charges in relation to this incident?
I'm sorry.
Grounds.
I did not understand what Mr. Brooks just asked, Your Honor.
I believe he said the issued charges.
I object to that on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
I haven't really been keeping up with the news media on the trial. So
the whole purpose of her letting him ramble on and on and on and on, and then addressing his concerns and telling him why she doesn't have to give her reasons for sustaining or overruling and all of that, and why he shouldn't keep going on and on about stuff in front of the jury, etc., was so that, because she knows he's going to keep doing it. She knows he's doing it as a delay tactic, and she knows he's going to keep doing it. So now, because she's explained all of that to him, she doesn't have to keep explaining it. She doesn't have to keep stopping the trial, and it's preserved for the record. So she never has to, if it comes to the appeals board, she never has to worry about, well, I never explained this to him, he didn't understand, which of course doesn't matter because she doesn't have to explain it to him. But this way, she's protecting the record. She's making sure she's covering her butt. She's not doing this for him. She's covering her own butt so that it doesn't come back on her. You should have done this or that, whatever, because he has no clue what he's doing. And she doesn't, you can't claim ineffective assistance of counsel when you're your own counsel, but they're just, and Sue Opper and Zach and Leslie, they all did such a good job of absolutely 100% making sure everything was documented. Like, this trial, so much more is documented for the record just because they're making sure that this jackass does not do something or cause something to happen that's going to allow him to get a second trial or get the conviction overturned or whatever, because he's just being a buffoon at every turn in this whole thing. So she doesn't, now it's on the record, and she doesn't have to keep telling him over and over and over, I don't have to do that. Yet she will continue to do it, especially about subject matter jurisdiction. Who said that Mike said this is because kindergartner teachers decided to be judges? Because this is exactly what it feels like. I didn't hear him say that, but this is exactly what it feels like. Because she's like holding his hand. 100%. 100%. I agree. But see, that's the thing. And that's why they can't do it, because every single person that decided to go pro se or pro per, whatever, then would come back and say when they got convicted, but I didn't know what I was doing because I'm not a lawyer. So that's ineffective assistance of counsel. So that's why they can't say that, because if that was the case, every single one would get a new trial. She's smart.
No, I haven't seen a list of the charges.
I was referring to if you had received anything from the district attorney's office about the charges issued.
No.
Duck is the Jeep logo? Jeeps are made in Italy?
Are you aware of anyone bringing any claims or suits?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. You don't have to answer that.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Do you recall seeing the driver of the vehicle that you saw that day?
No.
Could you see if anyone else was in the vehicle that you saw?
No.
Can you recall if you saw any tents to the vehicle you saw? And by tents, I mean like tinted windows or anything of that nature.
I don't recall if the windows were tinted or not.
Do you recall where the vehicle traveled after it passed you?
No, my priority at that point was to get everybody inside and make sure they were safe.
So you didn't observe anyone struck after what you saw initially?
Correct.
And you stated that you haven't really been keeping up with the incident, right?
Correct.
So that would mean that it was your choice to do so, or you just kind of just disregarded it?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
After turning in the video to law enforcement, did you keep the video at that point?
Objection. Ask an answer.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
The video is no longer on my daughter's phone. There's a copy on my phone that is still on there in case I needed to resend in the video. It has not been accessed since the day I sent it to the police.
So pretty much just keeping it just in case.
Correct.
Have you viewed it since turning it into law enforcement?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
It's been asked. It may not have been asked, but she answered it, so I'll sustain it.
So it'd be fair to say that seeing the video today would be the first time that you saw it since turning it into law enforcement?
Correct.
And just for clarity, you are not aware of any plaintiff in this matter, correct?
Asked and answered.
Grounds.
The,
Is that an objection?
the objection is sustained. You don't need to answer that.
I think you said that you were contacted back in August, correct?
I received mail with the subpoena, yes.
Do you recall before August being contacted in connection with this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Repetitive. Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please. Next question, please.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Repetitive. Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
No further questions.
Any redirect.
Asked.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
It is just before the noon hour, so this will be a good opportunity for the court to break for lunch. I will say between an hour and 15 minutes, at least for the jurors. So all rise for the jury, please. Teresa, as it relates to these, so yes, were the items provided to them?
Not yet, that's what I was wondering. They're in the other room because they're not served, because they're not.
Well,
But then he didn't
I'll just-
say, so then we.
1 o'clock. We are in recess.
Spike, what are you doing? I hate that the cameraman does this. It's exactly what Darrell wants. It's a Darrell Brooks show. And he knows the camera's on him. trying to act like he's doing something. He's just shuffling papers around. He doesn't know what he's doing. You see the Bible there with the whatever bookmark or pen or whatever, like he's reading it. He ain't reading it. He won't go outside. Yesterday he went outside. And I said, stay outside until you poop. Did he do that? No. He went to every door of the house barking to be let back in and then came inside and pooped. This dog is driving me nuts. No, not sustained. Not sustained. Substained. Substained, not S-B. Substained.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Substained, yeah. I keep trying to tell him there are no yard monsters. He doesn't
State have
listen.
available its next witness?
Yes.
All right, we'll bring the jury out.
Who did my yard monster speech?
You said you met a jurisdiction, Your Honor. Still have yet to be verified.
Your objections noted.
Was my ICF obtained by clerk of courts?
The one requesting the copies of various documents?
The one asking for the complaints.
Yes, my understanding is they're working on it.
Just wanted that clear for the record.
Just one or two ICF forms on that?
I sent one.
Okay. It was sent to me twice, and I just wanted to make sure it was only one. It appeared to be the same thing, but...
Is it in the queue, Your Honor?
It's in the case.
It should be. Thank you. All rise.
It's a pain. It is a pain in the butt. I don't know why he's doing it. I don't know what scared him. Something scared him one day outside. And ever since then, he won't poop. Well, he will if you stay out there with him. But I can't stay out there with him. Because every time I try to, StreamYard crashes. It's, you know, it's like you get in the bathtub in the phone ring. It's one of those situations. I go outside with
All right, thank
him,
you, everyone. Please be
StreamYard will
seated.
crash. I'll come back and there'll be
State may call
nothing.
its next witness.
State calls Master Trooper Mike Smith.
Come on up, Trooper Smith. When you get to the witness stand, which is to my right, up one riser. If you would
great.
please remain
Now he has
standing,
to
raise your right hand,
cross-examine
and
law
my clerk,
enforcement.
Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a seat. Madam Clerk, I'm giving you previously received 54. Right, sir, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name is Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Wisconsin State Patrol.
What's your job title?
I am a reconstructionist with the Technical Reconstruction Unit.
How long have you had that position?
I joined the TRU when it was originally formed in 2008. I've been doing full-time recon since 2002. We had a unit formed based on the need for a reconstructionist that did this type of crash investigation all the time. That's all we do. A normal trooper has traffic enforcement duties. We just have strictly crash recon duties. That's all we do.
How long have you worked for State Patrol?
I was hired in 2000.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I have a 2-year associate's degree in criminal justice and then multiple training in the crash reconstruction field through the State Patrol.
So I'd like to get into that a little bit. Can you tell us what kind of training was required to become a reconstructionist for the State Patrol?
Yes, I've had over about 2,000 hours of training. That training has been done at our State Patrol Academy. We bring in schools like Northwestern, Texas A&M. IPTM, which stands for the Institute of Police Technology and Management. They come in, they're college level courses. They teach us obviously over a series of weeks. We also have specialty instructors come in for specialty fields in accident reconstruction, which can be vehicle versus pedestrian, vehicle versus motorcycle, CMB crashes, lighting studies, and a bunch of other ones.
How many accident or crash scene reconstruction analyses have you completed as a reconstructionist with the State Patrol?
Well, since about probably 2004, I would say till now, I average probably over 100 a year that I respond to. And these are serious crashes. They're not just, somebody driving into a mailbox. This is a criminal or possibly injury case involving criminal charges that we respond to. But probably on average over 100 a year for the last, since 2004.
Did you conduct a crash reconstruction analysis in downtown Waukesha from an event that took place on November 21st, 2021?
I did.
When did you begin your work on that analysis?
I worked with detectives from the City of Waukesha Police Department. On January 30th of this year, we actually went out to the scene to conduct a time distance analysis.
Where did you go at the scene?
We went to the Curry Insurance Company, which was the cameras that we decided to use after viewing all the videos. That was the best, as far as what I'm concerned, to use in a time distance analysis. It was the clearest. It provided certain things that made it necessary for me to do an accurate time distance analysis.
What are some of those certain things you referenced?
What we look for and what we've been trained to do is, first of all, we look for a stationary camera, one that doesn't move. So when we are viewing the video of the incident and we are, again, recording new video with the time distance analysis, that camera is in the same exact spot. That's the first thing we do. Secondly, we want to have at least 2 fixed reference points to actually see where a vehicle in this case is entering the first reference point and where it hits the second reference point. So those need to be really clear for us to get an accurate distance. And from that point, then we want to actually time or make sure the timing on the video software is accurate. And that's simply a stopwatch that we use to verify that that video is timing correctly, not too fast, not too slow. So once we have all that done and we determine those 2 points, we will bring a vehicle in, and in this case, an exemplar vehicle that matched the description, I think your make and model of the vehicle that was in the parade. We actually will have someone, me in this case, inside, watching the video on the screen, seeing when that exemplar vehicle comes into the screen. When it comes into the screen where the vehicle did at the time, we have somebody mark that location out on the roadway. We then do that for a second point further down. In this case, we had 2 points. Once we have those 2 points established, then we're bringing our survey equipment out, which is a Trimble unit that you've all seen them out on the roadways and then, people's homes where they're surveying. That's what we use. Very accurate instrument. Just to give you an idea of accuracy, at about 300 feet, it's plus or minus 1/8 of an inch off. So very, very accurate unit, which we use all the time for crash reconstruction. So once we have that distance, we verified the timing. It's a pretty simple calculation that we do to determine a vehicle's average speed through that particular distance that we have. And just keep in mind, it's an average speed. So it could be moving faster or slower during certain portions of the distance, but it's just basically taking that average speed through that distance that we measured.
When you used that Trimble machine to conduct your measurements, did you use those measurements to later produce a 2-scale scene diagram?
I did.
Okay, I'd like to project for the witness only exhibit number 56, please.
56?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, show the witness.
Do you recognize the diagram on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What is it?
That is the scale diagram that I created as a result of the Trimble measurements that I took out at the scene.
I move exhibit 56 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. I can't see it on my screen.
He's right.
Oh, I don't know why. We'll need to check the cabling.
They sounded shocked.
I can
He
see it
is
on mine.
right.
What exhibit was that?
56.
You can
Zach down here, please. Check the. Oh. Let me know when it's on the screen in front of you, sir.
I see it.
All right, continue then. Oh, and Exhibit 56, well, first of all, let him review it. It's been offered by the state. You've now had an opportunity to review it, sir. All right, Exhibit 56 is received, permission to publish is granted. Go ahead.
Okay, could you please walk us through what we're looking at here?
Yes, again, so this would be a diagram, two-dimensional orthogonal, so basically looking from the top down at the area that I did measure at the time we did the speed analysis. Obviously, it depicts a vehicle at a starting point and a vehicle at an end point. The vehicle at point A represents where that vehicle came into that east camera that was located at the Curry Insurance Company. And as soon as basically that vehicle, you're able to view it inside inside the insurance company with the representative was there, I basically told that vehicle to stop. We marked that location on the roadway, and then we continued down to the secondary point, which I determined was the crosswalk. And we marked at that point once the exemplar vehicle reached that. And that's how we got that distance of 141 feet, roughly 3 inches.
Okay. And
so once we have that measurement, that's one part of the equation that we need. The equation that we need, just really explain it briefly, comes from Newton's laws of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration. It's part of Newton's second law. The formula that we use is velocity equals distance divided by time, and then we convert that velocity to speed. So we need two inputs in order to calculate the average speed of that vehicle over that distance. The first, obviously, is distance. The second is time. Now, how we get the time is we take the actual video from the incident, and we have a stopwatch, and we time it when it reaches those fixed points. And we do about 20 iterations, and we average those 20 iterations out to get a time, and that's the second part of the equation that we need in order to get that velocity or speed. Once we have that time, in this case it was 2.7 seconds, we round up and increase that time to the nearest whole number, which was 3.
Why do you round up? I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
That's fine. We round up always to give the benefit to the vehicle, because obviously the longer it takes to travel that distance, the slower the speed will be. So we always round up to the next number. If it was 2 seconds, we'd round up to 2.5. So it's about every half-second interval that we round up to. So now that we have the distance of 142 feet roughly and the time of 3 seconds, not 2.7, we came up with the speed of the vehicle, or average speed of the vehicle during that segment of 32 miles an hour.
32 miles an hour as an average speed from point A to point B as they're depicted on this diagram?
Correct.
Witness.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase. The jury will disregard the last answer.
Could you please explain for us, again, summarizing what average speed you calculated and over what distance?
Yes. So the average speed, very simple. We marked point A, we marked point B, we had that distance, we had that time. The vehicle speed between point A, or the average vehicle speed, let me reiterate, was 32 miles an hour between point A and point B.
You mentioned an exemplar vehicle earlier. Can you maybe explain for us again the purpose of using an exemplar vehicle in your analysis?
Well, when I worked with the detectives from the City of Waukesha PD, we wanted to find an exemplar vehicle just due to the type of case this was. They were able to easily locate one that was very convenient to use, matching the description, I believe the year, make, and model of the car that was in the actual parade. So we decided to use that. Realistically, you can use any type of vehicle because you're just basically looking for that object coming into that frame of reference. But just for court purposes, I think it's a little bit easier to, show the jury that, hey, we used a vehicle that was similar or the same.
And in terms of this case, you used a 2010 red Ford Escape?
Correct.
Okay. Do you happen to know the curb weight of that vehicle?
Yeah.
Overruled, you may answer.
So explaining what curb weight is really quick, that's the weight of the vehicle as it comes off the assembly line. So it doesn't include fuel, it doesn't include any personal items, it's just right off the assembly line. This particular 4x2 vehicle was 3,368 pounds curb weight.
Okay. And to clarify, does curb weight have anything to do with your speed, average speed analysis?
It does not.
Okay. When you get to the end result of your speed analysis and you have that number, the average speed over that distance, does somebody check your work?
Yes, absolutely. Part of our protocol in the TRU is we have to have all of our reports peer reviewed. Has to be done. Every single one goes out to a former member of the TRU who's now a consultant for us. He peer reviews it, makes sure that everything is correct.
Okay, I want to wrap up by just asking you some clarifying questions about the nature of what an average speed means. Can you say definitively that at any point between point A and point B, the vehicle was traveling faster than 32 miles an hour?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, you may answer.
So average speed is calculated, as we talked about, through that distance. The vehicle can either be going faster than 32 or slower than 32 over that distance. But it's an average. Is it possible the vehicle maintained a constant speed of 32? Yes. But it's more plausible that you have higher and lower speeds during that segment.
Okay. That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross.
Yes. This is kind of distraction still being on there. From your testimony, it seems like you've been doing crash reconstructions from quite some time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Around 2004, I believe you said?
I was in the program from about 2002, but really started getting into full recons about 2004. You need a little bit of training first before you can actually go out and be on your own.
You stated that you worked with detectives in the process. Do you recall who that was?
Yeah, that was Detective Casey.
On getting the calculation of the speed, did you work with anyone on that side of your investigation?
No.
So it's pretty much just you and the detectives?
The detective did not assist me with the speed calculation. He just assisted me with obtaining the videos and also assisted me, excuse me, out at the scene where we did the testing.
I think the exhibit showed the building that had the camera. Do you recall which streets that were along the parade route?
Yeah, that was in front of Curia Insurance on Main Street.
And the point A and point B, did those start from a cross street, or was it just the main?
The insurance company has cameras outside by the sidewalk. There's two of them. There's one towards the east and one towards the west, right at the front of the building.
You made reference to the distance traveled in feet.
Correct.
I think it was 141.
Correct. 141 feet 2 inches, a little bit over that.
And you made a reference to the average speed. Any reason why the average speed wasn't depicted in the exhibit?
That's just a calculation that we do that's included in the report. I don't normally do that in the diagram.
So it would be fair to say that you created the diagram?
I did create the diagram, yes.
You said normally you don't put the speed calculation in the diagram. Would it be any reason for that?
It's in the report. It's not necessary to put it in the diagram.
Have you ever done that before?
Could you rephrase the question?
Have you ever not included the speed analysis in any crash reconstructions that you've done before this one?
Are you referring to the diagram or are you referring to the report?
Referring to the diagrams.
No, I don't. I do not put speed calculation results in diagrams.
On any of them?
On any of them.
Did you create any diagram with the speed calculations present on it?
No, I don't. The diagram that I created is the one that was up on the screen.
And then from there, you put the speed calculations just in the report.
Yeah, I normally just put them in the report, yes. I don't have any recollection of putting one in the diagram.
Would it be fair to say that it may be a little bit difficult to locate what you analyze for speed if it's not in the diagram?
No.
So if you wanted to know the calculation of the speed, you would have to read the report.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that it might be easier to find if it was included in the diagram?
My diagram is included with my report, and that's all one unit, so it is in the report.
Can you explain what the S6 is?
Yes, the S6 is the name of the Trimble robotic total station that we use to actually measure things at crash scenes.
So that's like a certain technology or something, would that be fair to say?
It's a piece of surveying equipment that if you've been on the road, you've seen them where they're measuring the roadways, or if somebody's building a home. Same type of equipment, we just use it for crash reconstruction.
And what is a prism? Is that in direct relation to the electronic distance measuring system?
Correct. The total station is one part of the equipment that we use. The prism is the other. The total station communicates with the prism through an electronic digital measuring system, which is a laser. The two pieces are needed, in this case, to collect the measurements that I collected. Not a necessary component to using the equipment, but we normally do use the prism when taking measurements.
And that prism's pretty accurate, you would say?
Well, the unit is accurate.
What about the prism?
Yeah, it's all accurate. The unit itself is very accurate. At 300 feet, it's about 1/8 of an inch either way, plus or minus.
And is the CAD the diagram that you created?
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Is the CAD is that software related to the diagram that you created?
It is.
In what way?
The computer-aided design software program that we use is a tool that when we transfer the measurements from the Trimble total station, we transfer that into the computer-aided design program, and that's how we create our diagram.
Can you explain what the 2.4 gigahertz radio technology is?
That's just software that's built into the total station, the Trimble unit, as part of its communication.
And is that communication radio?
Yeah, there's a radio inside the unit, correct?
You made reference to something called Newton's Law. Can you explain a little bit further what that is?
Oh my God!
Newton's laws of motion are what we use as a big step in our reconstruction field. A lot of formulas are derived from Newton's laws, including the formula that we use to calculate the vehicle's average speed. Sir Isaac Newton obviously invented the laws of motion. We all learned that in high school, and that's part of the process. It came to the formula that I use to calculate the average speed.
I always thought of Newton as gravity, so that was a bit of new information. You made reference to part of the crash reconstruction was finding a similar vehicle.
Fake Newtons.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you were able to find a similar vehicle pretty easily, you would say?
That would have been the City of Waukesha Police Department, which found the vehicle.
And you made reference to it being in the parade as well? Or part of the parade as well?
The exemplar vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle that was similar.
The exemplar vehicle was not in the parade.
I may have misinterpreted what you were saying.
Yeah, I think you did, Darrell.
And you said it was found by the Waukesha Police Department.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still on.
Do you recall if that part of your investigation and the creating of the graph and all that technology that goes with that, was that part of the same day, or were they done on at different times?
I'm sorry, are you referencing the diagram, the creation of the diagram?
Right.
No, that was not.
Because it seems like a lot of technology went into getting the diagram created and, different variations of that. And then also using a similar vehicle to, I guess, simulate would that be fair to say, simulate the incident?
We used the exemplar vehicle for our testing.
Was that done all the same day, or was it done?
Sorry, could you rephrase the question again? I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Was the creation of the diagram and the simulation of the vehicle done on the same day?
No, it was not.
So it'd be fair to say it was a process involved in getting all the information.
Correct.
And you stated that was done around January 30th, around that time?
The testing was done on January 30th.
what about the simulation from the similar vehicle?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Do you recall what date the simulation was performed?
All right, are you asking when I completed my analysis?
Specifically the part of the similar vehicle being used.
That was January 30th. We did the testing out on Main Street in front of Curry Insurance.
So what part of the process was done at a later date?
The diagram, the calculations, the time distance analysis.
Do you recall the date of the second part of the investigation?
Are you referring to when I completed my reports?
Yes.
No, I don't know what day that was.
Was it sometime after the January 30th date?
Correct.
Would you say there was a delay in finishing it, or did something cause you to kind of, let me rephrase that. Was there anything that may have delayed you finishing the investigation quickly?
Can you rephrase? What do you mean by quickly?
By it seems like there was two parts of it: getting the simulation done and then the actual diagram and things of that. Any reason why that couldn't be done closer together?
Well, first of all, it's not a simulation because a simulation is different than what we did. This was just some testing we did out at the scene. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, I respond to hundreds of crashes. It depends on what I'm working on at the time. Once our reports are completed, they need to be peer reviewed. All that process takes time. So there's nothing that delayed my report. If you want to use me going to another crash, that possibly could have delayed it, but no delays that would affect the outcome of the report or the accuracy of the report.
No, I wasn't going to that part of it. I was just kind of curious to what may have spaced out the dates. That's what I was really getting at.
We do a lot of reports every year, and obviously we're not just doing one report a year. So every report is different. Every report requires different types of analysis. So there's really no set time on when we can finish a report compared to when we started. It just depends on what else is going on outside of our time in the office.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He may. Statement called. Next witness.
Is going to call Dr. Ady Shield.
Right, good afternoon, Dr. Shield. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each, please.
Amy Shield, AMYSHE.
You guys, you know how, I mean, I guess it's a stretch, but you know how they say related deaths happened in threes? Somebody else just died at Disney World. So it's Universal, the roller coaster, the Stardust Racers roller coaster, Disneyland, that person that had a history of cardiac problems that died on, well, they didn't die on Haunted Mansion. They had a medical event on Haunted Mansion and then died at the hospital. Now, it appears that last night someone committed suicide. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Unalived themselves at the Contemporary Resort. The Contemporary Resort is the resort that the monorail goes right through. So the initial report was that the monorail hit somebody, but that's not what happened. Apparently they jumped off one of the balconies in the resort. So it's sad. And I have to mod tonight on a Disney group. So that's how I found out about it, because they, I just got a message saying, we're not going to talk about this. If anybody says anything, just make like a generic remark. But yeah, so it's weird. It's weird. Because, you know, you used to never hear about, I mean, I guess there have been times in the past you heard about deaths at Disney World, but it's like these three all at once. And then I think a few months ago, there was a guy that died at Hong Kong Disney. Which, I mean, in like the Disneyland one, the Hong Kong Disney one, that was natural causes. The Stardust Racers one, I don't think that guy had any business being on a roller coaster with his health problems. And now, like, who goes to Disney World to do that? Supposed to be the happiest place on earth. Man, that's bizarre. But apparently, the article that I just read, because then I looked it up. The article just read that that this has happened before at the same resort. Weird. Apparently, he wasn't happy there. I guess not. Okay. Weird. That's my happy place. Disney and Universal. And it's because it's fantasy. It's like it takes me out of reality for, the few hours that I'm there. I don't have to worry about politics or gender ideology or rude people trying to push their delusions onto me. And, you're a crappy person if you don't believe what I believe. Garbage. It's all fantasy. I don't have to worry about the real world and all the, and just the thought of somebody going there to end their life. That's just, I don't know. Maybe it was because maybe it was their happy place and they didn't want to go back to the real world. So that's why they did it there. Who knows? But just remember this person's family and whoever else witnessed it. Imagine at Disney World how many kids might have seen someone jump off their balcony. I mean, dang. And whoever was on the monorail, just like go into Disney, because you go through that resort on your, if you take the monorail from the ticket where you get your ticket, take the monorail to Disney World, to the Magic Kingdom, you go through that. Whoever was on the monorail could have seen that when it happened, you know? How many people saw this person? Just keep them in your thoughts and prayers, because that's how many people got traumatized because of that, you know? Who knows?
EIL.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Jill. How are you currently employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner at the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been with the medical examiner's office?
About 7.5 years.
You know what, Ken? I was born in the Keys, and then we gradually moved up the state. So when I was 6 months old, we moved to Bradenton. And then at 6 years old, we moved to Sarasota, which now it's all one great big city. It just blends into the others, and the suburbs, they all blend. It's just one great big. It wasn't like that when I lived there. I remember the county line road between Bradenton and Sarasota was a dirt road. But now it's just one big giant metropolis. Now, maybe metropolis isn't the right word, but it's giant. And then when I was 12, we moved up here to the country, to North Florida. And North Florida is completely different than South Florida. This is country. This is rural. This is, even the cities are not giant cities where I live. Like Ocala and Gainesville, they're small towns. And it's totally different. Yeah. Yeah. You know, when you think of Florida, you think of tourists, Florida, beaches, you know, like you may think of, you know, space shuttle launches and beaches and Disney World, and that's not real Florida as far as I'm concerned. Where I live, where it's beautiful and wilderness and springs, natural springs and wildlife, that's the real Florida to me. So, you know, when people say stuff about, oh, Florida's crazy, like, I don't live in the crazy part of Florida. And then we watch body cam footage of people in Ocala, which is like an hour down the road. And I'm like, okay, maybe Ocala's crazy. Hey, Carla. Yeah, because Jill's going to come to my house. Oh, there are mosquitoes in Florida. Plenty of mosquitoes in Florida.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My primary function is to determine cause and manner of death. And in order to do that, I often perform autopsy.
Wait, did you say there's 2 Emmys in this case? Yeah, Carla, you're in Northeast. I'm in Northwest. I'm in the Big Bend. So I am just right out of range of like where the storm surge is with hurricanes that come into the Big Bend area. My aunt used to live in Hialeah. I used to go there all the time. So there's 2. Well, that would make sense because there were so many people that were unalived. Okay.
Or external examinations, send out laboratory tests, interpret the results of those tests, compile all this information into a report, and then certify a death certificate.
And is that report, what is that report called?
An autopsy protocol or autopsy report.
Can you briefly describe to the jury the schooling and training you went through to become an associate medical examiner?
Yes, I earned my Doctor of Medicine degree from Creighton University in Nebraska in 2003. And then I completed a pathology residency in South Carolina. That is anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship, which concerns how disease and injury cause death. Then I practiced for about a year as a forensic pathologist in South Carolina. And then I did an additional year of training in pediatric pathology, which is the study of diseases and conditions in infants and children. I worked in pediatric pathology in an academic setting for about 5 years before coming to Waukesha County.
I'm going to direct your attention to approximately November 22nd of 2021. Did you perform an external examination of an individual identified as Leanna Owen?
Yes.
I did give you 3 exhibits when you walked into court, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit number 62. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Is that the autopsy protocol for Leanna Owen?
Yes.
And can you just state for the record how many pages that autopsy protocol consists of?
It's not on the screen.
And it's not going to be on the screen.
Previously provided to Mr. Brooks.
Yes.
Do you have any additional copies today? Any chance?
I do not. We can make some.
You don't have that in your materials, sir? Do you have the autopsy protocol in your materials?
No.
You can provide that to Madam Clerk and we can make copies as well.
Was it intended for me to have or not to have? Just so I'm clear.
I can't answer that.
These autopsy protocols were previously provided to the defense.
All right, we'll still make copies.
I love the freakbacks at Animal Kingdom. I will stand there and watch them for an hour if nobody pulls away.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I
You're gonna run next door and copy them, and you can continue since we're on the first exhibit. Do you have exhibit 62, sir?
It'd be the autopsy protocol for Leanna Owen.
I accept for value and return for value these documents, Your Honor.
We have lots of
The record
hummingbirds
reflect
here,
that
but I
the
forget to keep the feeder
defendant
full.
has a copy of exhibit 62. Please continue. Attorney Crazy.
Ma'am, what did you do in this case in terms of examinations of Ms. Owen?
On November,
Generally speaking, I'm sorry.
okay, on November 22nd, I performed her external examination, which involves documentation of all her clothing and jewelry, her identifying features such as stature, body weight, hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we proceed with documentation of injuries.
And did you also create a summary of the injuries that you located on Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show for you on the screen in front of you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163. If you can tell me when you can see that on the screen in front of you. And I did provide Mr. Brooks a copy of both the autopsy protocol as well as the diagram that's going to show on the screen.
Consent to being called that name, Your Honor, for the record.
Ma'am, do you see, is it showing up in front of your screen? And Exhibit 163, is that the diagram that you prepared to summarize your findings in the autopsy protocol for Leanna Owen?
Yes.
And does it accurately depict the injuries that are notated or described in the autopsy protocol?
Yes.
I would ask the court to accept Exhibit 62 and 163 into evidence.
Objection.
The objection to both, each objection is noted. They're overruled. Exhibits 62 and 163 are both received. Permission to publish are, I believe only 163 is what you asked me for, is granted.
Yeah, it was only one asked for.
Permission to publish 163. That's what I said.
Thank you.
You guys want to guess what my Patronus is? And this is from taking a quiz. I did not force it to be this. It's a hound dog. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. It's a hound dog.
Ma'am, can you briefly describe what this document, Exhibit 163, portrays?
This diagram depicts Leanna Owen's injuries. The red represents open wounds, lacerations or abrasions, which are scrapes to the skin. Blue is for bruising or contusions. Black is internal injuries or skeletal fractures.
And in performing the autopsy procedure on Miss Owen, what was the cause of her death?
Multiple blunt force traumatic injuries.
Specifically for the injuries that she sustained, can you describe the fatal injuries for the jury?
Objection, leading witness.
Overruled. She may answer.
Leanna Owen had injuries to her head, spine, torso, and viscera, or her internal organs. The combination of all these injuries led to her death, but she did sustain isolated injuries to her upper cervical spine, or her neck spine, and aortic lacerations. The aorta is the largest artery in the body. That would have been fatal within seconds to a couple of minutes.
And would all those injuries be consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm next going to direct your attention to, did you perform an autopsy on an individual identified as Virginia Sorensen?
Yes.
And do you have her autopsy protocol in front of you, Exhibit 63?
Yes.
And do you have a diagram detailing Ms. Sorensen's injuries on in Exhibit 164? Oh,
I don't have a diagram.
you do not have a diagram.
And once again, this is 164.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Do you see it in front of you?
Yes.
Does the documentation in Exhibit 164, is that a summary of your findings from the autopsy protocol for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
I would ask the court to admit Exhibits 164 and 63 and publish 164.
Objection.
Obviously, 164 is on the screen. Has Exhibit 63, the copy, been provided to Mr. Brooks?
Correct. The autopsy protocol for Virginia Sorensen as well as the diagram contained in 164 have both been provided to Mr. Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to that name, nor do I agree to it.
Oh, All right, exhibits 63 and 164 are both received. Permission to publish 164 is granted.
Thank you. Let me know when you see it in the screen in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. Again, ma'am, the injuries that are detailed in Exhibit 164 that's showing on the screen, was that exhibit created as a result of your findings in the autopsy protocol for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what injuries you discovered? Well, first of all, strike that. Did you perform an external and an internal examination of Ms. Sorensen?
Objection. Reading the witness.
Overruled. She may answer.
Yes.
When did you perform those?
November 22nd, 2021.
And during the autopsy, what injuries did you discover on Ms. Sorensen?
Virginia Sorensen had blunt trauma to her head, neck, torso, and right leg.
Were you able to determine a cause of death for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes, multiple blunt force traumatic injuries.
And can you describe for the jury which injuries were fatal injuries?
Virginia
Objection. Reading the
Sorensen.
witness.
Overruled.
Virginia Sorensen also had a high cervical spine injury with laceration of her brainstem. She also had lacerations to her heart, either of which would have been fatal.
And is that consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Shield, did you perform an autopsy on Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And did you create an autopsy protocol after your examinations of Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And did you perform, or did you create a diagram which displayed the injuries on Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
Do you have in front of you Exhibit 64, which is an autopsy protocol for Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And I'm going to display what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165 on the screen in front of you.
Objection. I'm confused. The 64 or?
They reference both.
Oh, okay.
64 is the protocol, 165 is the diagram.
Okay. I was a little confused.
And for the record, the state did provide Mr. Brooks with a autopsy protocol for Jackson Sparks as well as a copy of Exhibit 165, which is the diagram. Ma'am?
Objection. I do not consent to that name, nor do I know that individual, for the record.
Please continue.
Thank you. Ma'am, does Exhibit 165, the diagram in front of you, accurately show the findings that you made during the autopsy of Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 64 as well as State's Exhibit 165 into
Objection.
evidence and publish Exhibit 165.
Objection.
Overruled. Exhibit 64 is received. Exhibit 165 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And Exhibit 165 is the diagram that you took, which displays the findings that you made in your autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury the injuries that you observed? Strike that. When did you do your external and internal examination of Jackson?
November 27th, 2021.
Why was that later than the others?
Jackson went to the hospital. He was pronounced brain dead on November 23rd.
And again, is there any reason why it would take till the 27th to perform the autopsy?
Objection.
He was
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Overruled. You may answer.
Jackson was in the hospital. He became an organ donor, which often requires a couple of extra days.
Can you describe for the jury his injuries?
Jackson had bruising around both of his eyes. He had a large bruise to the left side of his forehead. He had undergone a craniectomy where the neurosurgeon removes a portion of the skull to relieve pressure on the brain from brain swelling. That's the large oval depicted on the left side of the skull in the diagram. He had trauma to his brain. He had bleeding around his brain inside his skull. He had multiple bruises to his brain. He also had a separation of his skull from his cervical spine. And he had 2 rib fractures on the right side.
What was his cause of death?
Complications of craniocerebral injuries due to blunt force trauma to head.
And what injuries of those were fatal?
His head injuries.
And would that be consistent with it being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled her answer, Ms. Young.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
1 second.
You can take the exhibit now. Mr. Brooks? Your cross, please. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Just 1 second. I apologize to the court for taking so long. Do you know why the decision was made to why the decision was made for Jackson to become an organ donor?
Objection is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you did you end up doing any more autopsies besides those three?
As it relates to this case or some other case, sir?
This case. To this case.
Did you hear the question?
Could he please repeat it?
Please repeat your question.
As far as this case, those are the only three autopsies that you did.
Yes, Jackson Sparks, Virginia Sorensen, and Leanna Owens.
Can you recall when they were brought to the hospital?
Virginia Sorensen and Leanna Owens were pronounced at the scene. Jackson Sparks was transported to the hospital.
I'm assuming that's Waukesha Memorial.
He was transferred to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin.
Upon first tending to the victims, were you in the knowledge of what happened?
Yes.
And that knowledge was given to you immediately?
Could you please repeat?
That knowledge was given to you immediately when you were called to tend to him?
Yes.
Were you called to attend to any other victims of the incident? Or just the three?
Jackson Sparks, Virginia Sorensen, and Leanna Owens.
You didn't tend to anyone else?
Objection has to be answered.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shield. You may step down. May I have the exhibits, please? Thank you.
Your
Save a
Honor,
call. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, may I have a few moments?
We can take a short break. I'll excuse the jury. We all can take about a 10-minute break. All rise for the jury, please. All right, it's 2:13. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:23. Thank you.
To the victims.
All right, it's 2:13. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:23. Thank you.
To address that. I'm scheduled to present the district attorney's budget.
We'll have the jury. We'll have the jury. Oh, one other thing.
I just had a question as to timing, as to how late you wanted to go today so we can have enough witnesses here.
Sure. So I was not told of any conflict, so I would like to go between 5 and 6, depending on where we end with witnesses and where we end with direct and cross exam and when we can begin someone and how many individuals that you have. Would that work out with the individuals you have scheduled for this afternoon?
Yes, I believe so. And then tomorrow morning, I wanted to address timing for tomorrow morning as well, but we could do it later if you're anxious to get the jury in here, Your Honor.
I'd probably be inclined to have our normal time tomorrow unless there's a request to do something different.
Yes, I'm going to request a 9 a.m. start time, Your Honor. I have a court appearance in Branch 10 that was put on in a kind of an emergency because there's a speedy trial demand that was made with an in-custody defendant. So we had been starting at 8:30. I agreed with Branch 10. I could be there at 8:15 to address that. I'm scheduled to present the district attorney's budget to the county board tomorrow morning at 8:30. So if the court would be willing to start court at 9 a.m. tomorrow, then we'd be ready to go.
I don't have an issue with that. We can either cut into the lunch hour if we need be, go a little bit later. We have ample time from my perspective set aside for this entire case, even if the state believes they're a little bit behind.
And to that extent, Your Honor, we feel like we're making, catching up a little bit here today. So.
Mr. Brooks, any statement or comment based on the requests that have just been made?
No comment. Just briefly touch on the subject matter jurisdiction again. For the record.
The court will not be addressing that. Please bring out the jury. Don't move that. I gotta do that. I have the housekeeping minutes later. I'll make a note. I will make a note myself.
All rise.
Can you grab for me if he's right there? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, then the state may call its next witness.
Call Dr. Linda Bidzricki.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Bidzricki. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Linda, Lynda, Biedzricki, Biedrzycki.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Dr. Biedzricki, how are you employed?
I'm the medical examiner for Waukesha County.
How long have you been the medical examiner for Waukesha County?
About 25 years.
And can you briefly describe for the jury your education and training that you obtained prior to becoming the medical examiner?
Yes. I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I did an internship in internal medicine. Then I did general pathology training, which is anatomic study of tissues, and clinical, which is laboratory medicine. 4 years of that at several different places, including the Medical College of Wisconsin, University of California, and William Beaumont Hospital. I did a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is the study of trauma and legal medicine in Detroit at Wayne County. And I did a year of cardiac pathology at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
Thank you. Directing your attention to November 22nd, 2021. Did you perform an autopsy on a Tamara Durand?
I did.
And did you prepare, as a result of the autopsy that you performed, an autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Did you also prepare a diagram for court in order to summarize your findings from your autopsy protocol?
I did.
Okay. In front of you, you should have State's Exhibit number 59, which is the autopsy protocol for Tamara Durand.
Yes.
Did you see that? Okay, and then I'm going to show in front of you Exhibit 166. It will be on the screen in front of you shortly. Ma'am, in looking at the screen in front of you, is that your diagram that you prepared for testimony today, which shows your summary of the autopsy protocol, the injuries to Ms. Durand?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury, well, first of all, when did you perform the autopsy on Ms. Durand?
On November 23rd.
And were you aware that this was as a result of an incident that occurred in downtown Waukesha on November 21st, 2021?
Absolutely.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Did you go to the scene on November 21st, 2021?
I was there.
Okay. What were...
She had two groups of injuries, I like to say. One is from the impact of the car with the body, and these injuries include the marks on her hips that you can see on the posterior.
And I'm just going to ask the court, I apologize, permission to admit Exhibit 166 and 59 into evidence, and permission to publish 166.
Objection.
The objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibits 59 and 166 are both received. Permission to publish 166 is granted.
I apologize. If you can start over with that testimony, they didn't have the diagram in front of them.
There are two groups of injuries, which is typical in a pedestrian injury. One is from the impact of the car with the body, and the external evidence of that are the marks on the back of her hips, which I indicated their heights between 34 and 38 inches, the abrasions and bruises, the red and blue marks. And those points of contact resulted in fractures of the pelvis on the right, which is indicated with green or dark lines across the pelvis on the skeleton picture. So the car struck her hip, broke her pelvis. The other injuries that are characteristic of pedestrian injuries are the small abrasions on her toes on the right. You see little red marks on the toes. She did not have the shoe on the right foot. The impact of the car with the body pulls the foot out of the shoe. This is very characteristic of a pedestrian injury because of the force and velocity of that impact. The second group of injuries is when the person strikes the ground after that impact, and that's reflected by the laceration or red mark on the back of her head, and then reflected by a line on the skeleton diagram across the skull, which is a fracture from ear to ear at the base of the skull, and two fractures in the occipital area or back of the head, which you see in the posterior skeleton, which extend basically to the base of the spinal cord. Internally, corresponding to that impact with the ground, there was subarachnoid hemorrhage or hemorrhage covering the brain, and also a tear at the level of the brainstem from that impact. Also, from the ground contact are multiple rib fractures. On the left, they were the upper ribs. There's little marks near the scapula on the left, and mid-ribs on the right. You can see the little marks there. And as a result of the impact that caused the fractures, there were also contusions of the lung bilaterally on the inside, and hemorrhage we call retroperitoneal hemorrhage, which is the area around the kidney on the right side. So the two groups of blunt trauma.
And ma'am, I'm going to give you a pointer. I think it's hard maybe for the jury. I'm having a hard time seeing some of the dots
Okay.
on the skeletal diagram.
Objection. Relevancy is
Overruled.
grounds for the overrule.
Relevant.
Again, if you can just briefly describe what you just testified to, or briefly point to what you testified to.
Objection. Action answer.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Okay. So the first type of injury from the car, the skeletal, the fractures of the pelvis here, and the external marks here at the heights that I've indicated from the hood of the vehicle. The toes are seen at this time. If you could bring them up right here. On the top of the toes, when they're lifted out of the shoe, there's often scraping, and that's what you'll see. Then the second group of injuries from the contact with the ground, if you can go down now, is a laceration to the back of the head from contact with the ground, a fracture across the base of the skull, ear to ear, fractures to the back of the head on the right and the left, and internally subarachnoid hemorrhage and the brainstem tear. In the chest, fractures here, ribs 3 and 4, and 5 and 6 on this side, with also contusions to the lungs, pulmonary contusions bilaterally, and retroperitoneal hemorrhage, or hemorrhage in the soft tissue around the kidney area. And just because it's flipped, this kidney area, the right kidney, is in this area of the skeleton, right above the areas of the fractures of the pelvis.
You have measurements on the third diagram from the left-hand side. What is the significance of those measurements? You had talked about the height of the car. Did you see the suspect vehicle, or did you go to look at the suspect vehicle in this case?
Yes, I did.
Overruled. She may answer. Go ahead.
I did. On November 23rd, I went to Fleet in the county complex where the car was being held, and I examined the car looking for points of contact between the car and the pedestrians, and I also looked at the configuration of the vehicle, like the height of the hood, what the wheels look like, what the tires look like, where the bumper was, where the damage was, and took multiple pictures.
And with the observations that you made on the third diagram from the left and those measurements, that would be consistent with the measurements taken of the hood height of the suspect vehicle?
Yes, it's typical of the more SUV type of configuration of a car. I mean, a very low sports car would have the hood would be low and the bumper, and if a bumper protrudes, then the bumper might be the leading edge. But SUVs have kind of a flat front and a higher hood. The hood that I measured and the vehicle was damaged was 42 centimeters, but that's only at one point because the configuration of the hood had different shapes as the metal was curved over the wheel well and so forth. So these measurements, 38 and a half, 37, 32 and a half, are pretty good for the height of a SUV type vehicle at the point of contact at the pelvis.
Thank you. You have a seat. Ma'am, can you describe to the jury the fatal injuries that were suffered by Ms. Durand?
The head injuries, the brainstem injury was quite severe. That would alone be fatal. The pulmonary injuries and the rib fractures could also alone be fatal, causing respiratory compromise. And the pelvic injuries could alone be fatal, causing hemorrhage. So she died of multiple blunt trauma, but each area of injury was quite severe in and of itself.
Would that be consistent with her being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Absolutely.
It's overruled. She may answer.
It's typical of a pedestrian injury. It's typical of an injury with the SUV configuration, and the speed would be at least considerable because of the momentum which resulted in these severe injuries.
When you say the speed would need to be considerable, what does that mean?
I will explain. Injuries are proportional to the energy delivered, kinetic energy. Kinetic energy, the formula, is 1/2 times mass. Mass would be the 3,300 pounds times velocity squared. So velocity is like really critical. So if you look at severity of injuries and speed of the vehicle on a graph, the graph doesn't go like this. It's not when speed increases, injuries increase that way. Injuries increase like this because velocity is such an important part of the equation.
Thank you. Moving next to the autopsy that you performed on Jane Kulik, I would direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 61.
StreamYard muted me. Stupid StreamYard. That was not the mic that time. That was StreamYard. Okay. In my career, as well as what I've observed on YouTube these past couple of years I've been doing this, people with intellectual disabilities will try to mask it by copying what they've seen other people do. And I think that's what he's doing. I guess so. I guess so. So I think some of this stuff is him mimicking what he's seen lawyers and stuff do. I don't think that he's catching on emotionally. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think the awareness of what he's doing, yes. The emotional awareness, I do not think he has any emotional awareness at all. I think he's just copying what he's seen other lawyers do to make it seem like he knows what he's doing when he doesn't. That's what I think's going on. Because you remember, was it yesterday when we were watching? He finally figured out one of the objections, what it really meant. Which one was that? I forgot which one it was now. But then after, yeah. Now, I don't want to talk bad about my husband, bless his heart. He had a very, very rough childhood, and it kind of screwed him up in the head a little bit. And he's functionally illiterate. Like, was it? No, I don't think it was relevance. I think it was something else. It might have been relevance. It was one of them. He finally figured it out, and then he kept making that objection over and over because he kept getting it sustained. No, it was leading. It was leading. Yeah, he still doesn't understand hearsay, but he got leading yesterday. And because he kept getting it sustained, he kept using it because he's like, oh, I figured one out, you know? And he was like also proud of himself. And so he kept using it. So that's what he's doing. I don't think he understands near as much as he's trying to pretend that he does. But Travis is functionally illiterate. I could go on. You guys know some of the basics I've told you, but his dad, he's screwed up in the head because of his dad, and he never really learned to read well. Now, he can read basic things enough to get by in life, But I did not know this when we were dating because he masked it so well. I had no idea. And the way I found out, I think we were in Cracker Barrel when we were dating. And then I went and I bought in the store, in the old country store, there was this little magnet that was like, how much I love you. I'm so glad that I found you. You're my perfect person, whatever. And I bought it for him. And like, he was like, oh, that's nice. Thank you. Like, he didn't even read it. Like, and that is when I realized he can read the words, but he has no reading comprehension at all. And I was like, oh, because we were already engaged at this point and I had no idea because he had masked it so well. So, that's what I think he's doing. Well, yeah, this is true too. But yeah, I think it's like monkey see, monkey do. That's what he's doing. He's copying. I don't think he has emotions. And all the crying that he does later in the trial, I think that's tears for himself. I think he just feels sorry for himself. I think that's his emotional range is just for him and no one else. He has no empathy for anybody or anything he did. Because if he did, he would have taken a plea and not be questioning these poor people that were his victims. It's disgusting.
Yes.
And also I'm going to project in front of you State's Exhibit 167, which is the diagram, I believe, that you created for to assist in the testimony today.
Yes.
Let me know when you see that diagram.
I see it.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the findings that you made in your autopsy protocol?
Yes.
I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 61 and admit and publish 167.
Where's 61? Objection, where's 61?
You should have that. It's not been on the screen. It was provided to you previously.
That'd be the autopsy protocol for Jane Kulik.
All right, Exhibit 61 is received. Exhibit 167 is received, and permission to publish is granted.
Now, ma'am, directing your attention to November 23rd of last year, did you perform an autopsy on Jane Kulik?
I did.
And can you describe your findings during that autopsy? And if you can use Exhibit 167 as well as the pointer and the screen to your right.
Okay. So Ms. Kulik had 3 types of injuries. She had the first kind we discussed, being struck by the vehicle. We have an impact to the left hip here at 39.5 inches, and we have pelvic fractures on the left here. We have injuries to the tops of the toes. Now, she had no shoes when I saw her, but the sock on the left foot was torn right in the area of the toes. Also, there's an abrasion to the top of the foot. That would be considered with being taken out of her shoe. So that's from the car impact. Then second, we have injuries from hitting the ground. We have a laceration to the back of the head. And we have some abrasions on the left side of the face and the nose area. The third type of injury she has is being run over by a tire. So we have a squared off abrasion across the upper abdomen, lower rib area that was sharply demarcated as I drew there. So it's not as if the abrasion blended into the skin, like if you do a sliding motion, but it was quite sharply demarcated. And associated with this injury, her liver was like lacerated, multiple tears in the liver. Bleeding from that liver injury. She had multiple fractures on the right side of her chest. Anteriorly, she also had lower rib fractures posteriorly here. So the pressure of the...
Somebody asked me yesterday how I would defend him, and I was like, I wouldn't. But that could be a defense. If he had left his lawyers and let them defend him, that could, a fugue, some kind of a fugue but I don't know how they would justify it unless he had some type of, I don't know. I mean, okay, so he's been diagnosed with bipolar. Does bipolar have that as a symptom? I don't know. Not that I know of. I mean, if you have psychotic features with bipolar, it could, I suppose. Because depression, if you can have depression with psychotic features. So that's not a symptom of bipolar? But can't you have bipolar with psychotic features? Or bipolar with psychosis? So can't you have a psychotic fugue? I don't know. I hate it. That was my least favorite part of nursing school, was the psych. Because it freaked me out. Because I was in a locked unit and told not to get between the patient and the door to his room. And I just freaked out about that. So I don't know, psych. Don't ask me psych questions because I don't know. But I think that would have been, you guys are going to hate me when I say this, but that could have been a good defense. Not that it would have got him out of it, but that could have been a good defense if he had a lawyer. Like I said, I don't think it would have worked, but it could have been a good defense.
Tire compressed the liver, and it also compressed the part of the chest. The diaphragm on the right was also torn. There's also looked like a tire mark on the lower part of her left leg. There were no fractures under that site. So she had impact from the vehicle, impact to the ground, and then crushing from the tire.
What did you determine the cause of death to be for Ms. Kulik?
Multiple blood trauma.
And the fatal injuries, can you describe those for the jury?
Her injuries from being run over were probably the most severe, with the multiple rib fractures and the crushing of the liver. Also severe, however, was the pelvic.
You're bipolar, I'm unipolar. We're the same. You're just one extra than me.
Fractures, pelvic fractures, I didn't maybe explain, cause a lot of bleeding because your aorta divides in the pelvis into your iliac artery, so it's a very big blood vessel, and also your inferior vena cava is there. So if you damage any blood vessels in the area of the pelvis, you're damaging pretty large caliber vessels and you can lose a lot of blood. So, and also there's bone marrow in the pelvis. So pelvic injuries, especially when they're fragmented, as it was in her case, can be very, very serious. So I would say those were the two, and then the rib fractures, and they didn't mention, she also has pulmonary contusions on the right and hemorrhage in the retroperitoneum on the right. So those injuries, the chest injuries, the pelvic injuries, and the abdominal injuries, each were very serious and could have been fatal individually.
And is that consistent with Ms. Kulik being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Yes.
Overruled. Her answer was stand.
None of this
Yes.
say Darrell. She did all
Finally, ma'am, I'm going to direct you to the autopsy protocol for Wilhelm Hospital, which is Exhibit 60. That should be in front of you.
Yes.
I'm also, did you prepare a diagram documenting your findings through the autopsy protocol?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168.
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 60, which is the autopsy protocol, as well as the diagram contained in Exhibit 162. Or 168, I'm sorry. And permission to publish 168.
Objection.
Noted, it's overruled. Exhibits 60 and 168 are both received. Permission to publish. Exhibit 168 is granted.
What was the first one?
60s.
And ma'am, did you perform an autopsy on Wilhelm Hospital on November 22nd, 2021?
I did.
And can you explain for the jury your findings that are contained on Exhibit 168?
Yes. Mr. Hospital had similar types of injuries from the impact of the car. He had a very rectangular shaped bruise, 42 inches above the heel to the back of the left hip. And he also had a bruise above, right around the back of the knee, slightly above and slightly below, but extending between 16.5 and 24 inches above the knee. This hip bruise corresponds to the fractures of the left side of the pelvis, right here. He also had foot injuries. Instead of the toes, he had marks to the back of both heels, and that could be because of the type of footwear. Again, he did not, I saw Mr. Hospital without clothing, so I did not see the shoes. They were taken off at the hospital because he had surgery, but he did have injuries that we often see in pedestrians as well, whether the shoes were taken off or just the friction from being struck. Then he had the injuries from hitting the ground, which were lacerations and abrasions to the head on the right side and on the back. And the result of that was a fracture on the right side of the head. But this is kind of also interesting and shows how this injury occurred. The fracture's on the right side of the head, but the bruise to the brain and small subdural is on the left side of the head. That's called contre-coup. And that type of injury occurs in a moving head injury. So his head was moving, hit the ground on the right, caused the bruise on the left because of the rebound of the brain striking the skull. So he had injuries from being struck by the car and injuries from hitting the ground.
Now you testified, first of all, about the injuries to the back, the second diagram from the left, and the height of those injuries. Are there any relevance of the height of those injuries as well as the measurements that you took of the suspect vehicle, which was a red Ford SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
When I measured the side of the hood, I got 42 inches. There's a picture with a tape measure showing that. So that corresponds well to the height of this particular pattern injury. And the height of the top of the bumper, because now the bumper is not a shiny chrome protruding bumper, but it's kind of a flat bumper that's painted the same color as the vehicle, so it's rather broad, is about 26 inches, which would correspond to a strike to the back of the left leg there.
Thank you. And you had testified that unlike the other two people that you had performed autopsies on, were those people brought to the medical examiner's office from the crime scene being Main Street?
Objection. Leave it with it.
Mr.
Hold
Rand,
on, overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry. Mr. Rand was brought from the scene, and I saw her at the scene before I did the autopsy. Ms. Kulik was brought from Waukesha Memorial Hospital, where she was pronounced. And Mr. Hospital was brought later because he was treated at the hospital.
And can you describe, or did you determine the cause of death to be for Mr. Hospital?
Multiple blunt force trauma.
And the fatal injuries for Mr. Hospital, can you describe those for the jury?
Objection. Answer.
Overruled. She may answer.
Okay. Mr. Hospital's most severe injuries were related to his pelvic injuries, which he lost a lot of blood. They required to put a coil to try to obstruct the bleeding vessel to stop it from bleeding. It was not accessible surgically. They had to put like a coil through the vasculature. But also the impact here caused an injury to the thoracic duct, which carries your lymph fluid. And as a result of that injury, he also had an accumulation of fluid in both chest cavities of the lymph fluid that occurred during the hospital course, which impaired his respiratory status. So it's an indirect cause of the injury, the accumulation of the fluid, but they both were related to the impact of the vehicle. His head injuries, it's harder to assess because he died. He did present with a change in consciousness, So it's possible those head injuries would have also have been independently fatal.
And would those fatal injuries and the injuries that you've described, would those be consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further, thank you.
Any questions for this witness?
I do. Your primary field is in the medical field. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Any reason why you would be inspecting a car if that's not a medical professional thing?
The examination of anything that's related to injuries in the people that I later examine is relevant in my specialty of forensic pathology.
So examining the vehicle would be important to your medical assessments in what way?
Because the injuries that people sustain, whether it's a vehicle in this case or anything else, it's important to correspond the nature of the implement being the car. So it's possible I would be shown a car that would be not consistent with the injuries.
So it would be fair to say you've done numerous autopsies in your time as a medical professional. Would that be fair to say?
That's true.
And as you just said, examining the vehicle would be essential to your medical expertise. Is that fair to say?
Examining the vehicle is important to interpret the injuries. I'm not sure that, I don't know if that's the answer to your question.
So if you were doing an injury assessment based on if the injury was caused by a different kind of instrument, would the same apply to having to view that?
Yes, if in cases of gunshot wounds, I ask to see the gun. In cases of stabbings or blunt trauma, I ask to see the weapons that they think were used so I can determine if they are consistent or not consistent. I can't make matches, like precise matches, but I can say it looks like a baseball bat or it looks like a pair of scissors, that kind of thing.
It would be fair to say if in a case of a gunshot wound, as you brought up, it wouldn't be, let me back up. Would you say it would be hard to assess the gun, being that it wouldn't be the actual gun, but the bullets that caused the injury?
Well, actually, I don't examine the bullets, but I would examine the gun, especially, for example, if it's a contact wound. So if the muzzle of the gun touches the skin, then the muzzle could leave a mark. So then I could say the muzzle of the gun shown to me might match the mark.
And that if it was something similar to that, the muzzle type thing, the mark would be from the heat. Would that be fair to say?
No, not actually. It's actually from the contact of the metal. So it's more of an abrasion than a burn.
So in a case like in a case like that, what would be the significance of the actual inspection of the gun?
I'm going to object to this question. I think it's a little bit afield of where we're at.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer. She brought it up as an example. I'll allow a little bit of leeway, but go ahead.
Could you repeat your question?
What would be the significance in a case like that, as you stated? You view all types of instruments, gunshot wounds, and things of that nature. What would be the significance of inspecting the actual gun in terms of the injury?
Well, I may be able to say that the mark on the skin, for example, is consistent with the outline of the muzzle of that particular weapon, looking at the dimensions and shape.
So what if it was used from a distance? Then what would be the essential reason to inspect the gun?
Depending on the distance, sometimes the pattern of stippling, like for example, if there's a flash suppression or something used, that can play a role. If it's very far away, then the actual characteristics of the weapon are more general. In other words,
Sensible questions, even though
the size of the
irrelevant.
hole,
That's
for
why she's letting
example,
him have
or
this.
might reflect both the size of the caliber of the gun or the velocity. So it
In my
depends on, distance does play a role on what I would be evaluating.
Do you know if at the time you did the autopsies, if any of the victims you performed the autopsy on had any underlying illnesses at that time, any cancers or anything like that that may have been going on at the time that you did the autopsy?
Yes, I would make observations of any natural disease processes that I saw at the time of autopsy.
Did you observe any?
Yes.
Do you recall from who that was?
Well, Mr. Hospital, he was an older gentleman. He had some heart disease, as I recall, a pacemaker, some coronary artery disease. Ms. Kulik, as I recall, had a large fibroid. That's what I remember. I could look and clarify my memory further, but those are examples.
Can you explain to the jury what is a large thyroid? Is that the word you, thyroid?
Fibroid.
I'm sorry.
Yes. It's
fibroid.
a benign uterine tumor.
Is that a form of cancer?
No.
No.
Benign means no cancer. It's turned into science
And
class.
you said the older gentleman had some fluid buildup in the chest. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misquote you. Some type of fluid around the chest area.
Correct.
And from your recollection, that wasn't caused by the vehicle?
That was. He entered the hospital actually with no evidence of that fluid, but it's lymphatic fluid from the thoracic duct, from a thoracic duct injury. So over the time he was treated, especially with the fluid resuscitation, because of the blood loss, the fluid collected in the hospital as a rupture of that thoracic duct injury and was in the pleural space surrounding the lungs.
So that it would be fair to say that came about once he was already at the hospital.
That's true.
As a result of the car hitting him.
And you said he had a pacemaker. Would that have any effect whatsoever on what might have been going on in his chest at the time?
No, and because he was in the hospital, the function of that pacemaker was well documented while he was being monitored.
Was it pretty active, still working properly at that time?
It was.
That's exactly what he's saying, Jill.
Even with the loss of blood, as you say, he had a loss of blood. Even then, was it still working pretty good?
Yes, the loss of blood had no effect on the electrical function of the pacemaker.
Yep, that's exactly where he's going with this. Exactly where he's going. I didn't kill him, they were already dying.
And were you at the parade at the time of the incident?
No, I was called after.
So at the time you were called, did you know any information about the incident?
Yes, because I was called in my function as a medical examiner, I was informed about the death of numerous people, injuries of more, and that this was a result of a car going through the parade.
Yeah, we're all dying.
Do you recall if it was referred to as a car or a SUV?
I'm sure I was told it was an SUV because the vehicle in question was in custody at the time.
And you were already privy to that information before you arrived at the scene?
Either before or at the scene.
Do you recall whom informed you of that?
It could either have been my staff, who were the first people notified, so they would have reported to me what they were told, or it could have been detectives at the scene who I also interacted with.
So it would be fair to say you don't really recall?
Not specifically.
And you said you observed damage to the vehicle when you were able to view it?
Yes.
Would you say it was extensive damage, or did you really look at one specific area? Or let me rephrase that: were you really focused on one certain area of the vehicle when you viewed it?
Well, when I was examining the car, actually the crime lab was there. So we looked at the entire circumference of the vehicle, and the vehicle was also on a lift, and we looked under the vehicle because we were questioning whether there was clothing perhaps or other physical evidence that would be important to document. So I would say that I looked at the car quite comprehensively, although it was not my job to document damage to the vehicle per se, other than what related to my autopsy interest.
And that would be specifically looking at the hood of the vehicle to determine how it fit with your medical expertise?
Well, I paid attention to the front end of the vehicle, which is the part that typically is involved in pedestrian strikes. And those are the parts that I paid more attention to in terms of measurement than, say, I don't know, but it would be wherever the damage is, because now I'm thinking in some pedestrian strikes, there are cracks to the windshield or injuries to the side mirrors and so forth. So I paid attention wherever I thought the damage would be that would be relevant to my cases. But I did take measurements of the front end.
With your expertise, would you determine that all of the damage that you observed would be caused strictly from hitting one thing or numerous?
I can say that there were multiple areas of the car that had damage, so it would seem unlikely to be from one impact, because in my experience, it's, you could have a frontal impact, you can have a side impact, you can be rear-ended, but there were dents, if you will, in multiple areas of the car.
So from your expertise, that could have came from a number of different things.
That's true.
You made a brief observation about speed and velocity. Do you have any expertise in that area?
Only to the extent that I understand how injuries occur, and in terms of the transfer of kinetic energy, because all injuries I see in the body have to do with that kind of transfer.
Would it be fair to say that everybody is different, though?
Everybody is different.
So with May, I guess I would phrase the question by saying, something that may seriously injure someone else probably wouldn't seriously injure another person. based on your expertise?
Generally, things of a serious nature don't become not serious. I would say that different people might have this, there are differences in people and how injuries how different events might injure them. But I wouldn't say that something that's serious in one individual would be minimal in another. Even though there might be a range, it's not going to be okay for one person, but maybe deadly for another. That is not typically how it is.
But it can vary.
It can vary.
Do you recall how many people you were called to attend to the night of the incident?
How many people I was called to attend to?
Yes.
There were 3 victims on the road. Those are the ones that I saw that night.
Did you see anyone else besides those 3?
I later saw Ms. Kulik, who came from the hospital. Those were the people I examined that evening.
So it was just the 3?
The 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4.
Yes,
And no one besides those 4?
correct.
Do you recall being notified possibly to testify in this matter?
Yes.
Do you know about when?
I knew always that this case would end up in trial. I mean, but I don't remember when I actually had a date and time for appearance.
And how would you know exactly that the case would end up in trial? And I say that because many factors could play out along, many different things happen over time.
She's a
You're right,
medical
that was
examiner,
probably a
stupid.
misstatement on my part. I thought it might go to trial, given the nature of the case, but I did not know for sure.
That makes sense, definitely.
Can't comment, jackass.
So you had an idea that you might be testifying.
That's true.
Tell him it's part of
And
your
when did you
job.
know for sure that you would be testifying?
Because he's stupid
Um,
and doesn't know that.
But you really only know for sure when you're called to court. You get a subpoena and things can still change. So I guess that's the best answer I can give you.
Do you recall when you were subpoenaed?
No,
Was it fairly recent to now, or was it some time ago, a few months?
probably not months, but I don't remember.
Do you recall whom you were subpoenaed by?
The district attorney.
Would that be referring to one of the district attorneys here today?
Sue Opper.
Here we go.
Do you recall what time you arrived on the scene after the incident that night?
It was about 10 to 8.
Thought we were going to get at questions about the plaintiff.
And do you recall what time you finally left the scene?
No, I don't recall exactly.
Why does that matter, Darrell?
Would it be fair to say you were there for quite some time?
Probably around an hour or so, and then we continued our work at the medical examiner's office for a couple more hours.
And after you were subpoenaed, did you were you in contact with Attorney Opera after that?
Yes.
I hope so. With her at least, but it comes up again later.
Did Attorney Opera ever state that she was the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
You may ask your next question.
Were you ever made aware of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained. You do not have to answer that. Please ask your next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor, before I continue.
Ask your next question.
You know the grounds, stupid. You know you're not.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question.
She didn't sustain.
No reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question.
Do you know of any claims filed in this matter by you or anyone else?
What are claims?
Any reports filed? Any
No, stupid. She's the medical examiner. She filed a death certificate. Of
any
the people
filings
you
made
killed.
on your behalf or anyone you know?
I'm actually not sure I understand that.
I would object to it, it's vague.
Grounds.
Sustained. Sustained is the form of the question.
Did you make any claim of being an injured party in this matter?
No.
Do you know of anybody that has?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Relevance. Speculation. Vague.
Anything else she can think of.
Have you had any opportunity to view a complaint in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form.
Have you ever seen a complaint in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form.
Have you ever at any time had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Vague. Relevance.
To annoy you.
I would object to that sustain. You said vague and relevance, relevant to the
Sustained.
case.
Next question, sir.
It's relevant, Your Honor.
Your
Jury deserves to know.
objection is overruled.
I respect that. Jury deserves to know, though.
Jury will disregard the last statement made by Mr. Brooks. It's not his time to testify. Comments made by the parties or attorneys are not evidence.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Same as before.
So that would be relevancy and vagueness.
Ask your next question.
Was today your first time ever seeing those exhibits that were shown?
No.
You've seen those before, those videos?
Videos?
Yeah, the exhibits that were shown,
Diagrams?
yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know that's how you identify them.
Oh, well, I drew them.
Oh, those exact ones?
Yes.
Oh, so, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I apologize for that question.
Pay attention, Darrell.
And so I'm assuming at some point you turned those over to the district attorney. Would that be fair to say?
Today.
Oh, today. Any reason why you didn't previously turn those over before you actually were called to test, or before you knew that you would be testifying today?
I decided to prepare them for the purpose of testimony. They didn't exist before today.
That's interesting. So this was really like a 11th hour bottom of the night thing for you to get them prepared and be ready to go today then. Would that be fair to say?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's true, I did finish preparing them today, but I was, what shall I say? I was detailing them and wanted them to be as good as possible.
So how long did it take for you to detail them?
I guess I have to explain that there are no pre-existing diagrams of front and back skeleton and body diagrams in my office's collection of diagrams. So I spent time finding the proper diagrams, scaling them, composing them, and putting them in a format that I thought would be the best to illustrate the points I wanted to make. So I created the basic diagram, and then I decided on how to describe the injuries, and I, did one version, then I did another version. I wanted it to be very good, and so that's why I can say it didn't exist in the form you saw today until today, because that's what I was doing.
So would it be fair to say that you have been working at this for some time then, to get it the way you...
A few days.
Did you anticipate that you would be using those diagrams?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that some type of conversation had to be had in order for you to work that hard on those diagrams. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
That's what she does.
And you had that conversation with Attorney Opper?
Yes.
To your knowledge, why would you, not why, take that back. To your knowledge, what would be the reason why you weren't already asked to develop those diagrams? Meaning, why weren't you asked this months ago in advance?
I don't think that anybody thinks about what exhibits might be used in a trial until the trial approaches, would be my answer.
But it would be fair to say that you just testified that you didn't know for sure if there would be a trial.
Correct.
It was an assumption.
Correct.
Had you ever created any diagrams like that before this incident?
I'm sorry. For these cases?
Or at any time before this particular case?
Are you still you're not referring to these particular cases?
These particular, the way that you did these, had you ever done this before this incident?
I've used diagrams in many, many trials. I just didn't have a diagram that displayed the body and the skeleton in this manner. I had no pre-existing form, but I use diagrams all the time.
Stand
So for this particular case, you decided to go a little bit extra. Would that be fair to say? Grounds.
To the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say then that for this particular case, you decided that you would want a diagram that was a little bit more defined?
What I decided was we had three decedents, and I thought it would be easiest for the jury to understand the complexity of the injuries when talking about three people sequentially if I could compress the information. Otherwise, a typical autopsy might have a skull diagram and then another page a body diagram and then another page a skeleton. You know, it would be multiple pages. And I thought that would be very difficult when we're talking about three different people.
So had you thought of that before in any other cases that you've done before this one?
I don't remember testifying about three pedestrians in trial in one sitting ever before.
No. I wasn't asking if you've testified at a trial before. I was asking based on the explanation that you just gave about making it easier to read the diagrams. Had you ever thought of that before this particular case?
Yes, it's not unusual for me to create my own diagrams specific to a case.
What I meant by that question was the way that you designed these particular diagrams. Had you thought of doing it this way before this particular incident?
Objections or relevance?
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustained, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Do you recall when you completed all your medical work for this particular case?
The autopsy report was signed in February of 2022. So my medical work, my conclusions were concluded at that time.
So about 8 months. At the time that you concluded your reports, were you already thinking about forming the diagrams for the injuries?
No.
So that kind of came about during the process of possibly knowing that you might testify.
The diagrams were created as court exhibits.
Today?
Completed today.
I have filled many of those diagrams out in my career. They're standard medical form.
Do you recall at what time they were completed today? Was it morning or shortly before you came in, or
Objections or relevance?
grounds?
Overruled. You may answer.
I think I actually completed them last night, but we got the copies made this morning, and they were not given to Ms. Opper until today. So I think they actually were completed in terms of my sketching last night, but they were not, I had to get color copies made and they had to be submitted. So I would say, I thought of them as being done this morning, but I was working on them last night.
No further questions.
Briefly. Ma'am, to follow up on these diagrams that have been presented in court today, are all the findings that are contained in those diagrams from the autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
And ma'am, could you have brought in a it's Halloween, so we see them all over the place, but could you have brought in a skeleton and described the same injuries?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. It's
Objection.
redirect.
Hearsay.
It's not hearsay. She may answer.
I could show you the broken bones on the skeleton. I couldn't show you the injuries to the soft tissues or the organs on the skeleton.
And if you had in a doll or a mannequin, that would be something that you could show the jury, just like you did in these diagrams, where the injuries, the external injuries were. Would that be a correct statement?
Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
That's true.
So is there anything on these diagrams that were not contained within the autopsy protocol that were turned over to the state months ago?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
No, there's nothing on the diagrams that was not, that isn't listed in the autopsy reports.
In fact, if I had a blank diagram in reviewing the autopsy protocol today, if I put a blank diagram in front of you, could you have made these same markings right here? And it would have just taken time, obviously, but could you have done it right now?
Objection. Lead the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I could.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk briefly about Jane Kulik's autopsy. You had stated that you had discovered a benign uterine fibroid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that in any way, was that a factor in her death?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
No.
And with regard to Wilhelm Hospital, was the presence of a pacemaker in any way related to his death?
Objection. I asked that in my cross and she answered.
Overruled. It's redirect. It's proper. The state may ask it. You may answer.
No.
The coronary disease that you testified to on cross-examination, did that play a factor in his death?
Objection. Same reason.
Overruled.
Already
You may answer.
No.
The thoracic fluid found in Mr. Hospital's lungs that you said did play a factor in his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
What caused that fluid buildup around his lungs?
Objection. Answered already.
Overruled. You may answer.
It was an injury to the thoracic duct that was caused by the impact of the vehicle to his body.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. My jurors are okay. I just thought we'd stand for a bit, but then keep going with testimony. So everyone may stand. Do a little stretch break. We haven't done one of those in a while. It's a good thing the camera can't capture you. Stand for a bit. This chair hurts if you want. The non-chair. When you're ready, have a seat. All right, the state may call its next witness.
The state call Father Matthew Witter.
Sir, if you would please make your way to my witness stand, which is all the way up here, upper riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will have you do is state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Matthew Witter, Matthew, and then last name Witter, Widd as in dog, ER.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm the pastor of the Catholic Community of Waukesha for four Catholic churches in the city of Waukesha.
And what are those Catholic churches?
So St. William, St. Joseph, St. Mary, and St. John Newman. We're also associated with Waukesha Catholic, the school.
Okay, thank you. And when you say the Catholic Community of Waukesha, 4 parishes, and you're the pastor at all 4?
Exactly, yep. There's 4 of us priests. I'm the pastor. There's 2 other priests and a team, that kind of works together.
So you actually do sermons or services at each of the 4 churches?
Yep, exactly. So the 4 of us priests kind of go around and exactly wherever we're called to be. We're kind of on a bit of a rotation, but we're at all those 4 churches.
Okay. Directing your attention to November 21st of last year, were you at the City of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Exactly. I was the Catholic Community of Waukesha Catholic. We're walking in the parade.
Okay. And when you say, were there just one group of people, or when you said the school and the church?
Yeah, we were one group.
Okay.
One group.
Did you have a float or anything?
We did not have a float. There was a banner, and the banner was kind of being carried at different times by a different amount of people, but otherwise we were walking different proximity to the front and back. We were spread out a little bit.
Approximately how many people were in that group that day?
Probably between 40 and 50.
Was there any type of formation?
There wasn't like I think at different times we were probably closer together, at different times we were more spread out. As the parades went on, I think, some people walk faster, some slower.
And no uniform, or did everyone wear the same type of shirt or sweatshirt?
We didn't have, no, it was somewhat cold, so we had different, kind of, trying to stay generally speaking warm. We had some little, very small kind of lights that we're kind of carrying, very small, just kind of that sense of, not everyone had them, I didn't have one, but that sense of kind of bringing the light of Christ into Christmas.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a variety of exhibits. First, I'm going to publish them or put them on the screen in front of you, and I'll direct your attention there. I'll ask you some questions about them, okay? So first thing, I'm going to start with Exhibit 129. And let me know when you see that exhibit in front of you.
Okay, yep, I see it.
Okay. And have you seen that picture before?
Yep, I have.
And do you know who that was taken by?
I believe it was taken by Jason Petloff. He's at least the person that I saw the picture from, so it was probably circulated, but yeah.
Okay. Do you know when it was taken?
It was taken before the parade started with some of the group.
Okay. So this wasn't all the people in your group?
Not everyone, but a chunk of people.
Okay. Are you familiar with pretty much everyone within this picture?
Yep.
And there are names that are associated with certain people who we are considering injured parties in this matter. Do you see those names?
I do.
Do you see the arrows that are associated between the people and the name?
I do.
Can you briefly look at that and let me know if those names are correctly associated with the correct people?
Yeah, to the best of my ability. Juan Marquez is kind of in the back. That's a difficult one to say. It's probably him on that angle. I couldn't say like 100%, but very, very probable.
I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 129 into evidence and publish it for the jury. Would ask the court to publish.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 129 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Can you briefly kind of go over the people who are named and their relationship with the other people in this picture? For example, I see some kids with the last name Perales Alvarez.
Exactly.
Can you kind of describe what their relationship is to one another?
Exactly. Yep. So Yamilet and Ashley, and then next to them unnamed is Yashleen. They're the daughters of Maria Alvarez Dominguez, as his name. We just say Alvarez Perales, actually.
Okay.
And then Jose Perales Alvarez.
Okay.
So those are connected there.
Okay.
And then Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark are siblings. Some of their other siblings are there too.
Okay.
Gregoria Romelia, she usually goes by Romy Perez, and Camila on the far left, that's mother and daughter.
Okay.
And then Juan in the back, his son David is up front. His head is kind of ducked to the side.
Okay.
So those would be the relationship connections.
How about Adair Lopez Revelar?
Objection, leading the witness.
Adair is.
Hold on, there's been an objection. I need to rule on it. The objection's noted. It's overruled. And you may answer.
So Adair is, his mother Marisol was also in the parade. She's not in the picture though.
And how about Maria Alvarez Dominguez? I don't know if you addressed her yet.
Oh, yeah, Maria is she's the mother, and I forgot Eileen. I know I was missing someone. Eileen is on the far right. So Eileen with the A, Yamilet, Ashley are and then Yashleen, who's doesn't have a name box by her. They're the kids of Maria and Jose, who's got just barely see the red hood.
And does this accurately reflect kind of the clothing that they were wearing while they were marching in the parade on November 21st of last year?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm now going to direct you to Exhibit 128 because I thought. So can you identify the person depicted in that photograph, 128?
Yeah, so as it says, that'd be David.
Okay,
He'd be
so
one
that
of the
is correct.
younger kids.
He was kind of hidden a little bit in Exhibit 129, so I wanted to get a better picture of him. I'd ask that this be admitted into evidence. I'm sorry, was this taken on the day of the parade? Does it appear?
It would definitely appear. I'm not familiar with the picture, but it would definitely appear.
That appears to be the street that you guys
Exactly.
walked on
Yep,
and the clothing
definitely.
that he was
Objection,
wearing.
leading the witness.
Overruled. Father, do me a favor and just wait until the question is fully asked before you answer it. I know it can be very easy to anticipate, but the very nice lady in front of you is taking down a record of everything that's said, and it just makes her job a little bit more difficult if that happens. It's okay. So hopefully his answer was clear. If not, you can re-ask.
And I'm sorry that accurately reflects what you believed you would have seen on November 21st of last year.
Yes.
I would ask that Exhibit 128 be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Objection.
Exhibit 128 is received and permission to publish is granted. The objection is overruled.
Now I'm also going to then show you on the screen in front of you Exhibit 121. Let me know when that's showing in front of you.
It is.
Okay. You had indicated that in front of the group was a banner. Is this consistent with what you're seeing, or can you describe generally what you're seeing in Exhibit 121?
That would be our group, somewhat close to the beginning of the parade route. So that's the banner. That's Bob carrying it on one side, and Jason Peploff, as is noted, on the other side, where there's St. Matthias in the background. St. Joseph is kind of right in front of that, towards the beginning of the route.
Okay. And there are other names that are associated with people. There's a box with their name with a red arrow going from the person to the name. Are all of those correctly diagrammed?
Camila certainly is. Jason certainly is. Adair certainly is. Maria certainly is. Juan, I couldn't say definitively that that's him. And Jose Perales, I believe that's him, but I couldn't say definitively on that particular angle.
Okay. And with regard to Jason Peploff, specifically, since we've identified the other people in this photograph through Exhibit 129, that is Jason Peploff, and he's correctly named in this diagram?
Yeah, definitely.
Objection. Everybody was not positively identified.
I would note that the witness identified most with certainty, others without. So the jury should just keep that in mind at this point. I don't believe there's been an offer, though, or a request to receive it just yet. So I'll withhold any of that.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move Exhibit 121 into evidence, ask that it be published with the understanding that Father Witter indicated that Jose Perales Alvarez and Juan Marquez, it would be consistent, but he cannot say with 100% positivity that those are those two individuals.
It was not said with certainty whatsoever. The answer was he's not sure.
Exhibit 121 is received as noted by the state. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, again, in looking at this exhibit, which is 121, other than Jose Perales Alvarez and Juan Marquez, which you indicated you weren't positive about, the other people whose names are and arrows are on that picture, you can positively identify them?
100%.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. And again, is this consistent with a picture that was taken at the very beginning of the parade where the other picture was taken from?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are two names associated with two individuals on this picture. Can you positively identify that those individuals are the people in this picture?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yeah, William Mitchell and Yamilat Perales, that would be 100% certain.
Thank you. I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 122 into evidence and publish it for the jury.
Exhibit 122 has received permission to publish. Granted.
And again, this accurately reflects the identity of William Mitchell. If you can just circle William Mitchell in the photograph, it is a touch screen in front of you.
I should.
And Yamilat Perales Alvarez. Thank you. Moving on to Exhibit 123. Can you identify the individuals who are named in this exhibit?
Objection. The names are on there.
Question was whether he could identify the individuals who are named. So
That's a big arrow pointing to there.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may answer the question.
So each of the people, Benjamin Hallmark, that arrow is correct. Maria Perez, that is correct. That is Luke Hallmark. Marisol, that would be Marisol, and then Gregoria, I would say 100%. I would attest to that picture.
And again, does this look to be taken in the same vicinity as the other pictures I've shown to you?
It definitely, it's towards the beginning of the route. Exactly, that's probably St. Matthias right there, and St. Joseph be right in front of us.
I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 123 into evidence and to publish it for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 123 has received permission to publish is granted.
Again, sir, I'm just going to ask you to circle the people associated with the names as I call them out. Benjamin Hallmark, I think you had previously identified in Exhibit 129, but where is he in, if you can circle him. Okay. And Maria Perez.
Maria.
Luke Hallmark. Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. And Gregorio Romelia Perez, I think you said you know her as Romy.
Yeah, she also goes by Romy.
Thank you. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 124. And let me know when you see it, I'm sorry. And does this again looks like it's taken from the same angle as the prior exhibits? Do you see the name of Elliot Hallmark and Father Pat Heppy?
I do.
And are the arrows associated with the people that you know as Elliot Hallmark and Father Pat Heppy?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overrule. You may answer.
Yep, 100%.
Thank
Those would be correct.
Thank you. I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 124 and publish it for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 124 is received and permission to publish is granted.
And again, just to clarify for the jury, Elliot Hallmark, can you circle him? And Father Pat Heppy, can you circle him? Now, was he one of the other three pastors?
Exactly. Yep, Father Pat is the pastor emeritus in the Catholic community of Waukesha, so he's one of the four of us priests.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 125. Let me know when it's on your screen.
Yep.
And the final two of the people that we did not identify in that first picture, Exhibit 129, Lori Loken and Margaret Pekulis, and she goes by Peggy. Do you see them in this picture?
I do.
Are they correctly identified?
They are.
I'd ask and again, this photograph is taken at the same location as the others?
Yep.
Okay. I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 125 and allow it to be published for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 125 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. If you can circle Lori Loken and Margaret Pekulis. Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Do you recall as you were marching or walking in the parade, what group was in front of you?
The group in terms of we were.
I don't mind doing trials with kids. It's just that we did the two babies like back to back. And I didn't want to do one with the crazy lady that stabbed the toddler for no reason whatsoever. And that smug look on her face they had in all of the thumbnails for the trial. She just had that one eyebrow cocked up and she was smiling and I was like, no. You know the trial that we bailed on? She's taking the stand in her own defense today. There's not really any new ones. That one that we didn't watch where the parents killed the daughter's boyfriend, who was an adult daughter, I believe. He's going to get another trial because that was a hung jury. There's only 4 people watching today. You guys, there's been a lot of people in here watching this today, though, not so much. Are you guys getting tired of this and want to move on to a live trial? Because there's no live trial. They're all like, there's no new one starting. They're all ongoing live trials. So, I mean, we could always go back and with the one that we ditched. Wait, what? Which one what? Because I just mentioned 2 or 3. The one we bailed on, they were calling the You'll Be Fine trial. But then they changed it to the toxic relationship trial. The lady shot her, I guess, common law husband and then called 911 and pretended like some van dropped him off in the alley and he was already shot when she was actually the one that shot him. And the other one was some crazy, like, she's gonna get NGRI. She just stabbed a toddler in a parking lot of a store and the mom, but the baby died. And I did not want to watch that one. Because she's just going to get not guilty for by reason of insanity and end up in a mental hospital anyway. So I didn't want to watch that one. But we started the You'll Be Fine trial. And it was called that because she was heard on surveillance video saying, "Oh, it didn't hit a major artery. You'll be fine. Do you want to go to the hospital?" And and then she, I guess, put him in the alley and then called 911 and made up the whole story. And after watching a couple days of Brooks, it was kind of boring. And so everybody was like, "No, we want to keep watching Brooks." And now there's only 4 people watching Brooks. So I was just wondering if you guys wanted to go back and pick up where we... Yeah, she's taking... I just poured nail polish remover all over me. Yeah, she's taking the stand. And she's going to say why she shot him. So I guess she's not saying that anymore. I guess she's admitting that she shot him. I just saw that she's taking the stand. But if I do that, we got to go back because we haven't been watching it. So we can't watch her on the stand right now. We'd have to go back. Unless you guys just want to watch her testimony. Well, I want to do what you guys want to do because it doesn't do me any good if nobody watches it. Dang it, I just messed my nails up.
The Catholic Memorial Group was the group in front of us. Behind us were the dancing grannies.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. What, at some point, was your attention drawn to something during the parade? Something unusual?
Yeah, so we were... all of a sudden kind of heard a scream, and my experience was I turned to my left and there was an SUV just flying down the road. My next experience would be kind of hearing it, kind of striking people.
And I'm gonna just, because we have to put on the record that you put your fist to your palm of your hand. Making a striking noise?
Yep, just kind of like a pounding sound, I guess you'd call it.
Overruled. The description may stand. Keep going. Next question.
How many times did you hear that?
So for me,
Overruled. You may answer.
I heard 2 times.
Where were you when you were marching in this group? Were you on, as you're walking down Main Street, were you on the right-hand side of the group, which would be, I don't know why I can't get this right. The right side would be, I believe, the north. Or were you on the left-hand side of the street, which would be the south? Or were you in the middle?
I was more towards the right-hand side of the street.
And did you look back? And you said you looked back and saw the red SUV, correct?
Yeah, the way I would describe it is if the car would have hit me, it would have hit me. I kind of saw it as it was entering into our group.
And the 2 impacts that you heard, did you see those impacts?
My mind blocks that part out of it, so I couldn't say who was hit in those impacts. What I could say is that my next encounter was that there were 3 people from our group that I don't believe would have been the ones with impact that were lying more or less right in my immediate path.
So 2 right in front of you on the right-hand side of the street, yep, as you testified?
On the right-hand side. Those were the first, the 3 people that I was right by then.
And before that car went through, were those 3 people on the ground?
Definitely not.
Where did this impact take place? Do you know approximately where on the parade route?
Yeah, so it would have been past Curry Insurance. There would have been, I believe it's Main Street Bar and Grill, and then there's kind of an unnamed bar, and then there's Planned Parenthood. So those would be it's kind of a Main Street, between Main Street and some kind of unnamed bars where it happened.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 15. It will not only be, I'd ask that it be published as well.
Go ahead. Please be received.
Objection, how many times do you need to publish the same picture?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled.
Of course.
On this picture, there are different groups that appear to be on this picture. Can you describe, what does this appear to be a map of?
Yeah, that would be Main Street. That'd be our groups, all the groups of the parade.
And do you see your group on this map?
I do.
Would it be in the left-hand side of Exhibit 15?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained. Hold on. Sustained. Please rephrase.
Where would you see, you said you saw your group, where do you see your group on this map? Can you circle it? And that would be in that arrow, or I'm sorry, that star that you circled, then is attached to a list of names. Is that correct?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Yes. Do you see a list of names and an arrow on that map?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
I do.
And where does that, do you recognize the names that are on that map?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yep, I recognize all those names.
And it appears that approximately how many names are on that list?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
19.
Didn't mean to test you. And were all those people, to your knowledge, injured as a result of being struck by or indirectly struck by the vehicle in the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 15 now. So when you looked around and saw the red SUV, did you hear the impacts first, or did you see the red SUV first?
I saw the red SUV just flying on the left side. I mean, flying is a relative word, but it was, going fast. It was going faster than anyone in their right mind would be driving in that scenario.
Could you estimate the speed?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
From being on that street in other occasions and kind of walking over there, the speed limit is 25. The car, in my estimation, was going faster than I would see a car driving in normal times down that street.
So in excess of 25 miles per hour?
Objection, hearsay, leading the witness.
Not hearsay. It's a clarification question. Your objection noted. It's overruled. You may answer.
I would say yes.
Now, when you said that you saw the red SUV coming to your left, I know you described your path of travel being on the right side
Exactly.
of the road. So it's to the left of you. Would it be more towards the middle of your group or to the left of your group? Or on the left-hand side of your group?
I would say it was on my left.
Okay. So you're not sure how far away it was when it passed you?
No, it was on my left. I was not struck. It was on my left. It wasn't.
Did you see who was driving the vehicle?
I did not.
After the vehicle, did the vehicle go past your group? Did it drive past your group?
I believe it did. I saw it just fly by, and my attention immediately was drawn towards the three people that were on the ground in my vicinity.
After the car went by, did you ever see the car stop?
I simply I saw the car fly by, and then the next thing I knew, there were three people in front of me on the ground. So my attention right there.
Did you see anyone else on the ground after the car passed, other than the three people you initially saw?
There were other, so all around them there were different kind of as time played out, kind of pockets of people.
Can you describe who you saw after the car
Were in my path were Father Patrick Heppy, and then Maria Perez and William Bill Mitchell.
Did they all appear to be injured?
Yes.
And did you meet with those people after the parade? Did you talk to them or meet with them?
Yeah, so my attention was really drawn towards those three that were kind of right there. Father Pat was, he was kind of completely knocked out, and then he kind of came to, and he was kind of put on the side of the road. And then I more or less stayed by Maria Perez on the side. She was in agonizing pain. There were some other people that came. William Mitchell was also there, also with severe injuries and major pain. So I more or less stayed there. And then Father Pat and I, we, being priests, we live in the same, we call it the rectory, or the house. So when he went into the hospital, I joined him to go. And then so my next immediate experience was going to the hospital and then encountering more of the people that were in our group who were already at the hospital.
So the three people you had direct contact with would have been Maria Perez, William Mitchell or Bill Mitchell, and Father Heppy.
That's correct.
Leading the witness.
I believe that's what his testimony just was.
Correct. It's overruled.
And you went to which hospital?
So Father Pat was taken by a squad to Waukesha Memorial. So I joined them in going to that hospital.
Did you see any of the people that you had observed on that list on Exhibit 15 at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make there of the people you saw?
Yep, so immediately I saw Eileen Perales, who was sitting off the side with some facial issues and some other injuries. So Father Pat was he was placed in a room, and I kind of was helping Eileen a little bit. And then there was also Peggy Pachulis, was also in the waiting room already when I got there.
Did she have any observable injuries?
She had, like her ankle was splinted already. She was waiting. And then shortly after that, then Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark were also in the general waiting room. And I ended up also seeing them. And then my next experience would be with the different situations in families, it became apparent that unfortunately some families were split apart in different injuries. And so I was with there was CAT scans that needed to be done on some of the children. So there were 4 beds. And I was especially with Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark, their parents were out. And then it also turned out that Eileen and Ashley Perales also then were waiting CAT scans. So that would have been my next encounter.
What injuries did you observe on those individuals?
So at the time, I mean, Ashley had some, you call it facial lacerations and major injuries there.
And I think you already testified about Eileen. How about Elliot and Benjamin Hallmark?
Yeah, so they were both in, at the time they were getting checked out for brain situations. It was clear Benjamin had a major fracture in his leg, and also a major golf ball coming out of by his eyes. And Elliot also then had some injuries.
And I'm just going to go through the remainder, and if you saw them or either that night or in the following days, let me know, and if you know that they were injured. Maria Alvarez Dominguez.
Objection. It's hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's asking about his knowledge, not what he heard. So you may answer the question.
Maria was injured. I don't know the full scope of her injuries.
Okay. And how about Gregorio Romelia Perez?
She was very, very, very severely injured. Major issues.
Could you observe what those injuries were?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Pelvis fractures, and she was in rehab for about 4 months with still walking with a cane.
She still is walking with a cane?
That's correct.
Lori Loken?
Lori sustained some major heart issues, so she had a major procedure on her heart.
Marisol Lopez Gutierrez?
I don't know the full extent, but Marisol was impacted. She suffered I believe a fracture, wrist fracture, some other major soreness. She's healing.
Adair Lopez Gutierrez?
Adair was the car ran over him. He didn't suffer any major physical injuries, but was impacted.
Juan Marquez?
Juan suffered a major leg fracture, has had a couple surgeries.
David Marquez?
David was struck, took on some bruising, but no major injuries.
Jason Peckloff?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Jason suffered a severe concussion and some ankle injuries, an ankle injury.
Yamilet Perales Alvarez?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
Yamilet was, we came very close to losing her. Major head trauma. Was severely hurt.
Jose Perales Alvarez?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Jose also was very severely hurt with leg injuries. He's had about 10 surgeries at this point. Still walking with a crutch.
And Camila Perez Gonzalez?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Camilla had an orthopedic injury. He's had a couple surgeries.
Looking further, thank you, Father.
Any cross-exam questions for this witness, sir?
I do.
Please proceed.
Just a second.
Dude, you're supposed to go.
I don't have too many questions for you, Father. Do you recall when you knew for sure that you would be testifying in this matter?
I got an official word on October 1st to plan to be here, I believe, on last Wednesday.
And to the best of your knowledge, do you have any reason why you would be testifying on behalf of an injured party if you are not an injured party?
Mr. Bell?
Spiritual leader.
Overruled. You may answer. If you know.
My thought would be that as the pastor, I would have a more wide-ranging kind of knowledge of different people's situations as a pastor, whereas some people might. That's what I would assume, but.
When you testify to observing quite a few injuries, how can you assess the injuries just by looking at the people?
Can you clarify what you mean by that? Like, what are you getting at?
For example, if I was to see someone injured laying on the ground, I could essentially say, "Oh, it looks like this," but how can I be certain that that's what it is? So my question is, being that you observed a lot of injuries, how are you able to assess what they were just by looking?
Well, the question mischaracterizes his testimony, so I'm going to ask that you rephrase.
How did you know the injuries just by looking?
It still mischaracterizes his testimony. That's not what he said. He was asked about whether he was aware.
Yeah, that he observed injuries. So how could he know
He observed some, so you need to be specific as what point in
the
time.
injuries that you saw at the hospital? How were you able to say for sure what those injuries were just by observation?
Yeah, so some of it is seeing people at the hospital, and then part of it then is, so there's the immediate seeing people in the hospital, and then there's the later times of seeing people in the hospital or seeing people in other contexts.
So would it be fair to say that you were told those injuries either by medical professionals or by the people?
Exactly. So if people would say, this is my injury, I would believe them. If they'd be in the hospital, if I see people with crutches, wheelchairs, then I would say that's probably accurate.
But you didn't know for sure yourself until you were told.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not the one diagnosing an injury. I can observe what they say, I can observe what I see, and then if I see people with crutches, wheelchairs, and I'm like, there's probably truth there.
Do you know, because you testified to seeing those, some of those people after the incident, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know if any of the people you saw after the incident filed any claims in the matter?
Could you clarify by what you mean by claims?
Did they file for to be an injured party in the matter, or did they file for any medical bill support or anything of that nature? To your knowledge, do you recall any of that?
We certainly told as many people as possible to get involved in the Waukesha parade support and other means of help. I can't speak specifically for each person what they did or did not do.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by the support that you are referring to? Was that like a group formed, or was that sort of like an event of a GoFundMe account or something like that? Can you give some clarity on that?
Yeah, there was the Waukesha parade fund that was, I think, an international type of thing. There was, our parish had a fund. There were GoFundMes. There were any number of different things. There were different encounters to allow people to come together and talk about what had happened and seek start healing from the emotional part of it.
Everybody feels smart.
And by international, that would be assuming worldwide. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
The Newton's
So it
law
would be fair to
question
say
made
that
me
there
feel
were
extremely
financial
smart.
interests
I
attached
learned
to
high
this
school
incident.
physics.
Objection is how it relates to this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I should try to answer the question.
Judy, can you do something about that, please?
You can rephrase, but as it relates to how it was asked in this witness, I'm sustaining it.
Well, it was actually because he referred to some GoFundMes being set up and anything. So my question was, being that it was a wide-ranging scope by him saying international.
What's your question? I sustained the objection.
Was there any financial interests attached to this incident?
And I'm going to object for the same reasons before.
Grounds.
It's vague, unclear, overly broad.
Yeah, don't feed the
Sustained
trolls,
is to the
just
form
try
of
to-
the question.
I would, but my laptop's not on.
Any idea how much money was raised for the I guess I would say GoFundMe's, groups, support?
Objection as it relates to this witness's
Grounds.
testimony.
I'll allow it a little bit of leeway as it potentially could relate to bias, not of this witness, he made no claim, but go ahead, if he knows. Subject to you following it up with other, I guess, witnesses later on.
I know, so the Catholic community of Waukesha had an opportunity because people wanted to give, and so there were $73,000 that came into the fund that I'm aware of, the Catholic community of Waukesha, that we dispersed in different ways. There's still, I think, 3,000 left. That's for kind of community healing events. What the end of what GoFundMe's reached, what the Waukesha Foundation Fund reached, I don't know. But I know the Catholic community of Waukesha was 73,000. Yeah, the specific, I couldn't say 73 what, but 73,000, I think.
And did that go straight towards the victims to help them in any way?
So an example would be, there are many people that they could not work because of being hurt, or they had situations where a loved one was severely hurt and they had to be at home or going to the hospitals, nursing homes, and taking care of them. So there was, and I have no idea the ins and outs of, payment of hospital bills and things like that. But I know people were, they could not go to work because of some of these scenarios.
And you stated you didn't see the vehicle approaching at the time when it got to where you were. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. It was very close to me when I saw it.
About how close to you did the vehicle come?
The vehicle was on my left side. I saw it probably, very close to when it was on me, I would say, to my left.
So you were on the right side of the street at that?
It was on
point?
the right side of the road.
So it'd be fair to say it was on the opposite side of the road from you.
It was on my left. Where on the left? If you show me a picture of the road, like
pretty close to you at any time when it was passing you?
The car did not hit me. It was on my left.
You refer to it as a car, as you just said. Was it a car? Was it an SUV? What
now he's saying, how close did he come to you? Instead of how close did the car come to you? How close did he come to you? And earlier, he was asking questions. Why are you saying he? But now he's calling it a he. Be consistent, Darrell.
The vehicle.
I would describe it as an SUV, to be specific.
Any reason why you would say car?
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
For me, people that know me, I'm not a car person, so car is a wide-ranging descriptor to me.
Well, it'd be fair to say you wouldn't call a bus a car, though, right?
Objection, argumentative.
That's argumentative, sustained. You don't need to answer that one.
When asked earlier, when you were asked about if you saw anyone else on the ground or something to that effect, you said as time went on, you had observed someone else laying on the ground. Can you explain?
For the record, nobody has been axed, okay? No one has been axed. You ran people over with a car. No one has been axed. Quit saying that.
Explain what you mean by as time went on. Was that a significant time that passed, or a very short time that passed at that point? Do you recall?
My testimony is there were 3 people that were right in front of me, and I really spent time Father Pat then was taken to the side as he waited for a squad to come. I really stayed with Maria because there weren't a lot of people around there first, so I really kind of focused on staying with her. From looking up and waiting, there'd be officers or, different medical personnel, whether they were, I can't say, what type of personnel they were. People would come and check and kind of evaluate, but I could see other kind of pockets of people.
Did you observe the other pockets of people that weren't with your group being struck at any point in time?
The only experience that I saw was our particular group. At the time of the incident, I had no idea what had taken place behind us.
And would it be fair to say you had no idea what had taken place in front of your group?
As I stated, I only saw what I saw.
At any time when the vehicle was passing you, were you able to see into the vehicle?
The vehicle was going very fast. So I would not have had a picture of who was driving the vehicle.
But you can't estimate a good speed that the vehicle may have been traveling.
My estimation was the vehicle was traveling faster than I would usually see a car traveling down Main Street. So over 25 miles an hour.
So would that be that you said traveling faster than you would see a car traveling down Main Street? Would that be in terms of if there was a parade actively going on, or even without any traffic on Main Street?
If I was at Main Street right now watching cars go past, if I was just on the sidewalk, I would say that the car and the parade was traveling faster than those cars would be traveling.
I'm saying in terms of even if there was no parade, if it was just a normal day.
That's what I'm saying. On a normal day, the car was traveling, in my estimation, faster than you would see a car traveling on a normal day.
And you weren't able to get any description of the driver of the vehicle?
Not at all, no.
Could you at any point tell if there was more than one person in the vehicle?
I would not have been able to, no.
Do you recall being interviewed by any law enforcement at that time?
I was at the hospital, as I indicated before, that night, and there was a law enforcement person that kind of ducked into one of the rooms and asked, a couple questions, what I would have seen, or.
So very brief, not extensive, long, extensive type interview, but very brief, just a few questions.
In the hospital that evening, yes, there was a law enforcement. That was a brief interview.
Did you give any, or were you interviewed by any law enforcement after that night?
I was not interviewed until getting a subpoena about this particular case.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I can't say a specific date. I can say it, after that first one, October 1st was when I got the official, to report, to testify to the case. I can't remember what date it was before that.
Were you in contact with any law enforcement about this incident leading up to the October 1st subpoena that you received?
Not before I talked to the DA that first time.
And do you recall what DA that was?
It was Susan and.
Excuse me.
Susan.
May the record reflect that there was a right hand gesture towards the prosecution table?
I believe the witness identified our District Attorney Susan Opper as the Susan. The record can reflect that.
And was that October 1st time the only conversation you had with Attorney Opper?
October 1st was when I received a notification that I was to report to court. I spoke with Attorney Susan, sometime in the month before. We spoke once.
But in the month before the October 1st subpoena?
So October 1st is when I formally got the subpoena that I was to come in. It would have been sometime in September where I was, notified to come in and talk to the DA. So I talked to the DA once.
And at that time in September, you weren't yet subpoenaed?
I was, how do I say this? This would be a point of clarification in the sense of I believe that I was subpoenaed to come in and talk to the DA. I'm not sure if that's a subpoena or that's what the correct wording is. I was told to come in and talk to the district. I'm not sure if that's a subpoena, but I believe it would be more than come in if you want to. I believe it was kind of like you need to come in, not if you want you can, if not don't. I'm not sure what the terminology for that is, but that's how I would take it. If that's a subpoena.
No, that's not a subpoena. The subpoena is when you actually get the subpoena paperwork by mail, or I don't.
Mr. Brooks, you need to ask a question.
Can I get to it, Your Honor?
No, because you're trying to define something which would be testifying, which you cannot do at this time. So the jury will disregard his last comment. But go ahead and ask a question of this witness.
Something else. Wow.
Mr. Brooks, that was inappropriate.
Not even allowed to think this one's cute.
Do you have any other questions
Yes,
for this
I do.
witness?
Yes,
Please
I
ask
do.
them.
During your conversation in September and October 1st when you received the subpoena, at that time, were you provided the complaint in this issue?
What do you mean by complaint?
The complaint would be a reference to the charges in this matter. Paperwork that would state the charges.
Objection made.
Grounds.
Oh, or he may answer if he's able.
I mean, to me, seeing what happened and seeing everyone that was hurt,
No.
to me it was very obvious what this was about.
Did you see at any time any paperwork related to the charges in this incident?
So there'd been the subpoena sheet that would have had your name and a number of different.
What do you mean my name? What are you referring to?
I believe it would have said Darrell Brooks on it.
Are you aware that I don't identify by that name?
Objection, argument is
Sustained.
sorry.
So is that what your subpoena said? Was that the language of your subpoena? The logistics?
We've been down this road under 90611, Mr. Brooks. You're not, I need you to ask a relevant question to this witness.
That was relevant. He said what was on his
No,
subpoena.
you've talked at length about the subpoena, so under 90611, move on to a new topic, please.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled, he may answer.
I believe that you would be, or excuse me, you're the defendant.
I would be the plaintiff?
Excuse me, at my mind. You're the defendant, I believe. The plaintiff would be.
If you know, do you know who the plaintiff is?
All those who were hurt under the title of the state of Wisconsin. That's how I would identify it.
That's how you would identify it. So, do you know if anybody who was hurt that identified as the plaintiff?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
I think this witness has testified, he's really not sure what the plaintiff is. He kind of guessed, he gave an assumption.
Sustained.
He did.
Foundation.
He did answer the question though.
Sustained. Next question.
So to the best of your knowledge, the plaintiff would be the representative of the people.
Objection is relevance.
Sustained. You're now asking him to make a legal conclusion, which I will not have him do. It's also not relevant.
Do you know if any injured party who claims to be the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, please move on to a new topic.
Are you aware that only an injured party could be the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained also misstates the law. You don't have to answer that. Mr. Brooks, the cross-examination.
How does that mischaracterize the law? An injured party has to make the claim.
Under 90611, you haven't asked a question. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't question me. Please ask a question of this witness. The jury will disregard his statement as it mischaracterizes the law, and he is not testifying. He's asking questions at this time.
Are you aware that the state of Wisconsin is an entity and cannot claim to be an injured party in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. All right. Your cross-exam is now closed under 90611. Does the state have any redirect for this witness? Go ahead.
Sir, prior to the red SUV coming through your group, did you ever hear a horn honking?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
I personally didn't, but
That's fine. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15 again and ask that that be published to the jury. This has already been admitted into evidence.
Go ahead.
Objection. What was the answer to the last question?
The record speaks for itself. Next, the witness can consider the annotations.
And again, you previously identified the individuals in the Catholic Communities of Waukesha box in looking at that box again, were all those people on the road as part of the Catholic Communities of Waukesha when the red SUV went through?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Definitely, 100%.
And we can take that exhibit off the screen. One final question. When you spoke with District Attorney Susan Opper in your meeting that you testified to, did she ever tell you what to say today?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You questioned his credibility. You questioned his talking to the state. He may answer the question.
The only reason why I'm objecting, Your Honor, is because
your objection is noted.
Attorney Opper is not asking the question, so how would Attorney Daisy know what
Mr.
Opper
Brooks,
said?
I'm not going to explain the legal procedures. You go ahead, ask the question. You may answer when she does. Do you recall the question?
Yeah, I do. She did not.
Okay.
No.
Did she tell you to tell the truth today?
Objection, relevancy.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Everything that you testified today, is it truthful?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I would like to get through one more witness, but I want to take a short comfort break for everyone, so I'll rise for the jury. Thank you. Mr. Brooks, not now.
Not allowed to.
Not now. The jury is in this courtroom and you will show respect for them and for this court.
Respect for them would be
Mr. Brooks.
telling them the truth.
Stop. I'm putting you on notice that you are on the verge of this court creating a curative instruction about your frivolous arguments. I will not have you claim legitimacy for what are debunked, frivolous, sovereign arguments.
Then
that is why
prove it.
your questions
Prove it.
are being
Prove that it's
objected
frivolous.
to,
Prove
and
that
why
it's frivolous. Prove it.
all the cases that we've already referenced, sir. We are in recess. We'll be back in
prove
5
it.
minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a estoppel. Can you prove?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If not, he can come back tomorrow, but he's been here twice already.
No, we'll keep going. I prepped the jury for that yesterday, so we're good. I'm going to have the jury brought out. All right. Bring the jury in, Madam Clerk.
And I object to that.
To the timing?
Yes.
Your objection's noted. We're going to make up for lost time from yesterday.
So can we adjust the subject matter jurisdiction?
No, we cannot.
Talk about that. We're not going to address that either. That's still not going to be proven, right? It was frivolous stuff. That's going to get pressed every time. So. I've yet to prove subject matter jurisdiction. Any jurisdiction at all, right?
The jury will disregard the comments being made by Mr. Brooks at this time. They are a mischaracterization of the law.
Absolutely.
Fourth option. She should have gagged and bound him.
They are absolutely not.
Absolutely what she should have done.
They are.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
The state would call Lucas Hallmark.
All right, Mr. Hallmark, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas Hallmark.
Hold on a second. It would really help if our audio's on. I'm just going to have you do that again. If you would please state your first and last names for the record.
Lucas,
and then spell, sorry.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas Hallmark.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
What's your position?
I'm a detective
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
for approximately 15 years.
Has that been the entire time you've been in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Were you at the City of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
I was.
Were you there in as a law enforcement officer, a spectator, or participant?
I was there as a participant.
And what group were you with?
I was with the Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
Who were you there with? I mean, other than the Catholic communities, were you with your family?
I was.
And generally, I don't need names, but was your wife present?
My wife and my 4 kids at the time, yes.
And what are the ages of your kids?
At that time, they were 3, 5, 7, and 9.
And approximately how many people were walking with the Catholic communities of Waukesha?
I believe there was about 45 or 46 individuals that were walking with us.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph and just ask you if you recognize it. It's Exhibit 121.
As a reminder, the monitors in the jury box have about a 20-second delay, so we need to be mindful of that as we show exhibits to them. They do come on the screen, I think, a little bit more quickly, but there was rapid succession previously, so.
And I'd ask that also be published to the jury at this time. This exhibit has previously been admitted into evidence.
Permission granted. Okay, why doesn't the jury let me know when that exhibit comes up on the monitors in front of you? All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whew. Sir, do you know where this picture was taken?
Yes, that was taken at Main Street and I believe East Avenue.
Was it what day was it taken?
That was taken on November 21st, 2021.
And there are boxes with names that are associated with people through a red arrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Overruled, he may answer.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And as you review those names and the people that those names are associated with, is that exhibit accurate?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustain us to the form of the question.
Sir, do you know the people whose names appear on exhibit 121?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
And the arrows, do you see arrows on that exhibit?
Yes.
And they're going from a person to a name. Did you see that?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled, the exhibit's previously been received. He may answer.
Yes.
To clarify, Jason Peckloff, do you see him in this picture?
I do.
Can you? There's a touch screen in front of you. If you can just circle where he's at in this picture. Okay. How about Camila Perez Gonzalez? If you can circle her. Maria Alvarez Dominguez. Dair Lopez Revelar. Jose Perales Alvarez. And if we can clear the screen, and then Juan Marquez. Thank you. We can clear the screen.
Are you done with this exhibit?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you know the names of most, if not all, of the participants who were marching with the Catholic communities of Waukesha that day?
Most of them, yes.
At some point, did you hear some type of commotion behind you?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you heard?
We were walking westbound on Main Street, and near the area of about 400 to 409 West Main Street, my attention was directed towards large amounts of screaming coming from behind us, so to our east. At that point, I looked over my left shoulder. At that point, there was still some folks from our group that were behind us, so it wasn't clear, but over the tops of them, I could see like a roof of a red vehicle traveling also to the east, coming towards us. I'm sorry, to the west, coming towards us.
What were your initial thoughts?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
My initial thought that came into my mind at that time when the screaming occurred was that there was probably a lost motorist and there was a vehicle traveling in the parade that shouldn't have been there.
Have you ever worked?
Yes, you.
Overruled. You may answer.
You said you have?
I don't recall specifically the Christmas parade. I worked other events in downtown Waukesha.
Have you ever worked a 4th of July parade?
Objection, relevancy to this incident.
Let me strike the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you ever worked a parade in the city of Waukesha?
I don't recall a specific parade, but I worked Friday Night Live, which is an event where they usually close down the downtown area for vehicular traffic, and it's pedestrians only. So that was where I was drawing my recollection to that incident.
Are there some times when there are barricades set up and a vehicle will come into the area that they're not supposed to come in?
That does occur, yes.
What would law enforcement do in that case?
Usually stop the vehicle and direct them to either stop or remove them when it's safe to do so.
Have you ever been present where the vehicle doesn't stop?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
Look up hearsay. Hearsay.
When you said that you heard screaming, can you describe for the jury what you mean? Because we're at a parade, so I'm assuming that there's some screaming.
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustains to the form of the question.
Can you describe for the jury if the screaming stood out to you?
Yes, it was.
Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, it was something different than was actually occurring at the parade. And just to give you a perspective, at this point, we were actually almost done marching in the parade, which was actually a very big relief to me because I didn't want to be in the parade in the first place. So I was actually very relieved at that point. So yes, at that point, this had caused some sort of commotion that was not particularly used to that we've already incurred through the entire parade.
And did you notice anything different about your surroundings as you heard the screaming?
Objection. I asked the form of that question and it was answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
Can you just repeat the question, please?
Sure. Do you notice anything other than the screaming that seemed unusual when that happened?
Objection, different question.
Overruled. I'm not sure what the objection is, but you may answer.
Clear with the objection.
So after my initial thought of that vehicle was just a lost motorist, or they didn't know actually what was going on, that thought faded very quickly, and I realized that something was drastically wrong based on the fact that that vehicle was traveling at a significant rate of speed towards our direction.
When you first saw the vehicle or the top of the red vehicle, approximately how far was it away from you?
When I first looked back and saw it, I would estimate it to be about, I would say approximately 200 feet. My recollection is that it was near Curry Insurance.
You testified already as to where your position was at that time, correct?
Yes.
Where were you in relationship to the group that you were walking with? Where were you within that group?
Sure. So our group, we were just kind of walking together behind a white banner. There was no set, I guess, method of us walking. We actually, as we were continued down the parade route, some of us moved forward, some of us moved back, depending on how the kids were doing. But at that particular time, I was near towards the back, so I would say the middle of the back of the group and more towards the center of the road.
And which shoulder did you look back over when you heard the screaming?
I turned to my left.
And that's when the vehicle was approximately 200 feet away?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What did you see next?
The vehicle came, I recall the vehicle coming right at to where we were walking. It started hitting folks in our group, and the only thing that I could remember doing was I had my 3-year-old in my left hand, and I had my 9-year-old in my right hand. As we were walking down the parade route, my 7-year-old was kind of walking in front of us at the time, and I remember realizing that we were going to get hit, and it was going to come very quickly. And so I grabbed my 3-year-old as hard as I could, and I threw him towards the curb. At the same time, I tried to grab Benjamin at that point and throw him with my 3-year-old.
Oh, Benjamin, is he the 7-year-old?
Yes.
And he was in front of you, you testified?
Objection, I'm leading the witness.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
To the best of my memory, yes.
Yes, okay. And you stated that you had your 9-year-old in your on your right side. What's the name of your 9-year-old?
Elliot.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Elliot. Elliot Hallmark.
When you saw the vehicle and as it was coming towards you, could you estimate the speed that the vehicle was traveling?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
I estimated the vehicle traveling about 30 to 40 miles an hour.
What is the speed limit in that area of Main Street?
25 miles per hour.
So you threw your 3-year-old to your left, you stated?
Towards the curb, which would have been to the south.
And how about Elliot?
I don't remember at that point what happened with Elliot. As the vehicle passed us, I don't know if he got ripped out of my arms when the vehicle came through. I just remember that I kind of got, as I turned to my left, I pivoted on my left foot. I got clipped to my left foot, and the vehicle passed us, but I don't recall what happened with Elliot.
How about Ben?
Ben, I saw him stumble and kind of roll from where the vehicle came towards the curb to the south.
Now, when you said you got clipped, what clipped you?
Objection.
Overruled.
It had to have been the vehicle. I had an abrasion on my left heel, and then I had white sneakers on that night, and they had black marks along where I had my abrasion on that same part.
What was that consistent with, those black marks?
I would guess the vehicle tire.
Where was your wife?
She was standing a little bit behind and then to the left of us, so she would have been a little further at that point, a little bit further to the east and then to the south.
Now, in terms of the path that the vehicle was traveling prior to it striking your group, can you describe that for the jury in terms of, was it on the north side of the road or the south side? Or, to explain it to someone like me, if you're traveling down the parade route, was it on your left or on your right?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
As it was coming towards us, as I was walking, initially we were kind of in the center of the road. So when I saw the vehicle coming, I kind of moved to the left and threw my kids to the left. So we were kind of left of the center line, so to the left, as you described, and towards the south. But the vehicle had passed me on my right.
And did you Did you say that you observed anyone get hit that was behind you?
I don't
Leading the witness.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing anyone specifically getting hit. I do remember hearing sounds of the vehicle striking objects, and then the only objects in the road were people at the time.
What happened next, or what do you remember next?
I remember turning to my wife and asking her if all the children were okay, and she looked back at me and said that she didn't know where our son Elliot was. And at that point, I couldn't see him either, so I began running up and down Main Street trying to locate where he was.
Did you have eyes on your 3 other children?
I did.
And what did you do with those 3 kids?
I had those children stay with my wife while I went and tried to find Elliot.
Did you find Elliot?
It was some time after. I would estimate it to be a minute to 2 minutes after the vehicle had passed, but I had located him on the road further to the south, almost immediately towards the curb was, being tended to by some individuals that had covered him up with a blanket.
While you're looking for Elliot, did you see anyone else on the ground?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you observed?
There was a lot of individuals laying on the road as you look back, and I remember specifically seeing Father Pat Heppy laying on the ground. I remember he was, at that point when I had saw him, I thought he was deceased because he wasn't moving at all, so I would assume that he was knocked unconscious. I continued past, and then I remember specifically seeing a younger female who I recall to be as Yamilet Perales laying in the roadway. And 2, I thought she was also deceased because there was blood coming from like her ears, and she wasn't moving either.
Did you see anyone else before you found your son Elliot?
There was other people, but I don't specifically recalling at that particular time, no.
Once you found Elliot, what observations did you make of him?
At this point, he was awake. The person that was tending to him indicated that he was knocked unconscious. So when I had found him, he actually regained consciousness, but he was crying and complaining of injuries to his back and to his hip and to his leg.
What did you do then?
Pretty much just, I was told by the individuals that were caring for him that that we needed to keep him there for safety purposes, for like C-spine, making sure they didn't have any significant neck injuries or back injuries, and that we needed to wait there until paramedics arrived.
Did they eventually come and assess Elliot?
Yes. During this time, I had spoken with my wife, and the decision was made that she was going to go get the car because it was, at this point, it was chaos in downtown Waukesha. And I'd actually made contact with a couple of different officers that I knew from the police department, and one of the comments was we didn't know how we were going to get a lot of these injured folks from the street to the hospital that needed care. So a decision was made that I was going to send my wife to go get the vehicle so she can remove our 3 kids that were mobile and remove them from the scene. At that time, I didn't know the extent of the injuries to Benjamin.
And that's what I was just going to ask you about. Were there any observable injuries to Benjamin at the time immediately following the car going through the group?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
I knew that he had been injured because when I had looked over to where he was over on the curb, I had seen that he had some facial injuries, swollen eyes, some lacerations. But he was calm and he was collected. So at that point, I didn't know that there was any other injuries to him. After the paramedics had put Elliot on a removable stretcher, I indicated that Benjamin was hurt and I needed to go bring him with us when we went to the hospital. After I went over to him to pick him up, I had looked down and I had realized that he had an open fracture to his left leg.
So what did you do?
I picked him up, and then we ran with the paramedics down to they called it the casualty collection point, or the point where all the ambulances were caring for individual folks.
And did you ride in the ambulance with Elliot and Ben, or did they go separately?
We went together.
Where did you go?
We went to Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
And what happened once you were at Waukesha Memorial Hospital? What did you see in general?
Yeah, I mean, I was working in the city. We go to Waukesha Memorial Hospital quite a bit, and I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. It was pretty much chaos. When we first got to the hospital, there was some sort of physician or EMT that was actually triaging individuals with, I believe it was permanent marker, and they were triaging individuals on their forehead of what level of injury they needed. And based on that, this kind of directed work, they had gone inside the hospital. So when we had gone into the hospital, we were directed into the waiting room. And at that point, we were still on kind of like stretchers or backboards. We were placed in the waiting room, and we were just waiting until we could be attended to by some of the staff.
And did both Benjamin and Elliot receive treatment at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
What treatment did they receive, if you know?
Elliot received treatment for a severe concussion. He had a severe ankle sprain. They did a CT scan. And then with Benjamin, he ended up spending the night because the same thing, concussion, they did a CT scan, but then he also had surgery on his broken leg that night.
Now you stated initially when the car was coming towards the back of your group, you thought it may have been someone that just accidentally got on the Christmas parade route, correct?
Objection. That was not the form of your question, or answer rather.
Asked and answered, sustained.
So after having your initial thought, did your thought change at some point that this isn't a misguided vehicle?
Yes.
And what did it change to?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. May answer.
After the vehicle had come through and struck our group, and then as I looked back at all the carnage behind us, it was pretty, my thought then that we were involved in some sort of terrorist act. It was overwhelming fear, overwhelming panic amongst everyone in the downtown Waukesha.
After the vehicle went through your group, did you ever observe it stop?
I did not.
I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you, Exhibit 140. I'm going to have it displayed in front of you, and let me know when it's on your screen.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play approximately 5 seconds. It's a 1 minute and 26-second clip. I'm going to play the first 5 seconds and see if you recognize this video.
It makes sense since they were on the floor
Yes.
laying all over the place because there's no room to
You
put
can
them
stop
in
it
a
and
room
go
or a
back to
bed or
0.
anything.
Does it accurately reflect
just never
what you
heard of
observed
that.
on
That's-
November
That
21st,
sounds
2021?
Yes.
Objection to the relevancy. Who took the video?
Overruled.
Does this video contain footage of the Waukesha Catholic community in the parade on that date?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
I'd move, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I would move State's Exhibit 140 into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury with sound.
Objection. Still hearsay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 140 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And I'd ask that it start playing now.
Maybe, we'll see. I mean, it's actually at the Elks Club Lodge. It's like, see, it's really cool.
Or maybe. I went with like a friend. Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's really...
Is it on Thanksgiving?
Saturday, November 20th, 2021.
That passed.
What?
That passed. Oh, yeah. It's the 20th day.
Oh,
Right?
that was...
Oh, no, it's the 21st.
Ooh, so it already did already.
It happened yesterday.
Yep, it happened already. Ah, whatever. That's okay.
SUV just comes through and plows everybody down.
Oh, those outfits are so cute. Young lady, where is your winter jacket?
Did you see a red SUV traveling westbound in that video?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with what you saw coming from behind you on November 21st prior to what you just described?
Objection, how do we know the direction? How do we know it's westbound?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you some still shots from that video and just ask if they accurately reflect what you observed.
Objection to the relevancy.
I have to see them. Are you going to do that electronically or hand them to the bailiff?
I'd like to do it electronically if I can.
Go ahead.
Show Exhibit 135. Just to the witness. Sir, do you identify that as a still shot taken from the Exhibit 140?
I recognize the photo you're seeing is from the video?
Yes.
Yes.
And there are, do you see arrows? What does this photo reflect to you? Sorry.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
This photo represents individuals from our group in the parade walking in front of, I believe, Magellan's, I think.
And are there names on this diagram?
Yes.
And do they appear to be associated with people within this group?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
How is that depicted?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
The names are depicted by red arrows pointing to the individuals.
And do they accurately reflect the names of the individuals that they're pointing, that the arrows are connected to?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Exhibit 135 be admitted and published to the jury.
Objection to the relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 135 has received permission to publish is granted. Keep in mind it takes a little bit for the jury to see it, at least on the monitors in the jury box.
It appears that the jury now can see it in front of them. So with regard to this one, if you can just circle Jose Perales Alvarez.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Juan Marquez, if you see him. Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. Gregorio Romelia Perez. And Maria Perez.
Well, when I circled Gregoria, I believe I kind of got rid of Maria there. But
Is that helpful?
Yeah, Maria's right next to Gregoria.
Okay, thank you. This can be taken off. Next, I'm going to do the exact same thing with a couple more pictures. The next one would be Exhibit 136. I'll have it shown in front of you. Let me know when it's on your screen.
I see it.
Okay. If you can describe for the jury what you're seeing in Exhibit 136.
Something very similar to the last exhibit.
I'm sorry. Is there an objection?
Leading the witness.
That's not leading. It's overruled. You may answer.
This photograph appears to be a still photo from a video, similar to the last, with names with arrows corresponding to those individuals.
And do the arrows corresponding to the individuals and the names, are they accurate?
In my screen, there's
Yeah, there's a box that appears to be from
There you
the
go.
user. There you go. It needs to be removed.
Yes, it's accurate.
Okay. And do you see yourself in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. I would ask that this 136 be admitted and published to the jury.
Exhibit 136 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection. Why? Where's his name if he's in the video?
That's not an objection. That's a question. You can certainly ask that during cross-examination, but it's just I'm sustaining it. Go ahead, ask your next question.
I guess I'm waiting for it to be published.
I will do that.
Okay. And then a confirmation from the jury that they can see it. Sir, first of all, do you see yourself in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you circle where you're at?
Objection. Why there's no name on it? What's the
Overruled.
relevancy of it?
Overruled. You may answer the question.
That's right.
Thank you. And again, the names you've testified are associated with the appropriate people, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you circle Lori Loken? Maria Alvarez Dominguez. Ashley Perales Alvarez. Margaret Pachulis. Eileen Perales Alvarez. Yamilet Perales Alvarez. And I think you can possibly see her legs.
Yeah, she's wearing gray pants. I'm sorry, green kind of leggings, but you can't necessarily see her face in this photo. So, but her green pants are right there.
Okay. Camila Perez Gonzalez. And Benjamin Hallmark. Thank you. We can clear the screen. Next, I'll go to 137. And again, when we're looking at these photos, these are all from the same video. Are they from the same video?
It appears so.
Okay. And approximately what location are these taken in relationship to where your group was physically impacted by the car?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
This was probably about a block prior to us being struck. I think this is right around the 300 block of West Main Street, kind of by Donnie Boy's, Magellan's, Curry Insurance area.
And would this be consistent with what you believe generally the formation would have been when your group was impacted?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
I'm going to show you 137
I see.
and ask you the same questions. Does this appear to be a still shot from the video that you saw in Exhibit 140?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
Depicts Jason Petchoff, William Mitchell, and Father Pat Heppe walking in the parade route holding a banner.
And are there names on that?
Yes.
Are they associated with the people you've just identified
Yes.
correctly?
Correct.
I'd ask that Exhibit 137 be admitted into evidence and published.
Objection. Where's the relevancy?
Overruled. Exhibit 137 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And again, if you can circle Jason Peckloff, William Mitchell, Father Heppe. Thank you.
Is that to come up for the jurors?
Oh, sorry.
We'll wait.
I apologize.
Next time, don't close. They'll have to redo that. It was cleared before the jury got it, so go ahead and redraw your circles.
Okay. Can you identify Jason Peckloff? William Mitchell,
Hear the thud of the car.
and Father Happy. Thank you. You can clear the screen. And finally, 128. I believe 128 may have already been admitted into evidence. I'd ask that be published to the jury.
Did they?
And do you see the name David Marquez on the screen?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you see David Marquez in the picture?
Yes.
Can you circle him? Thank you. You can clear that exhibit. I would not. Oh,
Does not have it yet.
Well, at least someone's.
I'm trying.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. It now is in the view of the jury. I'd ask that it be cleared.
All right, thank you.
Finally, exhibit 15, which has previously been admitted into evidence. I'd ask that it be published to the jury.
Did
And I would ask that they give me a signal when it's on the screen. Sir, have you seen this map before?
Yes.
And what is this a map of?
This is a map of the parade route, and it also appears to indicate where certain groups on the parade route that were impacted during this incident.
And is there any type of delineation as to exactly where the parade route, where it started and where it went to?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I don't see any clear delineation in regards to an arrow, but the parade started up towards Maine and White Rock and ends towards Maine and Wisconsin.
Do you see a purple line on that exhibit?
Yes.
What does that reflect?
Objection,
Overruled.
leading the witness.
The parade route.
Hold on, I'm sorry, what was your
Leading the
objection?
witness.
Leading, did you say? Overruled. You may answer.
It indicates the parade route.
Sir, direct your attention to the area where the Catholic communities of Waukesha, where there's a list of names. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are all those people that are listed in that box, were they in the roadway at the time that the red SUV went through your group?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, it's there's a line with that box that's associated with this a yellow star. What's the significance of that, if you know?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
That would be the general area where we were when we were struck.
Thank you. You can clear the screen, sorry. Now I'm going to go to exhibit 160. And I'm just going to ask if this, the clip is 50 seconds long. I'm going to show you approximately 20 seconds of the clip and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that clip? We can stop the clip, I'm sorry, we stopped it at 12 seconds. Do you recognize that clip?
Yes.
Does that accurately depict what occurred near your group, the Catholic community, on November 21st of last year?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd ask that exhibit 160 is admitted and published for the jury.
Objection.
Exhibit 160 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay. No one's giving me a thumbs up. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you. If we can play this clip from 0 to 50 seconds, which is the length of the clip. The 4 people that you saw sliding through the screen from left to right, did you recognize those people?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 126, which is a still shot from that video. If you can, it'll pop up on your screen. If you can tell me if it accurately represents that video, that still shot from a video. That video.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And I said be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Exhibit 126 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, do you, can you identify each of the people that are shown in this still shot by saying their name and circling their position?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
This is, I'm going to do it by circling.
Yes.
Okay. So this is Jason Petchloff on his back in the roadway towards the south side of the road. This is Marisol Lopez, kind of in the middle of the roadway. This is Jose Perales, just in front of Jason, a little further to the west, but on the south side of the roadway. And then Gregoria Perez, kind of further to the west in the roadway, and then in the middle.
Thank you. One last video. Sorry, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 154. I'm going to play the first 5 seconds for you and ask you if it depicts what you observed on November 21st of last year.
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a video taken, it appears to be from an individual walking, but this is like the aftermath of right after the vehicle had come through our group.
Have you seen this video clip before?
I have.
Are you able to identify many of the people in this video clip?
Objection, hearsay. There's
Overruled.
a lot of people in here.
It's not hearsay.
I'd ask that,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Exhibit 154 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, I'm going to take you through this video and I'm going to pause it at certain places and ask you if you recognize anyone that's in the picture and describe their position. If we can start the video. If we can pause it. Oh, if you can go back 2 seconds. There we go. It stopped at 11 seconds. Do you recognize that person on the ground?
Yeah, right.
Rewind from 11 seconds. And stop. Do you recognize the person depicted at 13 seconds?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Screen, I'm sorry.
You may answer.
My last screenshot is up there from the last time. I don't know if you want that clear.
Okay, clear that. Thank you.
Laying on the ground right here in the blue, that's Lori Locken.
And if you can continue on from 13 seconds. If you can pause it. Did you see anyone else? I'm sorry.
Just prior to that, I could see where my wife and the other kids were with Benjamin on the curb, kind of behind Lori.
If we go back 2 seconds, do you think that would do it?
Yeah. So, yep, right there.
And if you can circle them.
So this is my daughter right here, and then right behind her in underneath that blanket, that's where Benjamin is. He's being attended to by some of the individuals there.
Okay. If you can just say stop if you see Elliot as this goes on from 14 seconds.
Stop.
Where's Elliot?
So he's being attended to. He's right with this group of people right there.
And you recognize that to be the position you went to when you found him?
Objection, hearsay. We can't see who that is.
It's not hearsay. Overruled.
Yes.
And that was at 20 seconds? We can clear that. And continue on, sorry. If we can pause. Do you recognize anyone in this section of the video?
Yeah. So with the blue sneakers, he's lying this way. That'd be Father Pat Heppy. Laying down right here is Maria Perez. And then being attended to by these folks in front of the banner, that'd be William Mitchell.
If we can continue on. And if you see someone from your group on the ground, if you can say pause.
Okay.
And we're continuing on from 26 seconds. We can pause here. Do you recognize that person?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah, there's two people. Marisol Lopez is right there, and then Adir Lopez is right here with the gray jacket.
And what's their relationship to one another?
Mother and child.
We can continue on from 41 seconds. I'm sorry, is that still Marisol?
Objection.
We can pause here.
Pause. Who is that, if you know?
So this is still Marisol.
Said objection.
Overruled.
So this last yellow line I just drew, that's still Marisol. Right here where I circled is being covered by a red blanket. That would be Gregoria Perez. And then over here, that would be Jason Pechloff.
I'm going to stop the video at 58 seconds. Sir, I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 162. We're almost done. 2 more exhibits.
I know the video continued. I just didn't know if you wanted, because I apologize.
That's fine. Let me go back,
Okay.
sir. Let me redirect your attention to Exhibit 154, where we were, which is 58 seconds. If we can publish that for the jury, since it has been admitted into evidence. And again, if you can.
Objection. Are we going to another exhibit? She just said 162.
We're back at 154, she indicated.
Is that okay? Do you see anyone else, or should I continue playing?
I think you should continue playing.
Let's continue.
Pause. So at 136, this would be Jose Perales.
Thank you, and that was at 136. Okay. Thank you. Did you viewed this video before?
Yes.
And do you know, are there any other victims depicted from Catholic communities?
Yes.
Okay, then let's keep playing it from 136.
136.
Pause.
And we paused at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Who do you identify in this clip?
This would be Yamilet Perales.
And let's continue. 136, 2:30, I mean. Can we pause?
I haven't been in a parade since high school.
So this would be me right here, and then Elliot's lying down on the blanket.
And that's at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're good. Now let's continue to exhibit 162. Is it in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person depicted in, actually, do you recognize this person?
Yes, that's Eileen Perales.
And is that how she appeared on November 21st of last year?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
And is this a picture taken from a video from the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
I'd ask that the court admit Exhibit 162 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
Objection, hearsay, and relevancy.
The objections are overruled. Exhibit 152 has received permission to publish is granted.
162.
I'm sorry, 162. No, publish it.
If we can clear my green. Thank you. If you can just let me know when you see it. Okay. You stated that you could see Eileen Perales in this video, or this clip?
Yes.
And can you point her out specifically, her and the hat that she's wearing on her head?
Yeah. Eileen Perales is wearing kind of like a black coat, some sort of pink leggings, and then she's wearing some sort of like maroon colored hat with white on it, like white stripes.
If we can save this screen capture, and this would be 162A.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
If I can then,
162A has been captured.
and we can clear it down.
How can he not know how bad this looks for the jury? Like, how does he not know what an ass he's making himself look like? Zero self.
You can clear that, Teresa.
And then I'd ask to
Oh, sorry.
publish Exhibit 92, which has previously been admitted into evidence. Sir, do you see the hat that's in, oh, hold on. Sir, in terms of the appearance of that hat, I'm not going to ask you if it's the exact same hat that was on Eileen's head in Exhibit 162, but is the same, is that the same type of hat in terms of, has the same wording on it, same color, same palm color as the hat that Eileen was wearing in Exhibit 162?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
It looks remarkably close, same color, same patterns of the lines, the writing, and then with the top on it. Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
All right, you're crossed, sir.
So you saw all those videos that were shown, all exhibits rather, all 12, 13 of them. You saw all those before today?
I don't recall there was 12 videos, to the best of my knowledge.
126, 15, 137, 136, 135, 140, 178, 160, 154, 162, 92, at least 11 or 12.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to strike your comment because you cannot testify. You did not let him answer. Let him answer first, and then you can ask follow-up. The jury will disregard the statement made by Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
I believe there was only 3 or 4 videos, but there was numerous screenshots or photos taken from those videos.
That's why I said exhibits. Have you seen all exhibits before today?
Oh my God.
I had seen those exhibits, yes.
And do you know who took any of those exhibits, the videos or still shots?
No, sir.
So how were you able to see them?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
How were you able to see them if you don't know who took them?
I saw them on the screen. I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Before today, you said you saw them before today. That's what you just said. So I'm asking, I asked after that, do you know who took them? You said no. So how could you I guess I'm asking, how would you know if you don't know who took these videos? How were you able to see them before today?
I believe they were collected by the police department as evidence.
And that's how you saw them?
That's how we were able to view them afterwards, yes.
Do you know when you viewed them?
I don't recall.
Did you view all 12 of them in their entirety at the same time, or were they at different dates?
Yes, back to the form of the question.
Grounds.
Did you view them all in their entirety? Again, it makes it seem like he's referring to videos, and if he is, that's fine. If he could just clarify videos or exhibits.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
Exhibits.
Can you just repeat the question, please?
At what time did you see all the exhibits in their entirety? Was it the same day or was it different days?
I don't recall specifically. I just reviewed the exhibits, the photos, not the videos, but the photos, as you're explaining in these exhibits, prior, just in preparation of my testimony.
In preparation of your testimony, what do you mean by in preparation of?
Preparing my testimony for court, that maybe kind of recall my memory, anything to that nature, making sure that everything is accurate in what I'm going to testify to.
If everything you're going to testify to is truthful, why would you need to prepare for it?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why would you need testimony preparation?
This is a pretty significant incident. I wanted to make sure that I was prepared fully for being here and testifying.
Wouldn't it be easy to just come in and recount what you saw?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. Please reprise.
Is it fair to say that it would be fairly easy to state what you saw that evening?
Yes.
So why exactly did you feel the need that you had to prep yourself?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained, also asked and answered.
That's how it's done, Darrell.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 154, which is a video. So that's clear for the record, not a still frame. It's a video.
You want to put up for him?
I want it put up for him.
All right, it's been received before. Put it up, please.
Can we go to 41 seconds?
Sure. Thank you to the state for assisting. 41 seconds, you said?
41 seconds. Is it fair to
Hold
say
on,
that?
do you want to wait until the jury has it in front of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay, there's a delay. Sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short. Seems to be long right now. All right, we're good. Go ahead.
So in this exhibit, which is a video that's paused at 41 seconds, we can see two people laying on the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Can you see any of the two people's faces right now as it's paused?
No.
So it would be fair to say that you can't positively say who that is from this part of the video that's paused right now.
Well, based on my experience, based on clothing descriptions, obviously Adir and Marisol are mother and child, and body structures, that's how I'm able to identify who they are.
What do you mean by body structure?
Well, Adir is a little bit smaller and Marisol's a little bit larger, and that's how I have memory of who she is.
Would you agree that they're kind of like bunched up, like kind of balled up?
I would agree that Adir is, yes.
Can you see faces?
No, sir.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is.
I'm pretty confident that's Marisol and Adir.
Pretty confident?
I'm very confident.
So why not be very confident the first time that question was asked? Grounds. Grounds. Let's go to 58 seconds and pause. Right here in front of us, we see 3 people kneel down. We see someone with a pinkish blanket covering them, and we see a lady with a black coat with a white kind of like top to it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the face of the person laying on the ground under the pink blanket?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is?
As I described before, I'm very confident that that's Marisol that's laying on the ground.
And how can you tell that from the picture that we're looking at now?
Well, not specifically just from this picture, but like I stated before, as the video was moving, we could see clothing descriptions, body structure, who she's laying next to.
Is it fair to say that the exhibit is not moving right now? It's paused.
Yes, sir.
And it's paused with not being able to see who's under the pink blanket. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So how can you say for sure who that is?
If I was to just view this video or this photo without any other context, you're probably correct. I probably wouldn't be able to identify any particular person, but because of the video and how it moved and how I was able to see people, I was able to confirm that that'd be Marisol.
And you came to that conclusion because you've seen these videos before today, or these exhibits rather before today. Would that be fair to say?
No, I come to the conclusion with my memory of being there at that night.
But you did state, just so we have clarity, that you in fact saw these exhibits before today. Would that be fair to say?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
It has been asked and answered, but I'll let the witness answer that question again.
Yes, sir.
Towards the, I don't know what that direction would be. I'm guessing that would, if you're looking at it the way I'm looking at it, it'd be towards the right.
This way?
We're coming back a little bit more. Right where the lady with the white coat is,
Mm-hmm.
You see a few people, it looks like 3, kneeled over someone that is under a blanket with, it looks red with like snowflakes or something on it. You can see like a black, I don't know if that's like a shoe or, I'm guessing that's a shoe or a boot or something to that effect. Is that fair to say that you can see that?
Yes.
Can you tell who that is just looking at it right now?
Well, I know that that's Gregoria, yes.
Can you tell who it is looking at it right now? Can you see their face? Can you identify them right now?
I cannot see their face.
So it'd be fair to say that you're not sure who that is.
No, Darrell.
I am sure who that
That's
is.
not how that works. Stupid.
And you come to that conclusion based on what we're looking at right now at this moment.
Objection.
Grounds.
This characterizes this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Let's go to 136. Same exhibit in pause.
You know what? If I'm out in public with Travis,
Is it fair to say we can see someone?
if I'm out in public with Travis and I see him from a distance, from the back, I can tell that's Travis. I don't need to see his face. I know what he looks like from the back. If you know someone, this guy went to church with these people, right? This is the Catholic people of Waukesha or whatever they're called. Catholic community of Waukesha. He knew these people. Darrell, you're being stupid. Stupider, I should say. He knows these people. He was there when this happened. He doesn't need to see their face on a still frame of the video to know it's them. You're just wasting time. Because that's what you like to do.
With laying on the ground. They have like a bluish jacket. You can only see one arm, so the sleeve. The jacket is blue. It looks like they have like a red, something red next to, which is obviously a lady in a gray jacket, white hat. A guy in a red, looks like a hoodie, and someone else to their right, I would say, and a jacket and a cap with a, looks like a baseball cap. Would it be fair to say that you can see that?
Yes.
And the person that's laying on the ground, can you see their face?
No, sir.
So would it be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is?
I'm sure I know who that is.
Based on what we're looking at now, you can tell who that is.
Based on my recollection of the incident that night, I know who that is.
Based on what we're looking at right now on the screen, can you tell who that is? You
Yes,
can
sir.
see their face.
I know who that is. I cannot see their face.
So it'd be fair to say from this picture, you're not sure who that is.
Objection, Ms. Kirchner.
Rounds.
This is testimony.
Sustained.
To the right of the screen, right here. Can't tell how many people is kneeled down right there, but it's obvious that they're attending to somebody. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Can you see who that is that they're attending to in any way?
Not from this vantage point, no.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't know who that is that they're attending to, correct?
I know who they're attending to.
And you can tell that by what we're looking at right now?
Objection.
Grounds.
Characterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
As testified as this video was going through, who he believed each person was.
Who he believed. But we're looking right now.
Mr. Brooks, let me rule on the objection.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you. Overruled, he may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Can you tell from what we're looking at right now? Can you tell who that is that they're attending to?
You cannot see that that is Jason Petchoff behind them, but that is who is laying on the ground right there.
And you can tell that by what we're looking at right now. You can see who that is.
No, based on my recollection of the incident is why I know who that is.
I'm saying referring to what we're looking at, not your recollection, what we're currently looking at right now. Can you tell who that is that's being attended to from based on what we're looking at right at this moment?
You cannot see who the individual is.
Can we go to 2 minutes and 30 seconds and pause?
Darrell, how is this helping you? He knows who it is because he was there. Leslie, deal with it on redirect.
Can we erase that circling arrow?
He's just making himself look like that.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right in front of us, we can see is a group of people standing over someone who appears to be laying on the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
It looks like they have a Scooby-Doo blanket over them. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
By what we're looking at right now at this moment, can you tell who's under the Scooby-Doo blanket?
I know who that is.
Can you tell by what we're looking at this moment? At this moment right now, can you tell who's under the Scooby-Doo blanket?
Gotcha?
No, sir.
Because it's not.
Can we go to 241 and pause?
I can't believe this trial gets worse, but it does, y'all. It gets worse.
Would it be fair to say that right now we're looking at what appears to be could be police officers, some kind of law enforcement, could be security guard or anything, but some type of law enforcement. We see someone, it looks like a woman who you can't see the top of her head, but you can see like her chin and her bottom lip has black jacket. And right in between those, the law enforcement and the woman, you can see that someone's laying on the ground and you see 3 people attending to them. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell by what we're looking at right now? Can you say exactly who that is?
100% confident because I'm in that photo.
And is that you standing over the front of him?
I'm standing over my son.
Or not standing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Kneeling in over the top of who's on the ground.
Yes, my son is crying because he just got struck by a vehicle and I'm trying to console him.
That was the question. That's you kneeling over would be a hoodie, but like, looks like it's some like bluish black to the sleeve. Would that be you?
I'm wearing a gray sweatshirt. My son is wearing the blue jacket.
I could be mixed up. I apologize for that. So it would be safe to say, by what you just said, you were 100%. You were adamant, 100% that you knew who that was. Mm-hmm. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't have that same enthusiasm for everybody else that we were just looking at. Would that be fair to say?
Objection. This characterizes this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Quit saying ground.
It's also argumentative.
And out of all the exhibits.
Are we done with this exhibit?
Oh yeah, we're done. I'm sorry.
All right, let's take it down, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Go ahead.
Out of all the exhibits that you were shown during the initial questioning, you're not sure who took any of those videos?
No, sir.
There was quite a few exhibits that were shown. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly the estimate of how far the vehicle was from you when you first saw it?
When I first saw it, that's when the initial scream started. I think it was about 200 feet behind me.
And how did you come to that estimation of distance?
When I first saw it, I believed it, my recollection that it was kind of near Curry Insurance. So I would take that as like almost like a half city block. So it was on the other side of Maple Avenue. So I just estimated that based on my experience with feet.
So you felt that estimate was accurate?
I don't know.
Or did you know for sure?
No, I don't know for sure.
You stated that your 9-year-old was in your right hand and your 3-year-old was in your left hand. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You stated at some point that your 9-year-old was ripped, or you didn't know if your 9-year-old was ripped out of your hand. Can you explain what do you mean by ripped?
At the point where I lost contact with them is about the point where the vehicle had come through. So I didn't know if it was the force of the vehicle taking him away from me that forced our hands to be separated, or if we had just separated hands prior to that. But based on my recollection, it was simultaneously as the vehicle had passed through us.
And was that 9-year-old injured?
Yeah, Elliot was thrown in the air and he was knocked unconscious.
And what happened with your 3-year-old that was in your left hand?
I threw him with my left hand towards the curb. He did not get struck.
When you say threw him, what do you mean by that? Was it?
I was holding on to it. I'm sorry.
Quick toss, or was it like a harsh push, or define thrown?
I picked him. I was holding on to him with my left hand. I grabbed him off the air and threw him as far as I possibly could because I knew that he was going to get hit by a car.
Do you recall if he was hurt in the throat?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't actually see him that night because I stayed with my other son at the hospital. But as far as my recollection, I don't think he was injured from that, no.
Other than that, was he injured in any way?
No.
You made a reference to the speed. How did you come to that estimation of speed? Do you have any expertise in speed analysis in any way?
No, just my experiences driving as a motorist and being in law enforcement for 15 years, estimating vehicle speeds.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure?
That's correct.
And I assume that you were interviewed by other officers at some point. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if it was that night or if it was in the following days?
Well, the night of the incident, I informed my department that I had been involved in the incident. So I reported it that night verbally, but a statement was later given to the department in a more formal matter.
And you already stated that your 9-year-old son did get struck. Did you actually see that?
I did not see him get thrown in the air, no.
Even though you had him in your right arm, or right hand rather?
Correct.
Did you see where the vehicle went after it passed you?
I did not.
Did you see anyone else get struck once it passed you?
I did not.
In a summary of your report, do you recall stating to the officer that you were interviewed by that you saw a second unconscious person laying on the ground that you further described as a Hispanic female?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that in your testimony here today you gave names? That'd be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Why not, in the summary of your report, did you give names and just say a Hispanic female?
And I'm just going to object to the form of the question. He's indicating that it's Detective Hallmark's summary in this report. It's not been established. Okay.
It's the form of the question.
I was referring to him already testifying that he had knowledge of everybody that was in his group.
Rephrase your question, please.
At the time of your summary, did you know the identity of the Hispanic female that you referenced
An objection to the form of the question, it's not his summary per se.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
So should I say in the summary that you gave? Do you recall that comment?
Objection mischaracterizes the summary.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
In the summary that was given by the officer that you gave the report to,
There you go.
do you recall that statement?
I'm sorry.
I am going to object. The witness has answered the question. Again, I would just indicate for the record that I believe what Mr. Brooks is looking at is a different officer's report that summarizes the statement that that officer received from Detective Hallmark. With that understanding that that's what it is, I would ask Mr. Brooks to maybe ask his next question with keeping that in mind.
Objection to being called that. I don't identify by that name nor consent to being called that name. And I
Next
made
question,
reference,
sir.
I made reference that it was
Next
by
question.
another officer.
Next question, please.
You made reference to your son being attended to by two men. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
At the time of the incident, did you know who those two men were?
No, sir.
And when did you learn of the identity of those two men?
It was a couple days after the incident. I learned the identity of one individual that was attending to my son.
Do you know if they, or do you recall them giving you any additional information that you didn't have that night?
Yes.
Do you recall if they were active participants in the parade or just spectators? Did they give you that information at any time?
This individual was a spectator.
And to your recollection, did the spectator tell you where they were positioned at when they attended to your son?
Yes.
And who is Charles?
That'd be my 3-year-old.
And Benjamin?
That'd be my 7-year-old.
Do you recall what happened with Benjamin when you saw the vehicle approaching?
Yeah, he was run over by the vehicle on his left leg.
Do you at any time recall making a statement in the summary that was given by another officer? Do you recall making the statement, you threw Charles and Benjamin as hard as you could towards the south curb?
Yes, sir.
Already said that many times, Darrell.
If you already stated that you threw your 3-year-old, which you just said was Charles, and you also just acknowledged that you threw Benjamin.
objection as to the characterization. He acknowledged that the summary that Mr. Brooks is reading said that he threw Benjamin.
He answered the question.
He did not. I believe there's an objection. I'll sustain it as to the form of the question. Please rephrase. It also mischaracterizes the, well, I'll just leave it at that. You may ask your question.
So did you throw Benjamin as hard as you could to the soft curb, or did you see Benjamin struck by the vehicle?
So when the vehicle was coming and I threw Charlie, I knew that Ben was in front of us, so it was the same motion with my left arm to get Benjamin and Charlie out of the way. Obviously, I didn't get Benjamin completely out of the way of the vehicle.
Any idea why that was not in the summary?
I don't recall.
Grounds?
He answered it. He said, I don't know. His answer may stand.
Besides your children, the other people that you observed injured, did you immediately receive information what those injuries were at that time?
Can you repeat just to be clear of who you're talking about?
The other people that were with your group, not your children, but the other people that were with your group. Do you recall receiving information about their injuries at that time?
I did not receive information about their injuries.
So it would be fair to say you knew that they were hurt, but you didn't know the severity of it.
Exactly.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And besides your children, who else was with you when you went, attended the parade that evening?
Well, there was 45 of us that were walking together. But to go down to the parade, it was me and my immediate family, so it was me, my children, and my wife.
Do you recall your wife being injured in any way during the incident?
No.
Do you recall where she was when the vehicle passed you?
Yes.
Was she directly next to you, to the side of you, standing right next to you, or do you remember the general area she was at that moment?
Yeah, I thought I answered it. She was further to kind of, as we're marching, as you see in the video, further to the left and then behind.
And she didn't report any injuries of any kind.
Well, she was, I believe she was 6 months pregnant at the time. So she went and got checked up just to make sure she wasn't injured, and no, she wasn't injured at all.
Oh, that's where the fourth kid was. I was wondering.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Real brief. Sir, the identifications that you made in the exhibits that were shown to you on direct examination, are you 100% confident in those identifications?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sorry.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that based on?
My recollection of the incident.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for your patience, as it was the court who wanted to keep moving a little bit tonight. I know we're a little bit late. I will read the instruction, and then you will be dismissed for the day. and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. All rise for the jury, please. I just have a couple of housekeeping matters. Please be seated. My recollection, there's been a couple of exhibits that were annotated and captured that I don't know were specifically moved in. I'd ask the parties to look at that and let me know if there's any requests as it relates to that. I also want to provide the parties with a copy of an incident report. This relates to an incident last week from the 6th, where I told the parties, or I asked the Sheriff's Department to provide me with a report regarding the incident with Mr. Brooks and being removed from the courtroom, and I believe he may have even filed like a use of force form or something like that, but I wanted to have it notated or noted in the record, and so that incident report has been filed with me. I have a redacted report so that the Sheriff's Department is in compliance with that. The parties are getting an unredacted report. The unredacted will be kept on file but sealed, and then the unredacted will be and the redacted will be what's available for the public should anyone request that. So that's one thing that's coming. Then, just as a courtesy, even though I'm not required to do this, sir, I did follow up on your inmate communication form with our clerk of court, Monica Paz. She has, I have the response here, and I'm going to provide that for you so that it's notated on the record. And so there's a cover letter, and then there's some documents pursuant to your request. I'll give that to and then along with, on the back, will be that incident report. So that's being provided as well. And then the state, you'll get a copy of that incident report. I don't know if you want a copy of what Mr. Brooks was requesting, but at least that inmate communication form has been filed into the case. I believe it's documents the state could simply pull off of the electronic filing system in any event. And then lastly, I had marked, this is the exhibit 6 that I previously had ordered struck. I just wanted to make a record that it's marked, it's in this envelope, it will be kept with the file for any potential use later on. I just hadn't made a record of that, so that's there as well. That does cover all of my housekeeping issues with that. Given the state's request or Attorney Opper's request to start late tomorrow, and frankly, given the late night tonight, we will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Was that enough time for you?
Yes. I was actually going to withdraw my request because we have another jam tomorrow in that we have a witness that we have to guarantee to get out of here by noon. So my request is perhaps, if the court's willing, we could start at 8:30 with the preliminary matters. We could still have the jury come in at 9, but if there's any preliminary matters, we could start with Attorney
I need to
Bailey.
let them know. I told them 9:15 in my note that I gave to Mike, so I don't know if we can still get a hold of them. We probably can.
Okay.
So if maybe someone's going to need to tell them quickly. So I need to stay here so I won't step off, so we can keep going. But so 9 o'clock it is.
Okay.
You want to start? How about we do 8:45?
Have the jury here at 8:45?
No, parties here at 8:45.
Parties here at 8:45 without
jury
me.
by 9.
Attorney Basie and Attorney Witch will be here at 8:45. I'll be here at 9.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Then, just Mr. Brooks, those things were provided to you.
I set the value, return value these filings, and just very briefly, so we can get out of here. I have to raise this issue.
What issue is
My understanding, how can someone who's not an injured party testify on behalf of somebody who is an injured party?
Mr. Brooks,
and it still be
I'm
charged?
not addressing this. It is a frivolous argument. You have a misunderstanding of the law. We are in recess. I am leaving the bench. Thank you, everyone. We're in recess.
So that's a tacit agreement. We're not.
Oh, good God. Okay. Day 7. If you guys want, I got nail powder everywhere. Day 7. Day 7 of the Darrell Brooks Show. He's talking, but there's no sound.
Disregard the statements.
Whoop.
And I told you I was. And I told you I.
Okay, I'm just leaving it. Especially Judge Darrow. And you know, she hated that she had to do this. You know, after the first few hearings, when she realized...
All right, thank you. The jury can come on out.
...how difficult this man was going to be.
Civil matter?
No.
I was told to pay for something under a civil statute.
Mr. Brooks, I am not the custodian. Bring it up with the clerk of court.
How
I'm
can
not
I bring it
addressing
up
it.
with the clerk of court? How am I supposed to do that? So that makes me wonder if it's a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case.
the jury's coming out. I'm not going to address your request for open records. I'm not the custodian of the records, sir.
Sued? My Sesty Trust is being sued? Civil
Mr. Brooks, this is an irrelevant matter that you're attempting to bring up in the presence of the jury. The record should reflect these interruptions.
Before the jury came out, Your Honor.
And I told you I wasn't going to address it. Please.
Okay, so it's a civil matter. Who's being sued? My Sesty Trust? Because how can I be
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter between you and the clerk of court.
It wasn't irrelevant when I got the paperwork from the clerk of court. I was simply
Mr.
trying
Brooks,
to address it.
I'm not going to address it. The jury will
So I'm
disregard
being
these
sued?
irrelevant
This is a civil
comments.
matter? We haven't addressed subject
All
matter
right, thank you,
jurisdiction yet at all
everyone.
either?
Please be seated. The jury will
we're not gonna
disregard the
address
statements
subject
Mr.
matter?
Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
Yes. No,
All
they're
right,
not.
and
Just like this is a civil case.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's here. Please
Just like
show
this is a civil
respect
case.
and decorum.
According to this document, this is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter.
I have the
I'm
paperwork
starting
sent
the
by
trial.
paper course right here that says it's a civil matter.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
Session
case.
Trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So.
I got the paperwork right here.
All right, I'm
How
going to
do you not
excuse
know
the
what I'm
jury
talking
right
about?
now, given this disruption. I'll rise for the jury.
This should be properly addressed before the jury even comes out. That's why I'm trying to properly address it before we even went on the record.
Mr. Brooks, stop.
I'm not gonna. This is.
You are not
I
being
was given
respectful
this
to this
paperwork by you,
proceeding
Your
or to
Honor.
this
With all
jury.
respect,
No, it's not. With all due
with
respect,
all due
stating that doesn't
respect,
make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you.
Mr.
from
Brooks,
Monica Paz.
stop talking till the
Clerk of
jury
Court.
is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
so why couldn't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it,
That
bottom
was the
line.
time to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addressings before the jury comes out, before we start the matter.
Please
I
be
was trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr.
this-
Brooks,
it states that
you
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
on what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday, as a courtesy that was provided to you, so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But
charge
from
you.
now on, I am not going to be the messenger and give you documents that you request to the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up. All right, it is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
because
need
it
to be
was-
noted, sir.
You
All right,
gave
the
it to
jury's
me-
coming
you gave
back
it to
out,
me in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for being disruptive, and for bringing up irrelevant matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination of this witness.
I object to that.
Did you
Your Honor.
hear what I said,
No,
sir?
I did not. I object to that, Your Honor.
Well, you can
And
object, and your objection is noted, but if you
For the
interrupt
record-
when this jury
for
comes
the
out,
record-
they will go, I will have them taken out again, and you will be removed to the next courtroom.
You can't, what is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the other cases that
and it
I've
doesn't
cited
say
previously.
anything-
I'll make the appropriate record. Stop interrupting me. The jury's coming out. We're continuing with this trial despite your repeated efforts to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
mischaracterization
sit
of the
down.
record.
Yesterday alone, sir, 17 interruptions, not including the opportunity that I gave you where you spent 15 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations and requests not based in law or fact. I was abundantly patient with you yesterday.
And you still haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said,
none
Your
of that
Honor.
is required, sir.
Because it
And
is. You can't verify
your
these proofs.
belief
Where's
that
the
that's the
subject matter-
law
where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the law and doesn't make it so.
It's
So,
clearly
again,
relevant because you didn't want to.
I am going to step off and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off,
I'm
and
not-
when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm not
out,
angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
Oh, they muted him. Look at the bailiffs. They're ready. They got their eyes on him.
Maybe a little bit more on the procedural, just.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All rise.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while you were not with us, the state moved Exhibit 162A, and I did receive it. With that, who do we have on the witness stand?
The state calls Assistant Chief Craig Learman.
All right, sir, would you please stand and raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Sir, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name Craig, C-R-A-I-G. Last name Learman, L-I-E-R-M-A-N-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Sunday, November 21st of 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you alone or with other people?
I was with my family.
Overruled.
Could you say that again?
I was with my family.
And I see you're wearing a uniform today. What do you do for a living?
I'm Assistant Chief with the Franklin Police Department.
Were you at the parade in your law enforcement capacity?
I was not.
Why were you there?
I was there to attend the parade, just to get in the Christmas mood.
Okay. And did you have any family members participating in the parade?
I did not.
Where were you standing or observing the parade?
I was standing on West Main Street, very near the intersection of Maple, just to the west of Maple.
Do you know if you were on the north side or the south side of Main Street?
I was on the south side of Main Street.
Can we please put up for the jury exhibit number 15, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead. Overruled.
And could we zoom in on the bottom left quadrant here? Do you recognize the area on the map that you're looking at?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It's a map of the parade route, Christmas parade route.
Could you draw a little X for us, if you can find where you were standing with your family?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you want me to go up and touch the map? Is that
Oh, at the screen in front of you. I'm sorry. The screen in front of you is
Okay.
a touch screen. You can use your finger.
Sure. Okay.
Overruled.
I would be right, basically right there, just west of the intersection with Maple by maybe 20 to 50 feet.
Okay. Southwest corner, Maple and Main.
Yes.
We can clear that then, please. Could we now please display for the jury Exhibit 56, which has also been previously received and published?
Go ahead.
This is an exhibit has already been received into evidence. It's obviously a diagram of the intersection we're talking about. Do you recognize this intersection?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
And could you point out for us by, again, drawing a little X where you and your family were standing?
Yes. It would be approximately right here.
Okay. So again, southwest corner of Maple and Main.
Yes.
Do you recall what happened? We can take that down, please. Do you recall what happened at approximately 4:39 p.m. that Sunday afternoon?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Sure. Standing at that location, the parade was coming from my right to my left, so from the east to the west. There was a break in the parade in front of me. To my right was the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. To my left was a group from the Catholic community of Waukesha, and there was a break in the parade right in front of me, an opening. I heard the crowd become more excited than normal. So I felt like something was coming, but I didn't know what. Didn't know if it was a unusual parade thing or what, but people became more excited, so it kind of grabbed my attention. Then I realized something wasn't quite right. I could see a vehicle traveling from the east to the west. At first I could only see the top portion of the vehicle from maybe the windshield up, because there was people obviously standing along the route, so they kind of obstructed my view. But I could see that the vehicle was traveling at a much faster rate than any of the other participants, so clearly something was wrong.
Could you describe the vehicle for us?
At first I could only tell that it was probably like an SUV, because of, again, my vision was obstructed by the people that were standing watching the parade. As I got closer, I could see that it was a red Ford Escape SUV.
What happened as the SUV got closer to you?
As it got closer to me, I could hear that the engine was revving very high. The RPMs were much higher than normal, almost like it was maybe in the wrong gear, or there was something mechanically wrong with it. It was revving, like I said, revving much higher than a typical car. It definitely grabbed your attention.
Okay, what happened next?
As I got closer, I could hear something which I didn't know if it was like the engine sputtering or I didn't really know what it was. Again, kind of unusual. But then as I got closer, I could see that it was, again, traveling at a high rate of speed. I was concerned at that point in time that either there's some sort of mechanical issue with the car possibly, or maybe some parade participant was having a medical emergency, but the vehicle was clearly not under control in relation to everything else that was going on.
How close did the SUV get to you?
As it passed me, it came more towards my side of the street, so it would have been traveling essentially west in what would be the eastbound lanes normally. So when it passed by me, it was very close, probably maybe 10 feet away at most.
Were there parking spaces in front of you where you were standing?
I believe there were, yes.
Do you recall if the vehicle passed through the parking spaces in front of you at all?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time? What were the sunlight, street lights, things like that?
It was, if I remember correctly, it was getting to be towards dusk. I don't believe the street lights were on at that point in time, but it was getting darker, but it was still, like I said, I would describe it as maybe dusk, slightly before that.
How good of a look did you get at the driver?
A very good look.
Okay. Can you describe, or can you give us a physical description of what you remember?
I remember the driver being a light-skinned male black, approximately mid to late 30s. Had very facial hair and what I would describe as like dreadlocks, longer hair.
What was the driver doing as he passed you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Makes so much sense now.
As he was driving by, the window was open. He stuck his head and actually like the upper portion of his body out the driver's window and looked back behind him.
The window you're talking about, which window is that?
It would be the driver's window.
And he actually stuck his head out the window.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. He may answer.
Correct, to the point where it crossed my mind he actually may fall out. That's how far out I perceived him to be.
What direction was the driver looking when he stuck his head out the window?
He was looking behind him.
From the direction that he had come from?
Correct.
What happened next?
At that point when he looked back and then he kind of turned towards the front, based on his body language, my heart kind of sank because I felt like what I thought could be maybe a medical emergency or something like that. To me, it clearly, I felt like it was an intentional act. So that obviously upset me a little bit. And then the driver, after he had leaned back, he turned forward, he grabbed the steering wheel, he pulled himself up off the seat and cranked the steering wheel to the right.
So let the record reflect that the witness used both hands at the 10 and 2 position to simulate the driver's hands on the steering wheel.
Objection to that.
Overruled. The record will reflect.
What happened as the driver cranked the steering wheel to the right?
Unfortunately, when he did that, he essentially steered the vehicle across the parade route at a diagonal angle directly through a group of people that were walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
Based on your memory of where those people were in the road and the SUV's path of travel, what would have happened if the SUV had simply maintained a straight path instead of veering to the right?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe that there was a gap between where the Catholic community from Waukesha were standing and the parade spectators. So there should have been an open alleyway if he would have went straight.
What happened next?
Unfortunately, when he drove through that group, he struck many of them, a lot of them kind of bouncing off the hood, and some of them, unfortunately, actually ran over. I could see people come out from underneath the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle at any point attempt to strike the word attempt? Did you at any point see the vehicle slow down?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
Did you see brake lights?
Nope, none.
Did you hear a horn honking?
Nope, not at all.
I'd like to put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 133.
Go ahead.
This is a 5-second clip. It's cleared now. We're going to just play it for you once. Let me know if you recognize what you're looking at after you watch it, okay?
Objection here today.
Overruled.
Okay.
Do you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That depicts the red Ford Escape traveling through the closed parade route from the east of Maple through that intersection with Maple on Main Street to the west, very close to where I was standing.
Does that video accurately depict the events as you saw them unfold that day?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 133 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. Exhibit 133 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We can just wait for the bailiff to give me a signal.
There's a delay to the monitors in the jury box.
Okay.
Could you just tell us which part of the screen does the SUV enter?
Objection. Lead the witness.
Overruled.
It enters from the right side of the screen and progresses across to the essentially kind of the left side of the screen.
Okay, let's play this once then.
Why was he playing so fast? Is that normal speed?
Mr. Brooks, it's not your time to ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to ask those previously, or when. Go ahead.
Could we put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 132? So same concept here. I'm just going to play a few seconds for you. You let me know if you recognize the area depicted in the video and what happens as it plays. Let's keep going. Okay. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows the same red Ford Escape SUV that I've been talking about come in from the right-hand side of the screen across the left-hand side of the screen, striking at least one person there.
And do you see the vehicle changing position in the road towards the end of that video?
Objection. Lead the witness.
Overruled.
Can I see it again?
Sure.
For the record, how long is this clip?
It is 11 seconds.
Thank you.
From my perspective, the vehicle travels straight through the video from right to left.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Move exhibit 132 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Exhibit 132 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We'll wait for the bailiff. Okay, we can play. I'd like to go back to the 6-second mark. Set it to 40%, please. And play from there.
Go ahead.
Can we go back to the 6-second mark?
Objection. What's the relevancy and keep going back?
I presume you have a question for the witness?
I do, yep.
All right, overruled.
Can you, using a little X again, can you draw on the screen the approximate area where you would have been standing at this time?
Sure. I would have been somewhere down in that area.
Okay. So the sidewalk running kind of up the middle of the screen here, that'll run into Maple?
Yes.
And then you would be on the other side of Maple?
Yeah.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Just caution the state about leading questions. Thank you.
Do you know what side of the street this camera is on, north or south?
This.
Overruled, he asked if he knew.
This camera would be on the south side of Main Street.
And what direction is the camera facing?
This camera would be facing to the west.
Okay. And can we back up a little bit, maybe to the 3-second mark?
Yes.
Okay, we're at the 3-second mark. Do you see the SUV that you've been talking about in the video right now?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you please circle it for us? Thank you. We can clear that. Now, paying attention to the tail lights, let's play again at 40% from that spot, 3 seconds. What did you see the taillights of the SUV doing in the last few seconds of that video?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't see the taillights on. As far as like brake lights, I didn't see any brake lights.
But the rear-facing lights were illuminated in some way, correct?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained.
Asked about
Please.
tail lights, not brake lights.
Please rephrase.
Sure. Did you see any lights on the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
Which ones?
Taillights.
And what did you see the taillights doing in that portion of the video?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
The taillights were on.
But the position of the vehicle, did you see that change?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I did not.
Okay. You testified earlier that you thought there might be some type of mechanical issue. Did you maintain that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
Based on the body language that the driver had exhibited as he passed me, there was no panic, there was no distress, like he was trying to stop the vehicle. In fact, he seemed to me like he was excited about what he was doing.
Would you please put up for the witness exhibit number 34, again for the witness only.
Go ahead.
134, excuse me. Yep.
Go ahead. 134.
We're going to play, this is a 16-second clip. We're just going to play the first 7 or 8 seconds for you. That's good. We played 6 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Do I recognize the vehicle in the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection, that wasn't the question, Your Honor.
Overruled. He may answer.
The answer was yes?
Yes.
Okay. This is based on your recollection of the scene that day. This would be where in relation to where you were standing?
That would be west of my location.
What happens to Main Street as you go west of where you were standing?
Objection, being the witness.
Overruled.
Approximately a block to the west, the road takes a sharp turn to the left or south.
You testified earlier that the driver's window was down when it passed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this video accurately depict how the SUV looked, including that window, at the time you saw it?
Objection, speculative. The window was open.
Overruled. He may answer. He's testifying about what he recalled, not what someone else thought. Go ahead.
Yes.
I move Exhibit 134 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 134 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, we'll play this once at full speed. The video that we just played, Exhibit 134, that's how you recall seeing the video that day, the vehicle that day?
Yes.
Now, if we could put up for the witness only Exhibit number 9, please. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the red SUV that I saw on the parade that day. The damage done depicts in the front of the vehicle is consistent with what I saw. The driver's window is open, like I saw, and that's the driver that I saw driving the vehicle that day.
Does Exhibit 9 appear to be a screenshot from the video that we just saw, Exhibit 134?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 9 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. Speculative.
Exhibit 9 is received. Permission to publish is granted. Does that come up in the jury box yet? No. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. What did you do after the SUV drove out of your field of view?
Checked on my family. They were physically unharmed. So then I went into the road to see how I can help people.
Did you?
Yes.
Who?
Stepped out into the road. I looked to my left, to my right, in each direction. I would estimate probably 12 to 15 people in each direction that were lying in the road in various positions. I just walked up to the first people that I saw to my west, which would have been people that were with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
And did you attempt to render any medical aid to anybody in that group?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So it happened upon two people. One was an adult male, and then one was a small child, probably 8 to 11. The adult male was conscious, was lying on his side. I believe it was the right side of his head on the ground. He complained that he couldn't move his legs. And then the young girl was unconscious. She was laying on her stomach, face down, with her head tucked essentially down underneath her, like onto her chest essentially.
The adult male that you described, did he provide you with a first name?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
Jason.
The girl that you mentioned, did you ever learn her name?
I have an idea who it is now. I did not learn it that day though.
Okay. What happened as you came upon that girl with her head tucked down into her chest?
I believe there was at least one other Good Samaritan that had come down to assist her. She was not, like I said, she was not conscious. She was breathing, but the breaths were more like snoring. I recognized that she was not getting good quality breaths. Could be characterized as agonal breathing. Possibly. But
what did you do?
I told the other Good Samaritan that we needed to get her in a better position. At first, the person was a little reluctant because they didn't want to hurt her more by moving her. But I convinced them that she's not breathing appropriately right now, and we have to move her carefully so that she can have an opportunity to breathe.
So did you?
Yes.
Did you help anybody else with the group that you've identified as the Catholic communities?
Objection answered.
Overruled.
Eventually, there were several people that came and helped the young girl with various levels of medical training. I think one was like a retired military medic, and there was at least one nurse. So they were helping her to the point where I really could not provide any additional aid. So I kind of walked around to see if there's anybody else I could help.
Was there?
Yes, there was many people at that point.
Did you help anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
I actually ran into an officer who was also off duty from Franklin that I recognized. I didn't attend the event with him, but I ran into him. We worked together then to help at least one other person into the back of a sheriff's squad that had come onto the parade route to try to help get people to area hospitals.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a
There's been an objection. It's not speculative. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Okay. It was a marked Waukesha County Sheriff's SUV.
Okay. What happened next?
By that time, there was a lot of medical equipment that was arriving on scene. I know there was a long board that we tried putting some of the victims on, but the long board wouldn't fit in the back of the SUV because it's a hard seat, and it just wouldn't fit in there. So we ended up using like a makeshift stretcher out of a blanket, and then we carried one of the victims into the back of the sheriff SUV, and then the officer who was with me from Franklin, he actually rode with her in the back, or the female victim, and went to an area hospital.
Do you recall the first name of that female victim?
I believe it was Marisol.
Marisol?
Objection,
So clarification.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you eventually leave the downtown Waukesha area?
Yeah, approximately 5:30 after all the victims that had been lying in the road were taken care of. There was nothing left for me to do at that point.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions for this witness, sir?
Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Would you happen to be on duty today? Right now, if you weren't testifying?
Yes.
And so right now, would it be fair to say that you are on the clock?
Yes.
So on the clock, would it be fair to say that you're getting paid right now?
Yes.
Would that be for your testimony or just because you would be on the clock otherwise?
These would be my normal work hours right now.
So you're being paid to testify right now?
Objection.
Grounds.
Ask and answer.
Grounds.
He may answer.
Yes.
Any idea why you would be getting paid to testify?
Because these are my normal work hours. This is when I'm working, and I've been subpoenaed by the state to be here.
So the state's paying you to testify?
The city of Franklin is paying me
to testify.
These are my normal work hours.
So testifying in open court is part of your duties as an officer?
Yes.
So you've done this more than just this time, then? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And each time you were paid to do so?
Yes.
You made mention to the state of Wisconsin. Is that who you were subpoenaed by?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom?
No.
You were in fact subpoenaed though, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you don't recall by whom the subpoena was delivered to you? The name on the subpoena?
No.
So would it be fair to say that upon being subpoenaed, you were in touch with the state of Wisconsin?
Specifically, Waukesha County DA's office.
Do you recall who those interactions were with?
Not specifically.
So it'd be fair to say you had an interaction with the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, but don't recall who you spoke with?
I spoke with a group of people from the DA's office.
Do you remember anyone by name?
One of the people was the gentleman, the DA at the table.
Let the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table and identified Attorney Whichow.
Objection.
The record will so reflect.
So you knew that it was a strong possibility that you would be called to testify then, I'm assuming. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you seek to testify in any way?
I don't understand the question.
Were you actively seeking to testify? Like, did you, on your end, did you reach out and volunteer testimony?
After the incident, I did complete a report of what I saw that day and gave it to the Waukesha Police Department.
So after that report that you submitted, you didn't follow up on what was happening in the matter at that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say after you gave the report on the incident, you just went back to work and continued your normal duties. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you follow much in the aftermath of the matter at that point after you submitted your report?
Not really.
Don't recall seeing any news reports related to the incident?
I may have saw some.
You made reference at one point to, well, let me back up. Was today the first time you ever saw those exhibits, the videos and still frame photo?
No.
So you've seen that before today?
Yes.
You recall how many times?
I believe probably once a piece.
Do you recall who you were shown them by?
The table, yeah.
Same attorney?
Yes.
Let the record also reflect that, again, he's made a right hand gesture to the prosecution table and identified an attorney with child. Again.
No objection.
Record will so reflect.
And do you recall around what date that was? Was it recently? Was it some time ago?
It was recently.
And what would you define as recently? A few days, a month?
A few weeks.
And exhibit, I want to say it was 133, or maybe 132. You recall seeing the vehicle that you saw that day going through the parade route? Would that be fair to say?
Could I see the exhibit? I'm not sure which one specifically you're referring to.
Let's try exhibit 132. That may be.
The state, put that up, please.
Yep.
For the witness only or for everyone?
For everyone.
All right, go ahead.
I don't have it on my screen.
It takes a moment.
Okay,
Should have
great.
it now. Jurors,
Yes.
let me know when you have it in the jury box.
I have it now.
No, I need the jurors to let me know when they get it, since there's more of a delay to the jury box and those monitors. Thank you. It's in the jury box. Go ahead.
You made reference when shown this exhibit. You made reference to being positioned around like right in that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
If you could play the video from, I don't know, maybe starting at around 5 seconds.
Give me a second. I need to clear the annotation. You don't want to capture the memory, would you?
Oh no. Okay.
All right.
Can you play it? Did you see the vehicle pass the position where you were standing in that exhibit?
Yes.
You made reference to the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the driver's side window, and I think your words were, you were concerned that the driver may fall out of the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say from that exhibit video that the driver of that vehicle is not hanging out of the window?
In that portion of the video, he is not hanging out the window.
So what portion, let me back up. In any of the exhibits that you were shown, does any of them depict the driver hanging out of the window on the verge of falling out?
No.
So at what position were you in when you observed what you said as the driver hanging out of the window and you being concerned that possibly they would fall out? And where were you positioned at that time?
I would have been standing on the south side of Main Street, just west of Maple, by a few feet.
Do you know of any reason why the exhibits are not depicting what you say you saw?
That portion of the video only covers from a distance where I was. It would have been the very tail end of that. When it's going to the west, that video is probably from several 100 feet to the east of where I am. So
several hundred feet? How would you estimate that distance?
just I know where that video was taken from and where I was standing. That's an estimate of about how far.
And you know that for sure?
It's an estimate.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure.
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Sustain.
Grounds for sustain, Your Honor.
Argumentative. Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase
Would
it.
it be fair to say that in the exhibit that was just shown, that from the position that you said that you would have been positioned at, would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed that position pretty quickly?
Yes.
So how were you able to get a look at the driver if it passed your position quickly and we can see lots of people standing in that position?
When the vehicle passed by me, the vehicle at that point in time was a threat to me and my family. So I was very focused on what was going on, very focused. And it passed directly in front of me, about 10 feet away. So all my attention was directly on that vehicle. That's how I noticed that.
And you saying it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Approximately, yes.
Does this exhibit that was just shown depict what you are saying now, that it passed 10 feet in front of you?
Yes.
So can we pull that back up?
Sure.
132.
Will be shown to everyone.
Yes.
And if the jurors would let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please. Go ahead.
Jury
Want
got-
it played? They have it, yeah, they confirmed. Do you want it played from a certain
Well,
spot?
I'll get to that. Just so we're clear for the record and for the jury, your position would be somewhere in here as you testified. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. But
can we pull that X down?
Hold on, he was, let him finish. You interrupted.
Okay.
given the angle of this, it's very hard for me to show precisely where I am. It's a little, if I can draw an X, I'm trying to draw it as far.
Use your finger.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Like as far down here as possible. It's not right. It's not like any of these people here. It's actually, because this is still, all this video here is still on the east side of Maple. I am on the west side of Maple. So when I put an X here, I am essentially, I'm going to call it way down there, several hundred feet. I'm not any of these people pictured. Does that make sense?
No, it actually doesn't, but I was referring, so I probably had it a little coming this way, so by what you're saying, you would have been approximately in this area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Object to the annotation. The witness drew twice now where he was, and I think adequately explained it.
Grounds.
I'm going to sustain the objection and direct Mr. Brooks to have the witness put where the area that he was in.
Okay.
We'll clear the annotation and go ahead. If you could do that, sir.
Yeah, it would be.
Now, did you mean to put that arrow?
I did not mean to put that arrow there.
Let's clear it again. We'll have you do it. I know it's a touchy screen, so do it again.
So you and your family were approximately in the area of where you drew the X. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that there are quite a few people in that area?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you can see, I guess it would be some type of lights from the vehicle that passed? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you estimate that where you can see those lights and where you would have positioned that is 10 feet.
Can you repeat the question?
Would you say that where you can see those lights at, that you just said that you can see, and the position that you drew yourself to be positioned in, you would estimate that that's 10 feet?
Yes. And I'll object and move to strike. I think this is a misleading question. We're at the beginning of the video. Those taillights are not the vehicle in question.
Where did the taillights come from then?
A different vehicle.
Oh.
So would it be fair to say that?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the question mischaracterized the evidence. So strike the question, strike his response. Please rephrase. If you want to watch the video again to establish what you're asking, that would be fine.
Before I play, do you recall there being any other vehicles positioned by where you were standing there with your family?
Hold on, are you talking about at the time that we're seeing this?
At the time that we're looking at right now, do you recall any other vehicles being present, positioned where you were standing with your family?
I believe there was a vehicle to my left, which would have been immediate to my left was the group that was walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha, and just to the west of them was some sort of vehicle that was participating in the parade.
So it would have been a little bit further west.
Yes.
From your recollection, would you say that was the vehicle that you said would have been positioned a little further west?
Sir, do you mean the vehicle in the photo?
Yes, the vehicle that.
Thank you.
The vehicle in the exhibit. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we all understand.
Okay.
It's possible that's the vehicle.
But you don't know for sure?
No.
Can you play a little bit of it? I'll tell you when to pause. Can we bring the X off?
We can. And we will. Go ahead and play.
Pause. Would it be fair to say that it looks like the vehicle that's traveling with direction, would that be west?
Which vehicle are you referring
to? The vehicle that just drove through the middle of the screen.
Yes.
For the record, hold on. For the record, the video was paused at 4 seconds. Go ahead.
Does the vehicle appear to be in the middle of the street? Would that be fair to say?
At that point, yes.
And would you estimate the middle of the street to be 10 feet from where you were positioned at the time?
No, it would be a little further than that.
And with all the people in that general vicinity, would that in any way be hard for you to focus on if you could actually see who was driving the vehicle?
No, when I gave the description, the vehicle was right in front of me and there was nobody in my way.
Do you see yourself? Did your position move closer to the vehicle, as we can see that it's in the middle of the street and you just testified to that? Did you move closer to the vehicle or did you move back from the vehicle? What did you do at that point when you noticed that the vehicle was approaching your position?
It happened very quickly. I don't know that I moved in any direction when the vehicle came by.
So to your recollection, you pretty much stayed where you were at?
Yes, it happened very quickly.
So it'd be fair to say that it was, well, let me back up. What would you define as very quickly? Few seconds?
Yes.
And in the few seconds you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the window and almost falling and doing all that in just a few seconds?
Yes.
And you also made mention to the driver of the vehicle looking behind them. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
So, in your recollection, you witnessed the driver hanging out of the driver's side window, being concerned that they would possibly fall out of the vehicle, and looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line, all in a few seconds.
Can you repeat that question?
You were able to see, because you testified that everything happening very quickly, and then you defined that as being a few seconds. Would that be fair to say that that's what you just testified to?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, in those few seconds, you were able to see, from your recollection, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the vehicle, you being concerned that the driver would possibly fall from the vehicle. Notice that the driver was looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line. You witnessed all this in a few seconds.
I would not say continue to drive in a straight line. All the rest of that, yes.
You witnessed all that in a few seconds.
Yes.
Are we done with the video?
Oh yeah, we done with the video. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Just so we're clear for the record, the exhibit that we just watched, the driver of the said vehicle was not hanging out of the window. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
You made reference to the make and model of the vehicle. How were you able to determine that in just a few seconds?
Given my job, I know different makes and models of vehicles, so I'm positive on the make and model.
So would you that would pass you on a street?
Most, yes.
Most, but not all.
Some of the newer vehicles look very similar. Some might be a little difficult, but I'm very confident in that vehicle description.
You were able to determine that in a few seconds?
Yes.
You made mention to some mechanical problems. You believe that there may have been some mechanical problems. How were you able to come to that determination?
That was my initial concern because of the noise that the engine was making. It wasn't a normal engine noise. The RPMs were revving much higher than normal.
Can you explain to the jury what do you mean by that, the RPMs? How that has any bearing on the engine?
Sounds very, very high pitched. This is very different than a normal vehicle driving down the road. Very, very high pitched. It would get your attention.
And so upon hearing that, from your recollection, you thought because of that sound that there had to be some mechanical problems going on with the engine.
I thought that there could be.
But it was your first initial thought, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to hear that sound and come to a conclusion that possibly there were mechanical issues all in a few seconds.
A lot runs through your mind at that point in time, yes.
And would it be fair to say, because depicting from the exhibit, that there were quite a few people in that general area, you were able to hear this engine over all the noise and chaos that was going on at that time?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can hear the engine clear over all those people?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present at the parade that day?
Hundreds for sure in my area. Sure.
In your general area, hundreds?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that hundreds of people can get pretty loud?
Yes.
You stated that, I can't remember what side of the road you said it would be, but you made reference to an open alleyway. Do you recall saying that?
No.
Do you recall if you were positioned by any cross streets?
Yes, there was an intersection just to my right with Maple Avenue.
Do you recall if it was barricaded at the time?
I believe it was, but I couldn't say for sure.
Do you recall if any law enforcement was stationed at that barricade?
I don't recall.
So it would be fair to say you don't recall if there could have been an exit out of the parade route at that time?
I don't recall.
In any of the exhibits that you were shown, and not the still frames, but the videos, 132, 133, and I think it was 134. Did you see yourself in any of those videos?
I did not.
Did you see your family members in any one of those videos?
I did not.
To back up really quick to the mechanical issue again, you made mention to sounded like the engine was sputtering. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you define to the jury what you mean by sputtering?
I heard noises that sounded like almost like a popping, which at the time I didn't know what was. I thought it was possibly mechanical related. In retrospect, it may have been impacts of the vehicle hitting things. I don't know. I don't know which it was.
It would be fair to say that based on what you testified to earlier about the RPMs and you knowing that would have something to do with the engine being louder, high pitched, I think it was what you said. It would be fair. Do you think it would be fair to say that if that is pursuant to the actual engine, how could that have anything to do with something being struck if that's engine, that's inside of the vehicle?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure what the specific question was.
The mechanical issues that you are describing was pretty much geared towards engine trouble. Would that be fair to say? A sputtering engine,
It was very high pitched, so it could be a mechanical thing, or it could be the engine or the transmission being like in the wrong gear, so that it's sounding much higher.
From your line of work, obviously you've been doing it for a very long time. Engine or transmission, possibly the vehicle being in the wrong gear, as you just said, could that at any time cause someone who's driving the vehicle to lose control of the vehicle?
I guess it could.
Do you know for sure, or is that just a guess?
That's just a guess.
So you don't know for sure if that would cause, if the driver may have been stuck in the wrong gear, you're not sure if that would have caused them maybe to lose control of the vehicle at that point in time?
It could. I don't know.
Darrell, do you know where the engine is? It's under a thin piece of metal. And when people continue to hit that thin piece of metal, it's gonna crumple in on top of that engine and make it make weird noises. So yeah, if the car runs into things, it'll affect the engine. Yeah, that's what he meant. That's how that happens. That's how if you hit things with your car, that's how it affects the engine. Like if you crash your car into something and it quits running, it's because you've hit something with your car and it's affected the engine. That's how that works. Don't hit things with your car, and then your engine will still work. That's how that works.
From the well, let me back up.
Yeah.
From your recollection, do you recall there being any tints to the vehicle, like tinted windows or anything?
I don't recall.
Can we pull up Exhibit 9?
Go ahead.
Can we? How do you show it to everybody? You say public.
It's on.
I'm sorry.
Published. Yes. It may, and it is. Jury will let me know when it's in the jury box, please.
Still shot the windows on the side too?
Yes, when I mean back, I mean driver's door back.
I apologize. I didn't know what you meant by that.
Okay.
Back driver's side window and the window, the immediate window after that as well. Would it be fair to say that there, from this picture, there are 2 tinted windows that you can visibly see? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Where'd it go?
In the back or tint.
And your face, your big, fat, ugly face, right there. See, look at the hood. Look at that. That would cause engine trouble because it's crumpled in onto the engine. And there's your big, fat face right there. Everybody can see that's you. Because you got your window down and you're hanging your head out of it. And that's tinted and that's tinted. It does not disguise that big old fat hairy face right there. Stupid.
So you don't see any tinted windows on the side too?
Yes, when I mean back, I mean driver's door back.
I apologize. I didn't know what you meant by that.
Okay.
Back driver's side window and the window, the immediate window after that as well. Would it be fair to say that there, from this picture, there are 2 tinted windows that you can visibly see? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So what?
You can take that down.
His crosses are way
In that
longer. Have you noticed?
Exhibit 9 steel frame, it would be also fair to say that the driver is not hanging out of the window at that point?
That is fair to say. That is correct.
It looks like you either were or about to be there. Coming back in or going out?
To your recollection, do you know who may have took any of those videos, not the still frames, but the videos that were shown?
No.
Why does that matter? He keeps asking that. Why?
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No.
Any of your family?
No.
Here come the claim and plaintiff questions.
Do you know if anyone filed a claim in this incident?
I don't understand the question.
Filed a claim like seeking to be an injured party.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Working in law enforcement, have you at any point seen the complaint in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer if he's able.
A complaint regarding this case?
Yes.
No.
Do you know if there's a plaintiff in this case?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Plaintiff in the case?
I sustain the objection.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to answer.
All right.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Being in law enforcement for as long as you have, are you aware that there has to be an injured party to bring a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained. Also misstates the law.
Like the people that were in law enforcement that testified because they were there or they were in the parade, I wonder what they think about the questions that they were asked by this idiot. Like, this guy's from another town, right? He's not even Waukesha police. He was just at the parade. And I wonder what he thinks about the types of questions he's being asked about by this jackass. Especially that last one. You know from being a police officer that there has to be a complaining witness.
Any of your investigations during your career,
Party or whatever.
were you ever made aware at any time that the state of Wisconsin can be a plaintiff in a matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And from your recollection, do you recall seeing any other occupants in the vehicle at the time?
I don't remember seeing anyone in the vehicle other than the driver.
Were you able to get a look inside of the vehicle?
I could only see the driver. I couldn't tell you whether there was anyone else in the vehicle or not.
So it would be fair to say that you're not sure.
Why does that matter?
That would be fair.
Because you were driving. Nobody else was driving. The person that plowed down was the driver, none of the passengers.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor. If we could bring 132 back up for the jury, and while we're waiting for their screens to come up, I do have some separate questions.
Go ahead.
You testified that you're getting paid today as you sit there, correct?
That is correct.
By the city of Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. The state of Wisconsin's not cutting that check.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Correct. It's just the city of Franklin's paying no one else.
Do you get paid more money if there's a guilty verdict?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. It's not hearsay. You may answer.
No.
Okay. Direct your attention to Exhibit 132 on the screen. If we could jump ahead to maybe 3 seconds and slow it down to about 40%. One last time, I'd like you to draw an X to depict where you and your family were standing, approximately.
Objection. Answered numerous times already at this point.
I'd like to preserve this as an exhibit,
Go
since
ahead.
he's done it so many times. Can we save that as Exhibit 132A and I've moved that into evidence?
Objection. Relevancy. It's been answered numerous times.
Exhibit 132 is received.
132A. I believe.
Sorry, 132A.
Thank you.
Objection.
Overruled.
We can see the red SUV in the roadway on Main Street in this portion of the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the video, can you see the driver leaning his head or body out of the driver's window?
No.
Let's go frame by frame, please. And pause there. We've paused it at about 4 seconds. This is the approximate location on cross-examination where you were asked about your position and whether or not you were 10 feet from the vehicle. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this where it was on Main Street?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
Speculative. It's clearly not 10 feet.
It would.
The jury will disregard the comment made by Mr. Brooks. It's not testimony. The witness may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name. Objection to that, for the record.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this, as it's depicted right now in the video, is this where the vehicle was at that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Grounds for the overrule, Your Honor.
He may answer.
The vehicle at this point would still be east of my location.
Okay. So it hasn't, at this point in the video, it hasn't reached you and your family yet.
That is correct.
Let's go frame by frame, a few more frames, please. And we'll pause there.
Just for the record, it was not paused when you asked it to, so go ahead and get back to the spot.
Okay, we're gonna resume it.
It should be at 4.
So looks like the video is at 4 seconds.
Yep, we'll play from there.
And if you could just indicate, hold on, what speed you're at.
We're going frame by frame at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, we've paused at 5 seconds. Is the vehicle now closer to the approximate location where it was near you and your family?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
You described this video camera as being several hundred feet away from your location, is that right?
Approximately.
In your opinion, if the driver's body were hanging out the window at this point in the video, could we see it on the video?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. There was a question on cross-examination about your use of the phrase open alleyway. So just to clarify, what, if anything, was between the group of the Catholic group and the south curb of Main Street as the SUV drove through that area?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
I would believe that there was nothing in that space. It would be an open space.
And you testified that you saw the SUV veer from left to right. Is that correct?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
That is correct.
So I want to make sure that we're at about 40% speed here. This is still Exhibit 132. We're going to play from where we stopped, which is 5 seconds. In that last portion of the video, did you see the vehicle veer from left to right?
Yes.
Okay. In your description of a mechanical problem, you talked about the engine revving in what sounded like a high gear, is that right?
Yes.
And almost as though it were stuck in the wrong gear.
Yes.
You're not a mechanic, are you?
No.
You testified that you thought it might be possible if a vehicle was stuck in the wrong gear that the driver could lose control. You remember saying that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Based on your limited knowledge of how vehicles work, if a vehicle is stuck in the wrong gear, do you know if the brakes still work?
Based on my knowledge, I would say yes. They should still work.
Your initial opinion that there may have been a mechanical problem, that changed at some point, didn't it?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Yes.
Why did that opinion change?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
It changed when I saw the driver and his body language.
What was that body language? What did you see?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would describe him as being in an excited state, not in a state of panic. More, again, excited or almost happy about what was going on, not panicked or scared.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called. Next witness.
State calls Ralph Salyers.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Ralph Salyers III, R-A-L-P-H, last is S-A-L-Y-E-R-S.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
The City of Wauwatosa Police Department.
What county is that in?
It's in Milwaukee.
Not Waukesha.
Correct.
Do you recall where you were on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes, I was at the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
In downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
What were you doing there?
I was attending the parade with my family. My daughters were walking in the parade with their dance team.
Were you on duty?
No.
That was not the extreme dance team, was it?
No, it was Liberty Dance.
Okay. Did you watch them go down the parade route and perform?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were standing when that happened?
Yes, I was standing on the southeast corner of Maple and Main.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Curry Insurance Building?
No.
Okay. Do you remember any other businesses or landmarks in that area?
The corner where we were standing, there's a parking lot right there. It's like one of the only parking lots in the area.
Did you leave the parade at some point?
Yes, once my daughter's the team passed by, we went to pick them up at the Cutler Park, which was the rallying area for after the parade.
Where is Cutler Park in relation to where you were observing the parade?
Would be about a block south and a block east.
Okay. Are there any public landmarks in that area other than the park itself?
The library's right there.
The Waukesha Library?
Yes.
What happened after you got to the Waukesha Library?
We picked my two girls up, and we were intending to go back and finish the parade, but it was a little cold and windy, and we decided to head home.
So what happened next?
We were walking back. I had driven separately. I came later to the parade to surprise them, so I had driven separately, and we walked back to the middle school parking lot where my wife had parked. My wife and her mother-in-law and my youngest daughter left with her, and then my older daughter and I continued to walk toward my vehicle.
What happened as you were walking towards your vehicle?
As we were walking south down Maple, on the east side of the sidewalk, I saw an SUV driving behind the houses on the west side of Maple, and I just assumed it was driving in a alley or a driveway. As I lost visual of the SUV, was driving behind houses, I heard a crash, which I'm familiar with vehicle crashes. It sounded like a vehicle crash. The vehicle then emerged a little bit further south from behind one of the residences there and drove down the driveway of that residence toward the street, toward my daughter and I.
And then what happened?
I saw that the front end of the SUV was severely damaged, and put two and two together, thought the damage was from the crash I had just heard. So the vehicle came eastbound down the driveway toward the sidewalk. I was standing across the street from it, and then it came to a stop. I saw the driver of the vehicle exit the vehicle. He came around to the front of the vehicle, looked at it, and yelled, "Fuck," and appeared to be panicked, went back and got items out of the driver's side of the vehicle, and then ran southbound.
The vehicle that you're talking about, do you remember what color it was?
It was
facing when it came to a stop.
It was facing east.
And where were you in relation to the vehicle and the street?
I was directly across the street from it on the sidewalk.
Were there any vehicles between you and the red SUV that you've described when you saw the driver get out?
No.
Were there any other obstructions between you and the vehicle as you saw the driver get out?
No.
Do you remember approximately how long, in seconds or minutes, you saw the driver as he was getting out and then leaving?
It was just a few seconds. If I had to guess, 10 to 20.
Okay. And you've already said it was across the street. Do you remember approximately how many feet it would have been between you and the driver?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
If I had to guess, maybe 50 feet at most, from one side of the street to the other, plus the length of the vehicle.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time in terms of sunlight and street lamps, if there were any?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
It was pre-dusk, I would describe it as.
How would you describe the physical appearance of the driver?
What he was wearing?
And any other physical descriptors?
Well, he just looked to be kind of in a panic. Obviously, I just thought he was involved in a crash. And he was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans.
What about race?
I would have
speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
I would have described him as a light-skinned African American or possibly Hispanic male.
And you, in fact, you you gave a statement to a fellow officer shortly after this happened, the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the description you gave to that officer?
Yes.
You've seen news reports about this case in the days or the time since November 21st, is that right?
Yes.
And you've seen photographs of Darrell Brooks in other contexts, is that correct?
Objection. Yes. I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know that individual. And his
Go ahead. You may answer the question.
Speculative.
It's not speculative.
Clearly.
Yes.
The person you saw get out of the driver's seat of that SUV on November 21st, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Objection is hearsay. How he's speaking as a first eye-hand witness.
Overruled. I believe he answered, but could you state it again?
Yes, I see him. He's sitting at the defense table wearing a suit with a blue tie and a white surgical mask.
And just to be thorough, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask for a moment?
Please. Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask. Thank you. The record should reflect the mask has been removed.
How confident are you in your identification today?
100%.
Is your identification in court today colored in any way by seeing pictures of Mr. Brooks in other contexts?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
Can you describe the difference, if any, between Mr. Brooks' appearance today and his appearance on November 21st?
Objection, hearsay, and speculative.
It's neither one of those things. The objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection is irrelevant.
It is relevant. He may answer.
Not if he identified me already, so he said.
Mr. Brooks, please. The objection's been overruled. The witness may answer.
He's got very short hair right now, and he didn't then.
What did his hair look like on November 21st?
Objection,
Overruled. You may answer.
relevancy.
Go ahead. You may answer, sir.
He had longer hair.
I'm going to ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 65, please.
Go ahead.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're going to play a few moments from that video just to give you a chance to see if you recognize what's shown. Okay, that's good. We played 7 seconds out of the total of 36 seconds on this clip. You recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows me walking southbound on the east side sidewalk of Maple, just south of, I think that's Prospect, walking my dog Elvis and walking with my oldest daughter Ava.
Is that an accurate depiction of that scene as you saw it that day?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
Move
may
exhibit.
answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Move exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 65 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
This is 36 seconds. Let's play it through one time at 100% speed, please. You can go ahead. Go back to the beginning and pause it at the beginning there. Do you see yourself at the beginning of this video?
Yes.
Could you circle yourself for us? That's a touch screen, just use your finger. Thank you. We can clear that. You're the only person walking a dog in this video, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play and we'll pause at another point. We'll pause there at 4 seconds. You mentioned Prospect. Could you draw a line down Prospect for us? Okay, so that's the only cross street we can see clearly in the video. Correct?
Yes.
And do you see any vehicles on Prospect at this point?
See two.
Could you circle the one with...
Clearly more than two vehicles.
On Prospect.
I'll
was the question.
clarify.
No, you said on Prospect. He answered. His answer may stand.
Where's Prospect? Where are you from?
He already drew a line. The witness would redraw the line for Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do either of those vehicles have, appearing to you today, to have an inoperable headlight?
Yes.
Which one? If you could circle it, please.
Objection, leading.
It's not leading. He may answer.
Thank you. We can clear that. Then we'll resume at 4 seconds, please. Pause. Paused at 27 seconds. Do you see on the video right now
the person you recall being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please circle that person for us? I'd like to mark and preserve this annotation as Exhibit 65A, please, and move it into evidence.
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 65A is received. Go ahead.
Yes, please. The clothing worn by the person you just circled, does that match your memory of what the driver was wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. And let's play from this point, 27 seconds. And we'll stop there. From the 27-second point to the end of the video, the person who you circled, does that match your memory of what the driver did that day after he got out of the SUV?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I attempted to call 911 to report a crash.
If we could take the video down, please. Did you get through on the first call?
No.
What about the second?
No.
Third?
No.
Did you eventually get through?
Fourth time.
Objection. Hearsay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. The objection is overruled. Could you please restate your answer, sir?
I believe I got through on the fourth attempt.
And that's when you reported what you saw?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions on cross-exam for this witness?
I do. Can we pull that exhibit back up again? And publish.
65 will be shown. Go ahead.
And publish.
Granted. Permission granted to publish. It's been received. Let me know, jurors, when 65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay.
Okay, right as this pause right now, it's not playing, it's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was, where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here, and the side street being here,
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated the touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect, intersecting with the street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember the name, and then an X where...
Prospect, you said?
Prospect is the street in the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video. Go ahead.
So, from where you're positioned right here by the X, you can see.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way, from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses?
Between houses, behind.
You said
houses.
behind. You said behind.
Right, through the yards behind the houses.
And you were able to see that from where you were?
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and stuff down? Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
Can you just confirm you want it full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular, whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say from,
Do you want to pause?
oh, no, not yet. Just, you can let it play. I'll say, I think it's 36 seconds, so. Would it be fair to say from,
Well, hold on. The video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question. Or have us pause where you want it paused.
pause. So it's paused at 18 seconds for the record. Would it be fair to say that in the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just walking the dog, moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you also made reference to hearing a crash. What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why did you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
I just turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you just kept moving?
Correct.
So basically it was just like, oh, do, walking the dog.
Yes.
Can you play? Pause it. Would it be fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being in law enforcement, why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
Well, I would think it would be fair to say that you can handle yourself. You're obviously a officer of the law. You're trained to be able to handle yourself. Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, the sound like a crash, at least?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question. Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway, and all these thoughts, and that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911, to report it immediately.
Now that's fair, but being an officer of the law, you're right there.
Again.
Objection. That's not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
That's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
We sure can. Go ahead.
It did a weird little motion thing. That's probably from the camera. I would guess. But in that entire video, is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Who's you?
The defendant, the driver of the vehicle.
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to
Is it
see.
fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up? Can you take it to 27 seconds and pause at 27? Maybe 28. I may be mistaken. Maybe just go one more second. Maybe to 28. Or you know what? No. Keep it paused right there. Would it be fair to say that you noticed the vehicle in this area? Right there?
Yes.
Can you remove the X? And
I don't understand.
Do you see anything right there? An individual, anything? Do you see anything right there?
It's
inside
hard to
the
tell
circle?
from that picture what I can see.
Can you move it? Can we blow it up a little bit or move it closer? Just a little bit?
I don't know that it can be zoomed in. Is that,
Can
the
it-
state
can
have
it be
that
zoomed in?
capability?
This isn't
So we can zoom
CSI.
in.
You can't do that.
As long as the defendant's okay
Can't
with
do that in real
dispensing
life,
with any
Darrell.
technological foundation issues there, but we can zoom in.
We have the ability to do that.
Would you like it zoomed in?
What do you mean by not? Say that again? I'm sorry.
We can zoom in if you want to.
Can you zoom in just a little bit? Just a smidge.
That's the extent of our zooming capabilities with this
No,
software.
that's fine. That's fine. Can you see anything there?
It looks like something white. I don't know if that's the driver.
Looks like something white.
Yes, it's light colored.
White color what?
It's light colored.
Light colored, but you did say white. Is that fair to say that you just said white?
I just did say white.
Can you erase the circle? Zoom back out. Take the. It's like a box there in the corner that's kind of throwing the whole exhibit off. Take it back to the regular. You testified earlier that you saw the driver with gray hoodie, as you referred to it. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Would I just circle right there? Would you, from your recollection, say that was the driver you saw?
I don't know what that is at this point.
You don't-
It's
you
just
don't
a
know?
paused video. It could be a glare. It could be a person. I don't know. If you could play it again.
Well, let's play it again.
From the 27th.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah, from the 27 mark. I think it just played maybe, what, half a second or something like that? Did you see that whatever you said you didn't know what it was, could have been a person, could have been something else? Did you see it move from the position that it was before?
Yes.
And you also identified that that was white, right? That's what you said, correct?
I did say that.
And would it be fair to say that you saw the driver in gray? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Take the circle off. You also stated that you were about 50 feet from the well, you added the vehicle in too. You said maybe 50 feet, and then depending on the length of the vehicle, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And from where you are here to here, because it would be fair to say we can't see a vehicle in the picture at that point. Would that be fair to say? We can't see a vehicle that would be facing you because you said it was facing you. We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
From this angle of vehicles obstructed, yes.
So that would be 50 feet from, approximately 50 feet from X to X?
Approximately.
And you were able to see the driver and a description from where you're standing now to where the other X is.
Yes.
And you were able to make out the race of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You guessed. So you're not for certain.
I wasn't for certain at that time.
You are now, right? You just said 100%.
So what conclusion were you coming to at that point? Just an educated guess, or
Can you explain further?
how
what?
Would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
And you also stated that you saw news reports and the description of the driver on the news. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
In my testimony, yes.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That be fair to say?
Yes.
And you will be able to see hair if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
You will be able to see hair and tell the length of the hair.
If it's hanging out of the hoodie, yes.
Well, you didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Yes.
Objection, that's not a question, and it's argumentative.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
No.
And how did you determine that?
In the report I gave in my statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw in the news.
And you also described two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white. Would that be fair to say?
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
That's not true.
Yes.
No, the wind could have blown
A person that you described wearing white?
On the video screen, it appeared white.
Stop it, Wiggles.
It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
It could have been something on a clothesline that the wind was blowing. It didn't have to be a person.
At any time in that video, could you see hair?
In the video?
In the video.
You can't see very much in the video. No.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point that you heard a crash, as you say, and then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed between those times?
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle, so I walked back over to.
So at the time you made the 911 call, there were still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at, so I walked back over to give that to them.
So you couldn't see the license plates of the vehicle from where you were at?
There was no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see it.
So you came back to investigate if there was a license plates that you can identify?
Yes.
Did you investigate what you may have heard the vehicle strike?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered, and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall? As far as further clothing?
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing or something to that effect.
Talking about.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No. Just my report.
Any other officers that came to the scene? Because you made reference to officers was responding by the time you came back to give more details to the dispatcher. More officers were arriving. Do you recall if any?
Thank you, Wiggles. If every time I mess with it, I make it worse. Is it getting louder? It's staying green. Green is good. It's getting louder? It's getting louder or quieter? It's staying green. But sometimes when it's green and then I get loud, it goes red, which means it's too loud and it's muting it. You guys aren't giving me feedback, so I don't know. The next mic I get is going to have numbers on it, so I can tell if I'm getting louder or quieter. It's staying green, and no one is giving me any feedback. I don't know. And Travis is very offended that you guys can't hear me. Because he bought me this mic. Like, it was good when you got it, honey. I don't know what to tell you. That'll work too. You could do that. I think it's StreamYard though a lot of times. Because when I go to set up StreamYard in the morning, I look back at my old ones to copy and paste the description, and a lot of times I watch a little bit and I'm like, dang. Because it'll just, while I'm talking, cut in and out, and I'm not even touching the mic. So I think a lot of times it's not the mic, it's StreamYard. It's just StreamYard hates me. It just hates me. So this cop didn't know that this car had run through the parade because he said his daughter was in one of the dance groups and he just was there picking her up. So was she like in a part of the parade that wasn't involved with the car at all? Because he didn't say anything about the car being in the parade or running through the parade. This is after the parade that when the car crashed and stopped running, I guess. So he had no awareness at all that this car had just driven through the Christmas parade and killed and hurt a bunch of people. And I hate that he's not winning points, but it almost seems like he's winning points. There's the way the guy's answering the questions. Yes, only a person could be moving. No, not only a person could be moving. It's ridiculous. No, it could have been clothes on a clothesline moved by the wind. Like, no. And he said white when he meant light in color, not white. That was the light gray hoodie he was wearing. It's ridiculous.
Any one of those officers investigated the loud crash you heard?
I'm unaware.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them asking you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, like piece together what you may have saw?
I'll object to the characterization that was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is the form of the question.
Besides, well, let me back up. After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognized the driver as the person I saw on TV and or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall. Probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media, or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah.
Or both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning, so could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
Did you learn any additional information that you don't recall having via social media or the news after you had already made your report?
I don't understand the question.
Did you learn any additional information after you had already given your report?
Learn information about what?
About the description of the driver, what had happened at the parade, anything?
Well, originally I had no idea what had happened at the parade. I thought it was just, I witnessed a hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you just said now you witnessed a hit and run crash, but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash that you heard.
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Well, you also stated, to be fair, that you didn't investigate the crash. So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing? if you didn't investigate it?
Because I heard a crash and I saw the driver run. So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know?
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
Correct. So would it be fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the record that you did not do that, correct?
Yes.
So why would you report it as a hit and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Did you talk to any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
Did they report to you that they saw a driver?
No.
So as far as you can recall, you were the only one that heard the crash?
As far as I know, yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Please, thank you. You testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection. That is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection. That's speculative. Still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
Correct.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection. Asked during cross. Answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant.
Darrell Brooks?
Darrell Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. And
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published? You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
You see the person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture?
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes.
How would you describe the color of
the shirt that that person's wearing?
Light gray or white?
Anything else? That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
May this witness be excused from this subpoena?
He may. All right, I am going to excuse the jurors and actually take a recess. It's a little bit later, but we'll take our late morning break at this point, about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please. All right, we are in recess. Please be back in 15 minutes.
All right, guys, that's it for today. I will see you guys in the morning at 8 o'clock. Hopefully, I'll be feeling like doing it at 8. I didn't sleep late today. I just wanted a little extra time in bed on the heating pad. I'm going to have to get that nerve ablation done again soon. It's been almost a year. It was February, and it's lasted a very long time, which is very good, but it's about time for it to be done again. I'm not looking forward to it. It hurts. But after it gets done hurting, it feels great. So have to go through a little bit of pain. I'd rather do that than have to have surgery. And then sometimes the surgery doesn't work. It makes it worse. Sometimes it doesn't do anything or it makes it worse. So it seems to do that just as much as it works. So I'd rather since I know the ablation works, I'd rather keep doing that. I keep doing that until that doesn't work anymore before I do the surgery. So I haven't called yet to make the appointment. I keep putting it off. But I got to do that soon. So hopefully I'll feel like getting up at 8, getting out of the bed, off the heating pad, and getting out here and turning on the computer. But I'll let you know in the morning. But right now, 8 is the plan. So be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It's been fun. We'll do it again tomorrow. Bye.